Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say aborigine and make they world in, I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions for my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping hoes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Yep. Wild Indian, yeah.
Hey, V, line them up.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Ain't really Indian, that boy fugazi. I just keep it player, you can never play me. You got an ass so fat, girl, let's make a baby. And another one. Then I'm back to the trap, I'm trying to double song. She a bad woke chick and I love her tongue. We some jurisdiction boys, we some 101s. Look, don't compare me to no Martin dog, I'm like Malcolm X. Die by our freedom, we'll leave a crack and stretch. Round of applause, boy, you know we clapping text. Chucky dog, child play, yeah, nigga, that's what's next. Open up the cans just like Arizona. Pull up masked up like we got the Rona. We set up jurisdictions when we buy the corner. How you claiming that's your hood and you not the owner? Be the B, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a comb, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep a Olmec head when we slide, dog, cause we the shit.
Like my niggas said, bitch, we the shit. I can't keep the peace. If it pop off, then I want a piece. I'm just on release. I'm in go mode, motherfucker thief. In these streets like EBT, when we at war, make peace with me. I don't give a damn, understand. Fuck who stole this land, white or black or tan. Understand, it's fuck who stole this land. Might have seen me get a little buddy these hands. He wasn't no abo man. A lot of these dudes is Sambo man. They full of shit like my ammo can. What they call an N-word out the wrong mouth, that's an ambulance. Wild Indian, get it in advance, or you can post date it. Ask around, I'm the most hated. Straight they stole acreage. Go ape shit, show ain't shit. It won't be televised, I don't tape shit.
Be the beat, I just pulled up in the need for speed. Free the land, tell the colonizers that they need to leave. Wild Indian up in my veins, you know how we bleed. You ain't gotta lie about who we is, dog, just keep it G. We at war, we can't keep the peace. Since we at war, gotta keep the peace. Whack a cone, then I meditate. Should I need to breathe? Keep an Olmec here when we slide, dog, cause we the sheep.
We got guns like Navy SEALs. Real niggas came with the kill. In the street with their word, trying to fuck hoes and pay some bills. Real shit when it's beat. We loading up the machine guns. Wait till you leave the club, turn the parking lot into Vietnam. Nigga pointing them pistols. Your mama and them gon' miss you. Put your ass in a coffin and a t-shirt and your picture. Don't give a fuck who you say you was. Lay your ass in a pool of blood. Now you wanna talk it out with your homeboys. You a super tough. Ain't with that loud talking. Number loud in my way sack. Pistol in your mouth. Show me where them keys at. Acting up for ratchet hoes. Keep on showing out. Go fuck around and wind up like my Chevy. Brains blowed out. I got plenty goons and nigga. I'ma ride with 'em. I got plenty guns and nigga, I'ma ride with 'em. Fuck you and whoever that's riding with you. Ride your ass in a hearse and they can ride with you. I got plenty goons and nigga, I'ma ride with 'em. I got plenty guns and nigga, I'ma ride with 'em. Fuck you and whoever that's riding with you. Ride your ass in a hearse and they can ride with you.
Know some niggas pulling out choppers for some niggas singing like operas. All my propositions be toppers on my block. And I ain't never been no knocker, bitch. I'm busting down them doors. How you claiming you gonna be writing for me when you wasn't around for yours? Keep these bitches out of whiff, these suckers out of length. My distance ain't never remotely close, leave impressions that'll dent. Loyalty we live by, and respect is what we die for. They reflections never mirror real shit. They see pride more. Riding through with juicy, listening to Boosie. See nasty Gucci, the gunplay, the OZs. Pics and commissary, cause we real like that. Spilling for them pigs will get you killed like that.
Peace and love, everyone. Peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to the chat. Guys, y'all see the title. Y'all know what time it is. You know, today, I mean, initially, I was just going to put we as women have to do better. But I do feel like it's still a collective. And we all have to do better one with another, right? So, but today, I'm probably just going to touch more on the women. And then maybe on a different build, I'll touch on the men. And I'll work like that. I mean, we'll see how it goes. So I'm just going to show a couple of things and I'm going to comment on it, of course. I hope you all are having a great evening. You know, thank you all that's in here, that's rocking with me. Stick with me. Stick with me, family. So let me share my screen. Oh, first, let me just shout out everybody who did come in the chat and say what's up. Big Dark Philly OG. Hey, OTK. Focus Minds, and HYKKA, Watery Stay Love. Yeah, shout out to y'all. So first, I want to show this first. Y'all here? Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Before I let her go in, there was one more. I wanted to show this first before I went into that. Let me see something here. Okay, hold up. I can't hear. All right, let me try this. So y'all can't hear. Hold up. I wonder why. All right, hold on for a second. Let me stop the screen. Hey everyone. Excuse me. I know I'm not looking all but it'll have to do. Now let me see something. Let me go back to this. Peace and love, Dosey. But can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me talking? Let me know if y'all can hear me talking.
You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied.
Can y'all hear the video now?
No one can hold Black women accountable. Black women, unfortunately, we have adopted this mentality that I can do whatever I want to do and can't nobody tell me anything. And this is why we are where we're at. We live in a very selfish, egotistical society now that nobody cares. If you're a Black woman and to hold Black women accountable, you have to be ready to like fight because it's going to come with a lot. I'm always thinking about how young girls are being influenced. So what us grown women are doing is influencing these girls to do these out of control, I don't care attitudes. They have the most disgusting attitudes and you can't even check them because they have their moms who say I could do whatever I want. So can't no one hold us accountable. Not a Black man. Your white boss probably, that's probably the only one who can tell us what to do because he pay us. A gay man can tell us what to do. If it's a Black woman or a Black man, a straight Black man, we don't want to hear it.
You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied. You ain't lied. You ain't never lied. You ain't never lied.
That's hilarious. You ain't never lied. That is hilarious. Okay. All right, so let's go back to her. Okay, can y'all see that on the screen? Yes, I hope you can see her. All right, let's start. Again.
It's your premise that the Black woman is out of sync with the natural order of things. Can you explain that?
Well, it's a very sensitive subject. And certainly I believe that I have tried to approach it from a very sensitive angle. What I have actually said is that the Black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the Black man is a direct cause of the breakdown in the Black family structure. It's not an attack on us as Black women. It's just saying that in the breakdown of any relationship, both parties have to take responsibility. And as Black women, we have been protected and insulated from any kind of examination about what our share of the responsibility is in the breakdown of the Black family. My book represents the first platform, certainly, that the Black man has ever had to air his grievances about the Black woman, because no one would ever listen to him. They have only listened to us.
Can you tell us a little bit about the book itself? What brought you to this point of having to sit down and use your pen to write this book?
Well, actually, it was my first book. In 1985, I authored How Not to Eat Pork or Life Without the Pig. And at that time, I was going around doing what I was calling Get Off That Hog lectures. And during my travels, I noted that I would take the microscope and show people how you can't kill the trichina worm in pork by cooking it. Heat was not destroying the worm, and I would show them, the difference, and demonstrate how FDA was now using radiation to try to kill the worms in pork because cooking was not working, which is what we had always been told. And during that time, a lot of Black men were in agreement to get off eating pork. They wanted to change their eating habits, and they were happy to find out some information that might possibly save their lives. But it was Black women who were the most adamant, who refused to change meal planning techniques, seasoning food, cooking techniques. And so I said, it's interesting. I said, if we are refusing to provide the Black man with the proper physical food when we know that food is what sustains life, then what else are we withholding from him? Possibly there's some other areas, emotionally, spiritually, psychologically, that we are affecting his behavior by what we do or what we withhold and refuse to give. And that led me to try to find out. You know, we've always heard that the black man leaves the black family, abandons his woman and children, won't take care of the children, won't work, stays out all night, turns into a drunk, takes drugs. You know, we've heard a lot of negative things. Most of them are true. But I wanted to find out what happens before he gets to that point. What leads up to the breakdown? We've never gone back to try to find out what happens in the relationship between the black man and a black woman that makes him go off and do all of these bad things.
And that is a wonderful question to pose, because I do think as women, a lot of times we do come from a place of just blame, you know, but we never ever try to come from a place of understanding and trying to figure out, well, how did we get to this point? How did this happen? And, you know, none of us are really confident enough to really sit down and have these tough conversations with our partners about where we may be lacking and, you know, how we can uplift one another so that we're on the same page. So I kind of do understand that.
To assume that this is just normal, natural behavior for black men would be to assume that he is naturally bad. And I do not believe that the man that God gave to us as a mate is a naturally bad person. And so I wanted to try to examine what goes on with him. What's his side of the story?
Did a black man ask you to write this book?
Oh, no, certainly not. I think they were just as surprised as black women.
Why would she ask her if black men asked her to write that book? I feel like she clearly explained why she wrote the book.
Many of them approached the title of the book with a little apprehension because they have not had a champion. We have never had a black woman who actually stood up and said, I'm standing up for the black man's side of the story. We know what our side is, and both sides are true. We have done some very dreadful things to each other. And I don't exonerate black men, which is kind of a misconception that people have. I just say that we know his side. What about our side? And we do have a side. We have adopted some wrong standards. We are judging our men many times by the wrong value system. We are using his children sometimes against him. We have been told that the only benefit that a black man provides in a home is money. And if he does not give us money to take care of those kinds of financial provisions, that he has no value. And what my research has proven to me is that a black man, any man in any home provides much more than financial support. The man provides guidance, instruction, discipline for the children, which we sorely need in our black homes. He provides gratification, fulfillment, protection. I mean, there are so many other values. And these values are the ones that are missing in our children today, which is why many black children are in the street, out of control themselves, disrespectful, don't have any regard for anyone. And most of us are scared of them, and everybody else is, because nobody has a way into them to try to gain any control over them. So I maintain that a return to traditional family values, certain clearly defined gender responsibilities for black men and black women in running a home and a relationship will help us to produce a better child. And if we produce a better child, certainly we'll have a better future and a better nation.
And saying all of this, and as calling yourself a champion, and
I feel like I talk about it a lot, you know what I mean? Like I talk about us as a unit, you know, the nuclear family, the nuclear black family, the so-called African-American family, the so-called Negro family has been obliterated by stupid ass narratives and propaganda, and that we have failed to see it as women. And I'm gonna go back to where I feel like all of this stuff started. So I'm showing this first for a reason, and then we're gonna take it back because she did this, and this was in the 1990s, I'm assuming. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go back to where I think it began, but after this.
And having, if I may say, the courage to write this book and stand by it, you've caused a stir. This book is very controversial. What are you hearing from public reaction?
Well, I don't think that it's an issue among black women about whether or not the book is true or not. The issue is that I was not supposed to tell. These are inside secrets and things that we have never let our men know about. And many times we say? He can't handle me. Well, many times he can't handle us because he doesn't know what it is he's trying to handle. He doesn't understand what motivates us. We have become very adept, many of us, as being able to do something right in front of his eyes and then convince him that that's not what he really saw at all and that it didn't happen. So we've kept him kind of confused.
Excuse me. Do you realize that there are many bookstores, and in particular black bookstores, that have refused to carry the Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman?
I think that that's been overblown. Right now, the book is carried in over 5,000 bookstores here in this country and about 2,000 abroad. The book is becoming a bestseller in London. And to date, we only know of 2 bookstores in the entire country who refuse to carry the book.
May I tell you that there is at least one in Tallahassee?
There may be, but
and
they're lost if they're doing that.
The response we got from that book owner was that your book had nothing, absolutely nothing constructive.
Was that a woman who gave you those comments?
Yes, it was.
Oh, how surprising. Okay.
Let's talk about some of the things that seem to be upsetting people, or that people are talking
there
about.
Certainly have been a lot of things taken out of context. Anyone who's ever looked at me or seen, witnessed some of the talk shows, they actually exploit a lot of issues. They take them out of context. They want to sensationalize them to build up their ratings to have a good show. So I really appreciate this opportunity to just sit down and have a fireside chat about the book.
Well, I'm glad
without
you're here.
all the fireworks and everything.
You say black women, and I quote you as saying, nag, nag, nag. And that we are essentially responsible for pushing our men away by doing so.
A lot of times we take a position because of our own emotional mechanisms. We harass our men too much. We nag our men too much. And we keep his mind and his head so bundled up and bogged down with all of our personal idiosyncrasies about our day-to-day personal relationship with him, that a lot of times we don't free his mind up to go out and to plan sanely for our future and for the future of our children. Many of them come to us every day and they almost have to do a wind test. They don't know what's going on. They don't know who they're going to meet because we have a lot of reactions. We tend to think as black women that a successful relationship and one where we're happy is one where everything goes our way. And the first time it goes another kind of a way, then we go into hell, turmoil in our brain, and we start deciding, oh, I've got terrible problems with this man. He won't do what I want him to do. When our men have a side.
Let me give that side according to Scheherazade Ali, okay? You say in your book,
okay, let's
and I'm quoting you, okay? The black man in America is the only male on earth, including...
I could tell that the host, she did not agree with the things that she said that she was saying. I could tell.
Every continent who is disrespected by the women in his nation.
That's true.
This situation does not exist anyplace else among the billions of people inhabiting our planet except here in America.
That's right.
The other black men, the yellow men, the red men, the brown men, and the white men are all honored and respected by their respective nations. All other women recognize and accept that the man is the authority, the ruler, and the leader. Only here in the United States, in the black nation, scattered throughout the United States, is the black man neglected. That's pretty powerful.
And it's absolutely true. We have been displaced. A lot of us don't really understand what slavery actually did to us and how much psychological trauma it did to us regarding what our proper roles are with each other, what our responsibilities are as man and woman in our various communities and relationships. We have never been debriefed from slavery. Not really. We have just, we know we had that history, but we don't know how it affected us. We don't know how much of our actual culture we lost.
And being debriefed from history from slavery is a very interesting choice of words. What I would say to that is that you can't be debriefed from something that never occurred in your history for real. They don't know how to debrief you from something like that. They don't know how to debrief you. They know how to put images in your head. They know how to put stories out there. They know how to falsify history. They know how to whitewash history, right, family? So I think, in the 90s, obviously, that wasn't really a thought. Give me 1 second, y'all. Lord. Let me play a little bit more. I pray it don't go to a commercial.
how much of our ideas were taken from us. We know that our religion was taken from us. We know that our names were taken from us, but we don't know how many other standards of day-to-day life have been removed. And while we have adopted the American way of doing things, they have not worked for us because we have a very special situation. We are not the same as everyone else. And a lot of the people who want us to pretend that slavery didn't exist or to forget about it, they've never been a slave. So they don't know what we're going through. They don't know what this has done to us. It has made us as Black women insecure.
Why not? Well, okay, if that's true, why not take up for us? Why not write something that says we need
everybody to take up for us, and we've always had books about Black women, how great and how strong we are, and we are that. I'm just saying that we have used our strength in the wrong direction. We have used it against our men instead of standing up for them. And if we start to support our men and to speak a good word for him publicly, then so many people won't be able to come against him and tear him down. And he won't have to feel so frustrated, and he won't be outside away from us looking for peace of mind with women of other nationalities, because we actually...
She was cooking. All right, give me 1 second, y'all, because I have to, it's only going to take me a couple minutes, but I have to step away for like 2 minutes, y'all. Bear with me. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play a song in between, and then when I'm back, I'm gonna just turn the song off.
What it look like, man? Real, man. I feel the same way you feel. Word. I just don't want to rush, man. I just want to take it one day at a time. That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether, you know how far to take this flight. Word. Like, just jump in the plane and fly and then know where you're going first. Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life? Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug? Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let
Peace, y'all. My bad. Ooh. Look at that. Child, the sound be sounding. The sound be sounding. My bad, y'all had to run out there in that code. But let's get back to this. And yes, Dulcie, I put your comment up on the screen because I 100% agree with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem. Because now we're dependent on a narrative that's not even the truth about us. And now it's defining who we are. And it's defining our relationships. It's defining our mental capacity. This is sick. Shout out to P. Moses. Hey, Jaja. What's up, King J. Ames? Hey, y'all. Thank y'all so much. My bad.
We want our own black man. We need him back in our homes, and we want to have one. We're just living in a culture where they're trying to convince us that not only do we not need a man, but there's some other options to having one. And those options mainly are celibacy or lesbianism.
There's an old saying that says, charity begins at home and spreads abroad. And
Absolutely.
in your book, you say that we are not bringing up our daughters and our sons in a correct manner to respect their fathers.
No, we're not. Unfortunately, as I say, since money has been used as the measure, many times if a black man does not have money to give us, we won't even let him see his children. We won't let him spend any time with it because he does not give us whatever the child support is. And I'm not saying that we don't need money to raise a child, but I try to explain to black women that raising a child consists of much more than feeding, clothing, and sheltering it. That's maintaining one. To raise one, you need a return of the parental coalition of the father and the mother to put the proper values into the child. Many of our boys, when we raise them alone, they grow up with the female emotional mechanism. They are suspicious, they are doubtful, they're disrespectful of womanhood, they are bitchy, they can't make a decision. Ooh. And many of our girls who grow up in a home where there's no man present, they go out into the world and try to mate. But I try to explain to black women that raising a child consists of much more than feeding, clothing, and sheltering it. That's maintaining one. To raise one, you need a return of the parental coalition of the father and the mother to put the proper values into the child. Many of our boys, when we raise them alone, they grow up with the female emotional mechanism. They are suspicious, they are doubtful, they're disrespectful of womanhood, they are bitchy, they can't make a decision. And many of our girls who grow up in a home where there's no man present, they go out into the world and try to mate. They don't have any idea how to live with a man day to day, how to prepare a proper meal, how to be a mother, how to just be in love in the home. Most of what our people and our children especially have learned about how you have a relationship, they learned off of television. And television doesn't represent our needs. And so a lot of the confusion has come from outside agencies that we have not recognized how detrimental it has been to us as a people.
Can I play devil's advocate for just a moment?
Well, I wish you wouldn't, but I know you must. Go on.
What if I am a good wife? Mm-hmm. His home is clean. His kids are fed. I'm making sure they're well educated. I help them with their homework. I'm a good lover in bed. I help him with the finances. And I say, look at that. He still took a walk.
It was absolutely
Well, that's something else that's been confused about my book. I advise black men and black women. I certainly tell men that if you are with a woman who you have been with for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, 6 months, 2 weeks, whatever it is, and that woman refuses to cooperate with your ideas, does not want to get with your program of right, whatever it is, then I tell those men, get rid of that woman and get another one. And I tell black women the same thing. If you are with a man that you cannot be in agreement with, then get rid of him and get with the man that you can be in agreement with. If the man you're with is not treating you the way that you want him to, and you feel that you have put in enough time to demonstrate your commitment and your sincerity of efforts to try to make the relationship work, I don't tell people to just stay in that relationship. I'm trying to teach us that we waste a lot of time being angry with each other and being dissatisfied in relationships. Get out of it and get with one where you can be happy.
You say that the black woman would like to be a clone of the white woman.
Many of us, yes. That's unfortunate.
How do you see that?
Well, that's something that was almost accidental, I'd have to say. See, the white woman has been the only mentor that we have had of a female. We've seen her every day of our life on television.
Let's talk about that. Black women went in the what? Ooh, black women want to model themselves after the white woman. Ooh, baby, Messy down. Messy down. A lot. I'm gonna talk about cooking with Kaya too. I thought she was so cute. I didn't even know who she was until they brought her up. Until I started seeing it on my timeline. I said, she's such a cute little girl. I don't even know what the problem be. I don't know. I just think it be men, you know, they see a pretty girl, they be salivating like, you know, the girlfriend's getting upset. Child. Yeah. She does easy meals, but she doesn't deserve hate, you know. She should be able to do whatever it is, you know, make your little cocoons. But see, the problem is that it's when you weaponize her. Don't weaponize her. And then I think that also too, it should just be a cue to other women out there to step it up in that regard. You know what I mean? Just step it up. It's okay. I think it'd be the little, I'm gonna take your man. I think it's that for real, y'all. I think it's when she be saying that they be like, bitch, wait a minute. They terrible, hating on that girl. That's what I'm saying. You can't never do nothing. You can't never do nothing without no hate. You know what I'm saying? That, like, hey, if the haters don't come, you ain't doing something right, baby. She a cute little girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, let her, you know, it is what it is. Because I just started seeing it because I had never seen her videos before. Like, I watch the girls that really cook, honey. Yeah, I don't got time. See, all I do is watch cooking stuff, period. Okay, y'all? I love the cooking channel. I love Food Network. You know what I'm saying? I love to watch them bake little stuff, and then some of the stuff I try, some of the stuff I don't. You know what I'm saying? But I you know what I'm saying? Bitch, when I was little, we used to watch Julia Childs, that little old white lady. She used to, because we didn't have cable back then in the 90s. You know what I'm saying? So you only had certain things like her. God, I don't know why I just remember her so, you know, so much. But yeah. So anyway, y'all. Yeah, so I don't know what the problem is, but she's right in that regard, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, we do, as a conglomerate, like a collective, like, we got to do better. Hey, sis. Hey, everybody. Copper Goddess. Yes. Sis, I don't know. You might not agree with this lady. You may or may not. I don't know, sis.
Every magazine, every newspaper, every commercial, you know, it's just been her face, her body, her image, whatever it has been in front of us. And so today we have the results of that. We have Black women who are trying to dye their hair blonde, who are wearing blue and green contacts in their eyes, you know, who wear tons and tons of layers of makeup, who have changed their voice, who have hair weaves so they can have flowing long hair blowing in the wind, you know, like Brooke Shields or somebody, you know. And so that's been an accident. And as a result of us doing that, we have also adopted the women's liberation movement goals of wanting to be liberated from the man and have some kind of pseudo equality. When while that may be true of the white woman and her plight with the white man, that's not really the Black woman's business, because we haven't been under the control of the Black man for over 500 years. So what do we have to be liberated from him from?
Is there something wrong with trying to make yourself look better or more appealing?
It depends on what standard you're using as being the goal of looking better. You know, if we think to look better is to put on a ton of makeup.
So it's crazy that this is what's being said in the 90s. And we all know what was going on in the 80s and the 90s. And, you know, obviously big hair and big whatever, you know what I mean? And then now, as you can see, you know, the evolution has gone to amazing wigs and, you know, whatever the case is. And I think that it's interesting that, you know, even at this time, she's viewing this as a problem. And now it's completely normalized. And I think that we sometimes as women, we have an issue embracing our natural beauty, whatever context that may come in, right? Because some of us don't have the curly hair, you know, some of us got full C, you know, it's giving, okay? Some of us, you know, whatever's happened within society to make us feel this way, you know what I mean? It's made us feel like we've had to do these things to our features. And in order to fit in order to, I hate to say it, some people feel beautiful that way. You know what I mean? Some people feel beautiful with their weave. You know, I remember there was a point, because in my pro-cheer career and all that stuff that I was doing at the time, you know, they tell you, hey, we want long hair for you, or hey, we want a bob for you, or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? And you pretty much have to go with that style. So I just see the problem, you know, when it comes down to this kind of stuff. And I hope that we can evolve, but I think we have evolved in so many ways. I see more women wearing locks today than ever before. More women embracing their natural curls, embracing their natural hair texture. And, you know, there's tutorials about how to do your natural hair now. You can rock your braids. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's so much, I think we've grown a lot in terms of natural hair, health, you know, things like that. So, yeah, y'all feel what I'm saying. And I do still think that that type of Eurocentric beauty is prevailing, because a lot of our girls still do wear 613 bust down, bitch. Seriously, okay? They will pump that shit. Girl, it's giving flat iron down, for real. And that's just what they do. And that's how they like it. Even like the little teenagers that I see out here, you know, they eyelashes be out to here, y'all. So it is just like things about our beauty that we have to embrace and love and be okay with, because guess what? It's not going nowhere. Like, I can't, you know, it's just, what can I do? It's my hair. It's me. It's my beauty. I need to embrace that in its fullness. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have any, I got some lipstick on, but I don't have any facial makeup on. You know, no. Okay, I don't play that. I think relaxers brought us back. How dangerous. Girl, let me tell you something. A relaxer is like chewing your brain. That's what I really believe that it's doing, because it's burning so bad on your scalp. And then what we don't realize is that with the proper moisture and, you know, just overall care, most of us have curly hair. And I think that we don't even know how to really manage our natural curls and stuff like that, because of all the heat and processing, and oh my God, a disaster. Okay. And I do think it's a big problem. I do think it's a big problem. And the woman who got fibroids because of the perm and stuff, like, you know, Madam C.J. Walker, girl, you did us a disservice, sis. I think the hot comb was cute. You know, we could have kept it on the hot comb, seriously, because, and even sometimes that shit is chewing up your hair. Because even when I used to wear the weave and all of that with the part out in the middle, shoot, it would, you know, all of this up here to leave out would get shorter and shorter, because they would have to keep straightening it and, you know, trying to make sure that it blend in. I just said, hell no. I just started wearing my natural hair. It was just much more better for me to manage. And also, it just helped me to embrace who I was as a woman, as an Indian woman, as an Aboriginal, a person that's true to the land in my rightful state, who I am, like all of that. Like, I love it. It's the best feeling ever. And I don't ever want to, you know, stray away from that ever again. You know what I mean? And every woman out there should embrace their natural beauty, who they are as a person. You know what I'm saying? It comes through with your hair and your makeup and your clothes and how you decide to carry yourself. And, you know, it's subtle ways that you can still do those things. It don't have to be, you know what I'm saying? It don't have to be that. All right, so let's go back to her. Shout out to everybody. Hey, None Your Business. Hey, Jaja. What's up, y'all? I know y'all gonna be busy tonight because the whole motherfucking community is going live, okay? So y'all gonna be busy. I appreciate all of y'all that's coming in and rolling out and coming back and
have blue eyes, and there's something wrong with that, you know. But if we think that to look better is to certainly get a better spirit in our heart, and to work every day to become a better wife, a better mother, better friend, better sister, then those values and attributes alone will make us more beautiful than we are now.
How do you feel about the fact that many people accuse you of wanting to see the Black woman at a point of submission? Is that where you want to see a Black woman in the 1990s?
Well, it depends on how you define submission. Those words have a tendency to have a negative connotation for us because of how they were used against us during slavery and what we connect them to. But actually, the kind of submission that I'm referring to just means cooperation and agreement. I don't think that anybody could say that I represent a woman who is subjugated in any kind of way. I don't think that anybody could say that my personality sounds like some man has me somewhere crawling around on the ground or walking 10 paces behind him. So I'm not representing that. I'm representing strength. I'm saying that we have a lot of power. We have power to make heaven and hell for our men. And those words have a tendency to have a negative connotation for us because of how they were used against us during slavery and what we connect them to. But actually, the kind of submission that I'm referring to just means cooperation and agreement. I don't think that anybody could say that I represent a woman who is subjugated in any kind of way. I don't think that anybody could say that my personality sounds like some man has me somewhere crawling around on the ground or walking 10 paces behind him. So I'm not representing that. I'm representing strength. I'm saying that we have a lot of power. We have power to make heaven and hell for our men. And I'm saying, let's try making heaven. Let's try to build him up. If a man has his woman behind him, he will believe he can do anything. And all we need to do is to get our men to believe that they can do anything. And he'll be able to, do much better than he's doing now and come out of the pitiful condition he's in. As I said, I'm not exonerating him. I'm just saying that all of that strength that we have, let's use it in a more positive way instead of just going for self. Nobody told us that all of that being my own person and I'm independent would lead to separation and loneliness. But that's what we had to trade for that. In order to have certain kinds of success, we had to give up the man because we can't find a man who will compete with us on that level. As I said, we say he can't handle us or he's intimidated by the fact I make more money than him. I think that by judging our men on how much money he makes, we have lost a lot of good men.
Wow. She is really freaking cooking. She is really cooking. Hi, Nisha. Ow. Yes, period. Shout out to Nisha. Shout out to all the ladies of Unscrambled Minds. To my beautiful sisters who keep it real and unapologetically speak their truth. Shout out to my sisters, okay? Yes, peace. Listen, when I first heard this interview, I was stunned that a woman was speaking this way. Not in a negative way, family, but just in a more, I'm just surprised, period. Like, dang, I think I heard this like a few years ago. And I just wanted to kind of bring this back because I do think that a lot of us as women, women who want to grow, women who want to do better, evolve, be great moms to their children, etc. There is a lot of things that we have to go back and look at internally and try to correct, right, and fix. Because while we have been the social justice warriors, the leaders on the front lines, doing this for so long, I think that our men don't get the proper just due. And I think that, like what she said about being an independent woman and all of those things like that, I think a lot of those values and ideologies have gotten in the way of what the nuclear family is supposed to be about. And, I just thought she was cooking. And, it just makes you want to reflect, just like looking at us as an overall group and the ratio of our women that's not with our men. And the ratio of our men that is with, another race, and that's not to knock men who choose to be with another race. So I'm not knocking you guys. I'm just trying to look at it from an overall standing point of how often we see that and how can we eliminate that. That's all. So I don't want anyone to get offended or take anything personal because I think a lot of times that's what we do and we don't make room for improvement or to be able to listen to things that can make us better. So, and like I said, she's one of the people that people had a hard time accepting and trying to listen to, because she's saying things that's hard for the ear. That's, she's saying things that is hard for people to accept and people to understand and people to, resonate with, because a lot of times we are doing some of the things that she's saying. We're doing those things, and then we don't want to, I think we prove her right. Anytime anybody goes up against her, we're proving her right. We're proving her right. Period. Thank you, Naya. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry about your uncle. I wish him well in this time. I really do. I don't like to hear about things like this or any type of terrible accident. And I always pray for us to be well on the highways and byways and while we're traveling to and from and doing what we have to do to support and protect our families. So, I apologize, and, I send my sincerest condolences to you guys and just hope that everything goes well. And I'm sure that it will.
Because as Black women, if we decide that all of us are going to just determine whether or not we're going to have a man based on how much money he makes, then none of us have no man.
But
because most black men don't have no money.
There are many men
not a lot of money.
There are many men out there who don't want a woman.
That's absolutely true.
Who is not gainfully employed.
That's
just
true.
Works both ways.
And one of the things that I have always explained about that, Raven, is that for my lectures, which I do all over the country, so I can give Black people some ease and take some hysteria out of our communities that the book seems to have caused. I have security guards, not because of Black women. We're going to do just what we do. We're going to fuss and we're going to cuss or do a little something, But I have it because of Black men, because the Black man's guide to understand the Black woman puts the Black man on point. And it reminds him what he has allowed to happen to his woman and his family. Many Black men become intimidated. They don't want to take responsibility for their women. They don't want the challenge. They don't want to be put on point. So they become overwhelmed. And it's them that go off. That's why I have security, because most men know that this book puts the Black man on point. It just talks about what slavery has done to the Black woman, but it's really telling him what he has allowed to happen.
Let's go back to the book for just a moment. According to you, there are 3 types of Black women.
Yeah, they overlap a little bit.
Can you define that just very briefly for us?
Well, we have, I kind of number them, I think, as 1, 2, and 3, and I would call them lower class, middle level, and so-called upper class, and we certainly have to acknowledge that we have those levels in our society. We see them every day. That is not a put down to recognize that we have a lower class woman who perhaps lives on the street, who is an alcoholic, a bum, who is outdoors, who is
Yeah. So now I did see videos with her versus Iyanla, and maybe I'll play a little bit of that since y'all talking about it. I'll play a little bit after this, but I feel like I'm more so on her side. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of like the thought process. Yeah, and I can understand why she don't like a lot of women on the panel. Like, we got to grow up. We got to grow up, because what I hate to say is that a lot of us be doing that shit she's talking about, and nobody wants to accept or take a look at themselves with a mirror. Look at the man in the mirror. Like, you always blaming somebody else for something. So, and it's a lot of things our men have done. You damn right. Because I'm going to get on their ass. They not exempt from this conversation. But right now I'm starting with us because I'm a woman. So I don't really know, man. I just think that it's like we just got to be open. And that's what I be talking about. Just in all realms. We all not going to feel the same about every fucking thing. But everybody's opinion is valid. Especially when we all got the same skin color and we all walk this life in America and we all been through these things in this country. We all understand what it means to be, quote, Black in America. We all know. We know what it means to be women in America and being Black. And we know what it means to be a man Even though we're not physically men, we understand because we're all the same color and we're all under the same color of law, and how we're being treated is disgusting. But how we're treating each other is even more deplorable. Deplorable. Okay. So it's just, we don't be holding the respect that we need to hold. And it's like our men also need to be more respectful the same way. It's just too many people with all these thoughts. We all got something to say. We all have our way of thinking. You know what I mean? It's just like, I think it's about weighing the odds. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all lay y'all shit out on the table, and whichever one holds more weight, that's what you go with. Like, it don't gotta be a competition. So let's go. Shout out to everybody coming in. Peace and love to you guys.
Subject to abject poverty as because of a lack of education and proper training and personal hygiene and other kinds of information. She exists, and we need to reach her and try to raise her up differently, because many of these women have children, and we have to be responsible for them. We have the mid-class women who are the number twos, and they're kind of average. They try to do better than the lower level. And then, of course, we have the number three class, which is the so-called successful, Black woman who is tripping about the fact that she generally has a big job and a credit card or something,
But don't you want to see Black women accomplish something?
Yes, I absolutely do. But if we can't accomplish saving our race, then we have not made an accomplishment. We are looking at our man become endangered. He's already endangered. Over 60% of us are mid-class women who are the number twos. And they're kind of average. They try to do better than the lower level. And then, of course, we have the number three class, which is the so-called successful, Black woman who is tripping about the fact that she generally has a big job and a credit card or something,
But don't you want to see Black women accomplish something?
Yes, I absolutely do. But if we can't accomplish saving our race, then we have not made an accomplishment. We are looking at our man become endangered. He's already endangered. Over 60% of us are single, widowed, separated, or divorced as of last year. And so we're not.
Yeah, she ate this host up. She ate this woman up. I think that this woman is trying to condone the fact that, because women being successful, they have the right to tear down their man. No, you don't. You don't have the right to do that. You don't have the right to do that, ladies. That is wrong. It doesn't matter if you make more money than him or not. Now, what it is about is the collective unit. That's it. I don't know why we make things so difficult, young. Like, women should, and men, in their equal rights, should want to be successful, should want to take their family and themselves to the next level. You know what I mean? Like, but if you're going to be together, that needs to be a collective effort on both people's parts. I just don't understand what the problem be. What? See?
Not together. And there is one monolith in the Black community, Raven. If we don't reproduce children, then our nation, our race is going to die out here. And so we sometimes tend to look at Black men and say, yeah, they're in this bad condition. And we act like they're going to die out and we're going to live on. But that's not the way it's going to go. If the Black man dies, all of us are going to die, because he actually is the backbone of our nation. We can't produce a baby by ourselves, and going into other nationalities still just erases, our nation. And I'm trying to get us not to do that.
You have problems with interracial marriages.
Yeah, I'm not for that. Well, because of the fact that I think that God made a male and female of every nationality so that they could mate and reproduce. And I think in our particular case, a lot of us try to run to what I call race denial by trying to marry into other nationalities to try to get away from our own heritage. Many Black women do that, and certainly many Black men do that. So I'm trying to get them to.
And I think nowadays that is more so tipping toward the scale of men. I 100% agree with her, though, in her statement. She's correct. A lot of people do want to get away from who they are by marrying into other races of people, but it's not going to change. It ain't going to change who you are, and it's not going to wash it out. None of that. I mean, it will wash it out. If you go with a white person, then you have kids with a white person, and then they are white, and then they go and get with a white person. All it does is eventually the Black will dilute out. But that's why we have to be together as one. Now, I'm not going to say like in 2024 that I have a problem with people dating who they want to date and marrying someone, even if it is outside of the race. I'm not here to talk to you about that. That's not what is given over here at all. At all, okay? Like, this is like really, really interesting to me. It really was. It was a good interview, and she really held her own.
Get back together and stop trying to marry and go into other races and infiltrate them with some of the nonsense that we bring as a result of our sad slavery history.
What if a woman says to you, well, I was alone and he came to me at a very vulnerable point in my life, whether he's Hispanic or from the Middle East, or he's Caucasian, white and Caucasian, doesn't matter. And she just says, he came to me at a very vulnerable point in my life, Scheherazade, and he's good to me, and he takes care of me.
It's not necessary for people to confess to me. I tell people all the time, I'm not taking a poll. This book is about self-examination and personal development. And if after reading this book, she thinks that she is still in the right place, then I don't have any control over that. I'm not out here as a judge. As I said, I haven't set myself up to say I'm the perfect Black woman. Everyone should be about me. I have the same problems that all the rest of y'all got. I'm just trying to work with it. And this book is so brutally honest. We've never had anybody just straight talk to us about our personal problems, what happens inside the Black home after the door is closed. And we have had a tendency to think that it's some kind of secret that nobody recognizes, that we don't get along. And we tend to think that somebody is going to pick this book up from some other nationality and think that all Black women are like the women that I describe in this book. That's totally impossible, because the things that I describe are visible and they're audible. You can see them or you can hear them. So nobody's going to mistakenly think you do these things if they don't see them or hear them coming out of your mouth or out of your actions. So there's no danger of people thinking that all of us do this.
Scheherazade, there are a lot of women out there who think, you don't like us, you don't like Black women.
Oh, yes, I do. I love Black women. I'm a Black woman myself, and I got 5 daughters and 4 sisters. So that would, be ridiculous of anybody to assume that. As I said, we have just never had anybody challenge us on our behavior. We've never had anybody to say, well, let's look at what we do. We know what he does, and he's wrong in a lot of what he does. But his wrongness, his guilt, does not ensure our innocence. We have a share in the problems that we have in the Black community. And just because we are dressed up and have a job does not mean that we don't practice some aberrant behaviors that end up infecting our homes and breaking up our relationships with our men and helping to hold him down. That's all I'm saying. So everyone can look at themselves. Every man can look at his own woman. This book has brought a lot of people together. This book has reunited a lot of couples who now understand what happened in their relationship. It's required reading in 15 historically Black colleges and 10 white colleges. Everyone must study what slavery did to the Black woman.
Like us, you don't like Black.
That's the only talking point that I don't like is, she keeps going back to slavery. I can understand why she's going back to slavery. It's because it's been the false narrative that has been penetrated in our history for so long. And they connect everything back to it. You know what I mean? So, like I said, when the issue comes up that not only so-called Black people or Negroes or these people they're calling African Americans today were enslaved solely, when it comes out that, white folks were enslaved too. You know what I'm saying? All of these narratives will have to be dispelled around our psyche and what they claim that this has done. Okay? This is Yeah.
Black women.
Oh, yes, I do. I love black women. I'm a black woman myself, and I got 5 daughters and 4 sisters. So that would, be ridiculous of anybody to assume that. As I said, we have just never had anybody challenge us on our behavior. We've never had anybody to say, well, let's look at what we do. We know what he does, and he's wrong in a lot of what he does. But his wrongness, his guilt does not ensure our innocence. We have a share in the problems that we have in the black community. And just because we are dressed up and have a job does not mean that
his guilt doesn't ensure our innocence. Nope.
We don't practice some aberrant behaviors that end up infecting our homes and breaking up our relationships with our men and helping to hold him down. That's all I'm saying. So everyone can look at themselves. Every man can look at his own woman. This book has brought a lot of people together. This book has reunited a lot of couples who now understand what happened in their relationship. It's required reading in 15 historically black colleges and 10 white colleges. Everyone must study what slavery did to the black woman. We have never looked at it as an independent study.
May I ask you, on what do you base your information?
Just research. Being a black woman myself, living here in the country, and I interviewed over 3,000 people. I interviewed 379 black men who were married to or dating white women, over 100 black women who were married to or dating white men, and a little over 2,000 black men and over 1,000 black women. And what I found is that we don't have a control group. There was no point in me listing all of their names because we don't have one set of Negroes that we could point at and say, okay, well, this particular group is not affected by slavery. All of us are affected by it. We just have not been able to identify the manifestation of that behavior and be able to trace it back to what the root was and how we got that way. A lot of the behavior we practice because it's trendy, it's popular in this country. And so we think.
And I agree with her. Ooh, okay. And I agree with her on that, especially when it comes down to how we discipline our children, how we handle ourselves overall. Like, a lot of that does have to do with the narratives and the accounts that they've put out there about our experience within a quote slave narrative or realm, right? Put some fire emojis. Let me know if y'all understand what I'm saying.
Think that that's just the thing to do.
Do you fault the black man for anything?
Yes, absolutely.
Briefly,
I fault him for lying.
For lying?
Yes.
About?
All kinds of things. He won't tell us the truth about his life because he knows that we can't handle the truth. And so he will lie to us about his activities and his life because it preserves the peace for him, he thinks. But we know that lies don't build a relationship. They create doubt, suspicion, and fear. And then we exhibit those behavior traits. And fear in the female is always translated as hostility. And so, see, it's a locked-in circle that I'm trying to get us to look at how these things are connected and what they produce. A lot of the anger and frustration we have at each other is really not even at each other. It's about our conditions. It's about something that's almost been genetically sent down through our womb because our men were not able to protect us. They were not able to keep the slave master from snatching our babies out of our womb, to allow us to have food or clothing. A lot of different kinds of things that happen to us that just make us tremble. They make us frightened. And so now.
That's interesting that when she said that men lie to women or lie to us because we can't handle the reality of their lives and what's actually going on. I find that very interesting because it made me, and rest in peace. I mean, I don't want to say rest in peace to be wrong, but I heard Nikki Giovanni passed away. So just real quick, let me just.
All I know that works in the world is a relationship.
Yes, all right.
Okay, that's all that's going to work. It takes two people to have a relationship.
Yeah, but the relationship.
If you don't have a dream, fake it.
But the relationship, you can't fake a dream.
You got to fake it because we don't have dreams these days. How the hell can you have a dream? For what?
Well, it isn't.
So everybody's jiving, but let's jive on that level.
If I love you, I can't lie to you.
Of course you can lie to me, and you will. If you love me and you're going off with Maddie someplace, you're lying to me. Because what the hell do I care about the truth? I care if you're there. But Billie Holiday say, hush now, don't explain.
All right, I accept that.
Of course you'll lie to me, because I don't even want to care. What does the truth matter? And why are you going to be truthful with me when you lie to everybody else? You lied when you smiled at that cracker down the job, right? Lie to me, smile. Treat me the same way you would treat him.
I can't treat you the way I treat him.
You must. Because I've caught the frowns and the anger. He's happy with you. Of course he doesn't know you're unhappy. You grin at him all day long. You come home and I catch hell because I love you. I get least of you. I get the very minimum. And I'm saying, fake it with me. Is that too much of the black woman to ask of the black man? For 10 years, so that we can get a child on his feet that says, yeah, father smiled at mother. He talked to me about school today. Who cares that you can read or can't read? Most Americans can't read. Most people can't read.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm going to go into the whole interview that I would like.
I think that the only thing that's changed in the last, since Martin Luther King, since 54, I think the only thing that's really changed is the black woman. And what
we're going to go back to her because I do want to analyze both of these women and both of it. It's two completely different standpoints. And it was interesting to hear James Baldwin say, and I love him, rest in peace to him too, to hear him say, like, I can't fake, I can't lie to you. I can't fake it with you. I found that very interesting that he said that. I mean, I don't know. It's just it's crazy how people could look at situations and analyze situations. You know what I mean? We all look at it differently. And I think it all depends on where you are in your life and your past experiences, because those all encapsulate who you are, family. Never forget that. How you grew up, what you've been through, your experiences, your highs, your lows, your accomplishments, the times where you failed. All of those things encapsulate who you are, and how you manifest that is what matters. How you project that and how that's being put out to people. That's what matters. Within your relationships, within that context, every context. And I think that we as women, we've been through so much, and we have to be mindful of that in the context of dealing with someone else.
Now it's to a point where everything that the man does, we have our total emotional balance, our self-esteem, our self-respect, everything that we stand for as a female, we have it tied right now to our men's genitals. And it depends on what he does with those about whether or not
let's talk about that for just a moment.
See, this is an intense topic.
Yes,
I just never get a chance to explain
One thing that I read over and over again in your book was regarding infidelity. And let me just make this here. You say in your book, there is no history of the black man settling down with one woman,
right,
and never desiring to have another, before slavery, during slavery, or after slavery. The black man has never been recorded to have just one woman.
Right. Well, I think there's some actual facts we can look at on that. Monogamy has failed for the white man in America.
But this is like saying it's okay.
It's not me saying it's okay. This is how they're living. I'm giving you the history of what their life is. Black men have
But I understand the point of not always wanting the negative transfer of energy all the time, like Debbie Downers. Totally. And I feel the same way, family. Like I just believe in trying to keep things at peace and positivity at the highest level in which I can do it. Because it's so easy to sulk into a negative mind frame and be in a space where you think everything is going wrong, it is wrong or whatever, instead of being able to open up your mind and be able to see where another person could be coming from, or whatever context you guys want to understand it from, right? And we got a lot of work to do. And it's crazy that she's saying this in the 1990s. In 1991, I was a baby, okay? Yeah. So just understand that this was going on even at the time when my mom was a young woman, and these were the issues. Like my father was just coming home from Desert Storm in 91.
haven't been waiting on me to tell them it's all.
Since I sent you an email, Copper Goddess. Oh, you said damn phone calls. Since I sent you the what you call, but it's all good. Right now I'm vibing out, and then I'll drop it when I'm ready. But right now I'm just vibing out, and you know, we're gonna comment on this, and then we're gonna go to that conversation with Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin and analyze a couple of other things as well. Definitely the black women's role in the women's suffrage movement is definitely something I'm going to cover tonight, because I believe that particular movement, you know, influenced a lot of our feminist ways and a lot of our feminist thinking. We had our women, especially more particular the women of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, you know, trying to encroach on a movement that really had nothing to do with our women, in my opinion. And you can't intertwine the two destinies, especially at a time where, you know, racial segregation was still a thing. You know, I just find it interesting how we were pressed to be in these kinds of spaces instead of just being okay with being within the space that we were in. I know a lot of people may not agree with that, you know what I mean? But like when you think about it now with different eyes from when you were a child, you'll see that, you know, us cooking for us is the best thing. You know, us shopping with us would be the best thing. Us building each other up would be the best thing. Us farming for us, you know, us taking care of each other in a hospital setting, us being lawyers and defending us, all of that shit. Our music being for us. Exactly, Dulcie. That's why I said I don't understand what was the big deal to do that. Now, I know some things, yes, obviously they had to fight for, but it's to a certain degree, I didn't 100% agree with a lot of that, because now it's created a hell of a divide and it's not cute.
All right to have more than one woman. Neither have white men. You know, this is just what they do. I'm not talking about fornication and adultery. I'm not talking about one night stands and running around rampant with other women. That's not the kinds of, when I say more than one woman relationship. Mm-hmm. I mean that before we came to America, our men had more than one wife and family. And we were satisfied with it because we had not met the monogamy idea. We had not met the American white woman who, you know, insists on certain kinds of values in her man. We had not learned envy and jealousy. All right. After coming here, those kinds of ideas were bred into us because of society and the mores that the Americans made up here. And so then we started to have problems with that.
You ain't going to tell me now, right here is where I don't agree, because you ain't going to tell me at any point in time in any civilization, no matter where the fuck you was at, that a woman wasn't jealous of another woman or envious of another woman. Because my mother even told me when I was little, you know, like never ever be intimidated or envious of another woman. There's always going to be someone who looks better, who, whatever the case may be. She said, but it don't take away from you and who you are. You have to love and embrace who you are and always believe that you're beautiful. I was told that as a young girl, to not ever be worried about the woman next to me, because she doesn't diminish me and I don't diminish her. We're all women and we're all beautiful, and it's not necessary. So I don't believe that in the context of a slave narrative that she's speaking in. So let's be clear what I'm trying to say here, because what she is speaking in is in context of a slave narrative that states that we were brought from Africa to America. And when we got to America, we've developed all of these envious ways or jealous traits. No, I don't agree with that. I believe that it don't matter where the fuck you at, honey. Women were always in competition and women were always motherfucking trying to one up a bitch. And it ain't cute. And I've never agreed with it. And that was always my issue within the dance realm. Always favoritism, always this and always that. It's always a favorite. You know what I mean? Like no one, you know, sometimes it would be uncomfortable. You couldn't always coexist together because, you know, it was always some other underlying BS going on. And that's why you have to be able to be confident in who you are and stand up strong. You know what I mean? And be able to walk in the light of who you are and know that your light doesn't diminish because of the woman next to you. It doesn't. So when she's speaking in this context, no, I don't agree. I think, you know, even back then, maybe it wasn't a lot of research into what we all know now as the true original people of America and knowing that this is our land. You know what I mean? Like, you know, maybe I don't know if she's aware of this information now. You know what I mean? But I know this is like over 30 years ago. So, yeah. So in context of her speaking in that sense, yeah, that's kind of crazy.
But I think that since it is apparent that most of them, not all of them, it's certainly up to the man, do love more than one woman. I got tons of mail. A lot of black men write and tell me that they have had two women for 5, 10, 15, and 20 years, and they can't even get the women to speak to each other. Sometimes they have two families.
Would I want to talk to a woman who's sharing perhaps the bed and the money and the social life with who I would deem as my man?
If you want to deal in reality, and if you are not insecure, and if you don't think that robs you of something, you would want to know them. If he loves her, you certainly should want to know her.
There are a lot of black women out there who say,
"Oh, I know they're mad about that idea. I understand, you know."
That would never hold water.
Wait a minute, that's not easy. And that's a frightening thought to most of us. And I don't like that. I'm not for that. I'm in agreement with everybody else. Our men ought to just have one woman. But that is not the reality. I'm trying to get us to deal with some reality for a change. Stop dealing with fantasy. Stop dealing with television. Stop dealing with imagination of how we wish things were. Let's deal with them how they are, what it is, present tense. And
but
if we
because
deal
that's
with that,
happening doesn't mean I have to like that or want to accept that.
No, that means that you can live in hell. That means you can live in doubt. That means that you can always be checking on your man. That means that you can be insecure and be, tearful. And that means you can be disappointed when you find out the real truth. And you don't want to have that in your life. None of us do. But in order not to have that, then we have to deal with some reality and recognize that men are not limited in the way that women are. Men are able to love more than one woman. I'm not talking about, as I said, just a random sexual relationship of fornication and adultery and all of that. I mean that there are many black men who have children by more than one woman. What is to become of those pointed when you find out the real truth?
See, now when you say that men can love more than one woman, now is that the same context for a woman? Can a woman love more than one man? See? It just goes back to all of this stuff. So I think what I'm trying to understand is that maybe it's not supposed to be a level playing field. I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding that. I took it back a tad bit so I could hear her again.
And you don't want to have that in your life. None of us do. But in order not to have that, then we have to deal with some reality and recognize that men are not limited in the way that women are. Men are able to love more than one woman. I'm not talking about, as I said, just a random sexual relationship of fornication and adultery and all of that. I mean that there are many black men who have children by more than one woman. What is to become of those children? They need their father.
Now, you say that once these relationships don't work and they start...
But see, that's where I feel like it's a discrepancy at, because if a man is to have multiple children, and we know obviously a lot of our men do, whether they're black, white, orange, green, blue, gray, right? My thing is that when you have a whole lot of children by different women, even you as one person, there's only 24 hours in a day. You still have to be able to, and I know this to be true in the Muslim religion, is that if you do have more than one woman, you have to treat them all the same and be able to give them all the same treatment. there's like, you can't lack with one. You have to be able to give them all the same treatment. Am I correct, y'all? I'm not a Muslim, so I don't know. But that's my understanding of it, is that when you have multiple wives as a Muslim person or man, you have to be able to take care of all of them on the equal level. It can't be all of that. And we know most of our men today, in a religious doctrine or not, cannot afford to have multiple women and take care of multiple children in different households. Most of these men are not motherfucking Nick Cannon or shit. And I know he could barely be there for all them damn kids. Okay, that's fine, Blade. I don't know nothing about her interaction with Sonetta and all of them. We gotta grow up. We supposed to be adults. And if we gonna have these conversations, they need to be had.
Breaking up or things start going bad at home, you say, she will cry and seek sympathy. During this period, the Black woman will remind the Black man of everything she has ever done for him.
Yeah, we do that.
She will try to make him feel guilty and ashamed of his decidedly outrageous behavior.
Absolutely.
She'll let the house go, and I quote you, to hell.
That's right.
She may stop cleaning, ironing, washing, and cooking.
And we withhold sex. That's a real tool we use. We do that.
But if you would cheat on me or walk out on me.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. We have to get into definition. Who told us that was cheating? Where did that idea come from that that's cheating? And I'm not saying that a lot of men are not just running around. I'm not talking about that. Mm-hmm. But if a woman finds out that her man has been with a woman while she's been with him for 3 or 4 or 5 years, that's a serious commitment and relationship. And if it hasn't taken anything from me, if I'm not going short of anything, and if this is what he thinks his responsibility is, then what kind of hell are you going to go through to prevent that? Since we cannot stop him, we have not been successful. The white woman has not been successful in stopping the white man from having another woman. They called them a mistress. We picked.
Woo. See, this is what people don't like right here. They don't like this.
Whole sex. That's a real tool we use. We do that.
But if you would cheat on me or walk out on me.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. We have to get into definition. Who told us that was cheating? Where did that idea come from that that's cheating? And I'm not saying that a lot of men are not just running around. I'm not talking about that.
So is she a Muslim? I don't want to assume. I think she is, though.
Mm-hmm. But if a woman finds out that her man has been with a woman while she's been with him for 3 or 4 or 5 years, that's a serious commitment and relationship. And if it hasn't taken anything from me, if I'm not going short of anything, and if this is what he thinks his responsibility is, then what kind of hell are you going to go through to prevent that? Since we cannot stop him, we have not been successful. The white woman has not been successful in stopping the white man from having another woman. They called them a mistress. We pick up a lot of that terminology. But a man who has 2 women, that's not necessarily a mistress. That's just his other woman. Now we got 2 choices. We can be the woman or the other woman. We don't have but those 2. Now, I know we don't like that. I don't like that, but that's the reality of our life at some point. Now, it's up to the man. But every man doesn't want 2 women, but those that do, they're going to do it.
What about our morals and our religion?
But those that do, they going to do it. They going to do it. They going to do it. So what you going to do? What you gonna cry in? You know what they like to say. What you gonna do? It's very, yeah.
Religion, whose morals? Not our religion, because we're not practicing the religion of Black people anymore. That was taken from us. We don't have our morals anymore. That was taken from us. So whose idea are you representing when you stand up for those values? Not ours. Somebody else's. Some other nationality, and it may work for them, but it doesn't work for us. It hasn't worked for anybody, really, but nobody wants to deal with the truth. Monogamy was only created because of the economics of it.
The Black Man's Guide to Understanding the Black Woman has been out for, what, over a year now?
March the 20th will be the first year anniversary. And for that anniversary, I'm releasing my new video. And the video is called The Black Man's Guide on Tour. And it is exciting.
I would assume it's pretty hot.
Yeah, it's hot, I tell you.
After writing this book, just take a moment before you answer.
Okay.
Do you regret anything about what you wrote? If you had the chance to do it all over again, would you perhaps soften some of the things that you said?
No, that doesn't require any in-depth thought. I've been asked that a lot, of course. No, I wouldn't, because, see, we always want some kind of instruction and help to come to us that doesn't affect the status quo. We want somebody to tell us some information or give us some instruction that doesn't require us to change. Okay? Mm-hmm. This book requires change. And one thing this book has done that I have really been pleased with, it has certainly reopened communications. And a lot of us as Black women, because of what here seems like it's just so radical, are willing to make a lot of concessions now and cooperate a lot of other kind of ways to keep from having to do any of these things that I list in here. So I have letters from Black men who just write and say, listen, thank you. My wife is cooking better meals now. I have letters from children that say, thank you. My mother quit her second job. She's home with us now at night. I have had Black men walk up to me on the street in New York and reach out to shake my hand and say thank you and just burst into tears. Yeah. And say, thanks, hey, I thought I'd never live to see the day.
Not to jump on your case or anything here, but just to say in defense, how many of those women are afraid of an open-handed slap in the face? You've been accused.
That's a terrible thing.
You have been accused of advocating violence.
No, see, that's a misconception. I'm trying to stop violence in the Black community. Now, we know, Raven, that domestic violence is at an all-time high in the Black community. Black men currently are kicking us, blacking our eyes, knocking our teeth out, stabbing us, shooting us. They're doing a lot of horrible things to us. All right? So what I'm trying to do is to put some direction on that. One of the problems we have is that we don't know that change happens in degrees and stages. So if we just tell our men, don't hit women, they're not going to do that any more than they're going to say no to drugs. You know, that doesn't work in that way, just to give that kind of instruction. So let's first put some controls on it. Let's get our men to recognize that they don't have to go off and brutalize us with their fists and hit us with weapons and kick us in the stomach and hit us in the breast.
But it's okay for him to hit me with his hand?
Wait a minute. I'm saying that if I can stop Black men from kicking and shooting and stabbing and stomping Black women and get them to just lightly tap us in the mouth, I will have saved a lot of lives and preserved a lot of families.
What kind of logic is that?
Well, they're not going to stop doing it completely. Now, let's deal with the reality of the statistics. You know, 40% of our women are brutalized. So I'm trying to get the men to stop doing that to us. The Red Cross suggests the same motion, and nobody's ever jumped on them. If a person gets hysterical, you slap them in the face to bring them back around to reality. And I'm not even saying a hard slap. And let's go over that, because that's something that's confused all over the country. I'm so tired.
Wow. See? And that's why we got to be careful. Like, Jaja, the only one that put a reasonable comment in the damn chat. Women need to stop and men need to stop. Women shouldn't raise their hand just as much as a man shouldn't raise it. No one should be raising their hand. We got to stop.
The national anthem of Black women. Now, at first I thought they were really upset, but I think it's been kind of a smokescreen. They're trying to use that to get Black men not to read the rest of the book. Okay, this is what it says. If the Black woman is brutalized repeatedly, the relationship will fail, and the Black man will possibly be arrested and charged with cowardly abusing a woman. This is not the goal. Make no mistake about it. No black eyes, no punching in the stomach, the breast, no stomping, and no uppercuts. Analyzing the options available to the Black man when the Black woman's mouth, verbal abuse has been proven to be just as violent and harmful as physical abuse. When her mouth becomes uncontrollably disrespectful, they total only a few. He can walk away from her, leave the house, get drunk. We know men do that. He can go to his other woman and complain. He can quit the relationship, leave the woman. He can try to argue back and lose. Nobody can out-argue us, okay? Or he can seek counseling or sympathy from friends. Now, those are the only options any man has when a woman is running off at the mouth to him. Or he can offer her a sound, open-handed slap in the mouth. That doesn't go from point A to Z. There's a lot of other options in there that our men use. I'm just describing what happens. Ordinarily, when he gets to that point 6, it's not a slap. It's a brutal hit with a fist. I'm trying to stop him from doing that to us. And I'm trying to get us to control it differently.
Violence should be
that's not advocating violence.
She said, that's not funny. She's wild, though, for saying that. You know, ain't nobody in the world going to agree with that. No one's going to agree with that. Yeah. Like, I don't mean to laugh, but what, lady? No. No. You can't tell them to smack her in the mouth. And I know it's the Black Men's Guide. So I'm trying to be neutral because I don't feel like anything that she said before this point was wrong. Because a man striking a woman, the power of that is completely different physically than somebody verbally giving you a 1-2, okay? So it's just the man should always be able to exhibit and exude self-control. And so should a woman.
Violence is already going on. I'm trying to stop it. I'm trying to put some controls on it.
Sherazade,
and that's something that people don't understand.
You are a mother.
Yes, I have 12 children.
How would you feel if your daughter called you at 2 a.m. in the morning and said, Mom, he hit me? Now, you're a mother now. You're a mother.
Well, I'm not emotional like that. I'd have to say what happened. Put him on the extension and let me find out what happened.
There are many women out there who would like to know, are you married?
Of course I'm married. Yeah, now you know I'm with a man. I'm not ashamed to say I need a man. No, I need a man. I'm one of those women. I had to have a man. I am not ashamed of that. My first husband died in 1985, unfortunately, of a heart attack. And I have a new husband now. And I've given the children to him, and we're raising them. And he's a very beautiful man. He's not afraid of me. He's not intimidated by me. And he knows me, and he has read the book. Okay, he is in agreement with my campaign, and all of my sons are in agreement with this. I have 7 sons, and they are very beautiful and very talented, and it's very interesting to see how, as a result of me teaching them differently, the girls that come there, they don't run the same game on them. You know, like they can't come into our house with the mini skirts on. Mm-hmm. They can't come in with the skin tight clothes on.
You are Muslim, may I add that?
Oh, of course,
okay.
But I'm not teaching our people religion.
Okay.
They already failed that course. I wouldn't dare try to teach black people religion.
But does that influence the way you
Well, Islam influences everything that goes on absolutely in the black community. Because that's what we were before we were brought here as slaves. So yes, it certainly has influenced my life.
I do agree.
Can I jump back for
just a moment? On religion, and I don't bring it into it like that. Sure.
I want to jump back for just a moment. You said
everything that she's saying, mostly, well, especially whatever this smack in the mouth thing is about. Yeah, that's going too far because when it's all said and done, that's still promoting violence. I know what you're saying, though. I know a black woman's mouth can be a lethal freaking weapon. But, you know, you can't, you know, we can't. We have to be the ones to say, hey, our mouths can't be lethal. Like, we can't promote a man to turn around and backsmack us. Woo! Woo! That girl never talk again. That's probably why she's saying that shit. Yeah, that's not the way to do it at all. I agree with all the women in the chat with that. And so it's like, damn, smack in the mouth. Woo. Yep, and that's why we need to control our mouth. Our mouth is what we need to do better with that, keeping a lower tone, just things like that. Like even me, like same thing. Shoot, 'cause sometimes some of the men in this environment really get me hot. And I be trying to keep my voice down. Sometimes my voice get up there, but I really want to work on just keeping that shit down, because really you can say what you gotta say in a calm tone, but ain't nobody gonna smack me in my mouth, but I will encourage women to do a better job with how we speak to our men and how we treat them, because they deserve to be treated with respect. Bottom line. But I think these days, submission got to be earned. These days, women, especially Black women, they ain't just submitting to no man. They not. They got to see that he's able to completely care for them and keep her safe. Bottom line, I don't got time to be playing with y'all. Not say he was a woman beater.
There are three kinds of Black women. Where do you fall?
Probably somewhere, the categories overlap, probably between the 2, 3.
And how do you criticize yourself?
Well, as I said, I work every day to be a better wife, better mother, and I have not said I'm perfect. I'm a victim of all of the things, just like all of the rest of us are. And I don't say that all Black women do everything in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything in the book, but all of us do some of them. And every time that we do them, then it serves to break up our relationship and run our men away from us, when that's not really what we want at all. We really want him to run toward us. But sometimes we function in such a way that makes him be outside looking for peace of mind with somebody else, because we withhold the peace because we're mad at him about something. I go around trying to tell Black women, if one of the things we can do for our men is just smile when we see him coming. If you get with these ideas, the first thing it'll do is relax the muscles in your face. You won't be so uptight all the time. It'll make you beautiful.
What are you teaching your daughters regarding to this philosophy?
That to be able to judge things on an unemotional basis, to try to go by the actual facts of what is presented to you instead of how you feel.
Yeah, it goes back to mutual understanding and respect. It goes back to mutual understanding and respect. That's what it goes back to. Like when I'm speaking, I'm not just speaking on one side. Maybe it sounds like I am, but I'm not. But King J. Ames, you going off in this chat for real. These comments is crazy. Okay. That's what I'm gonna say to your butt. But like, no, don't get upset. I'm just letting you know, like, it just it does. It's like his masculinity should be shown off the rip. That should not be a secret. His masculinity is gonna always shine through. He ain't gotta turn it on or off. It's gonna be there. First of all.
About it. Our people in general have a problem distinguishing between actual fact and opinion. And we think we have an option to reject the truth based on how we feel about it. And the truth doesn't change just because we feel a certain way about it. It remains the truth. So I teach them that.
Is this book semi-autobiographical?
Oh, absolutely not. Excuse me. Absolutely not. No.
But doesn't the average person that write a book, there's a little bit of him somewhere in what
I'm the writer here. You the TV host, and writers do not do that. You can write about anything you want to. And the only thing I regret is that I didn't write the Black Man's Guide to Understand the Black Woman Part 2, because there's some more. This is just all I put in one book. But I'm coming out with the Black Woman's Guide to Understand the Black Man. in 1993, probably.
Well, I will tell you right now, there'll be a lot of ladies.
Oh yeah, we return money
reaching.
every day. They're trying to buy it already, but I don't have it ready.
The most profound question, perhaps, that I can ask you right now: do you believe in what you're writing, or are you a very astute businesswoman making a buck?
Well,
I love Monday.com.
What's Monday.com?
You don't know Monday.com? This
Are
is
you a
Monday.com.
businesswoman?
I believe absolutely in what I'm writing. I wouldn't come out here and go through what I have to go through around the country every day. And I could be in a different city every day of the year. The demand is just that great. I read an article in Emerge magazine the other day. People have been writing in about my book as a result of an article they wrote a few months ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the editor put a note in the magazine, in the front of their magazine, that that's Emerge magazine now. That's supposed to be Black people coming out and so forth. They put a paragraph in there that said, we have been still getting letters on Shahrazad Ali's book, The Black Man's Guide to Understand the Black Woman, but we're not going to publish any more of them because we have decided that the book has made enough money. I thought that was the most ignorant remark. So I told myself,
No, yeah, I'm so glad you said it. I was going to pause my video and respond, but y'all taking care of it. So I ain't have to worry about it. Because I definitely was about to pause and respond because like, oh, wait. Literally. Nanya's telling the truth here. She's telling the truth here. You gonna know. All right. This one almost over.
my secretary, get him on the telephone. So I got that nigga on the phone. I said, has IBM made enough money? Has Nike, Reebok, AT&T? Why don't you go tell them people that they made enough money? You know, that's so silly that our people take an attitude of wanting to stifle someone else's success. The part that you mentioned in regard to me being a successful publisher and a female entrepreneur, absolutely. I have a great deal of insight about the publishing industry. I did this by myself. And you would think that somebody would want to do a story on that side, since obviously I know how to put together a successful project and carry it off into the second year now. But they don't want to deal with that, and they keep saying I've made enough money. And nobody even knows how much money I have made. They don't know what my responsibilities are. They do know I have 12 children, you know, but I thought that was such an ignorant remark for a Black person to make when all of the people who are making money off of Black people in our community, where it's not benefiting us at all. It's not helping us to grow or to change or to be better. And they never get addressed. They never get attacked. But they keep saying to me, you know, that I have made enough money. And they don't even know how much.
The irony in this is that you said you wish you could see more Black women taking more interest in the home. Well, you are a businesswoman. You're traveling all the time. Who's cooking your husband dinner tonight? My husband travels
with me a lot of the times. You all just don't know who he is because we can't let that out. No, he's with me a great deal of the time. I have a strong family, extended family structure. I have sisters, and my children are between the ages of 5 and 26. Mm-hmm. Now, if that 23, 24, and 25-year-old don't know how to take care of the children when I'm not there, then I have failed. But I haven't, because they do know how to carry on until I get back, you know.
Have you met any one Black woman that you do admire, who you think has done an excellent job?
Black women all of the time. Marva Collins. I just made a huge donation to the Marva Collins Preparatory School in Cincinnati in memory of my mother. Mm-hmm. I've donated to a lot of organizations around the country, you know, to help Black children. Mostly that's what I do. I don't donate any money that's going to be used for administrative costs. I don't do that. But if it's going to go directly to the children, I do that. A lot of Black women, you know, we've done, as I said, I represent that great strength that we have. I admire you for what you're doing. It takes a lot of courage to bring me in on a television show and let me just talk. A lot of people wouldn't do that, you know, and I wish you success in your career.
Thank you very much.
After I'm gone.
Shahrazad, do you have an opinion of the white woman?
Just that she's been an influence on us, and that not intentionally, she's just living her life. She didn't tell us to copy her, mm-hmm. you know, but the way the society is set up, we have copied a lot of her ideas, and a lot of the standards she sets for the white man, we have tried to set them for the Black man, except all of the things that are required for a man to have to meet those prerequisites, our men are kept from getting. You understand? So it's really a messed up situation. And so we make demands on our men that they just can't produce.
You've been on the talk show circuit for quite some time now.
10 months.
Do you find that even journalists and the highest degree have trouble remaining objective when they talk to you?
Yeah, most of them. In fact, what they do is on the newspaper interviews, they sit there and they're so nice. Oh, they're so wonderful. And then I leave town, and then I get a copy of the story in the mail. Oh God, they roast me alive. You know.
You write some pretty powerful stuff. It must be hard to even go in an airport.
Sometimes. Well, it certainly has allowed me to be recognized. You know, people, because I wear these crowns, you know, they recognize me in a lot of places. But most of the time, which is a story which has never been told, there are so many Black women who love me. There are so many Black women who, in fact, next week I'll be going to Baltimore. And there's a group there called the Black Women's Consciousness Raising Organization or something. And it's a Black women's group of 250 Black women, professional women. They have invited me into their convention to be the keynote speaker.
May I say,
I got Black women all over the country who are in support of this project. In fact, I just gave that lecture in Miami, and the man who invited me in was 78 years old. He said he thought he'd never live to see the day that the truth was told about our women. You know, he's a 78-year-old Black man who is still in business. He invited me in. Most of the people at the lecture were women. Most of the people who bought 2 and 3 books for their sons were women. Most of the people that bought books for their daughters who were getting married were women. You know, so it's been distorted of who actually is supporting this project. We have 30 million people out here. About 15 million of them have jobs. About 7 million of them can read or have disposable income to buy a book. And I haven't reached the market that I intend to reach in order to actually get this message to penetrate into our communities. The book being required reading is certainly going to help us to face some realities. Our young people want a different life. They don't want the failure that many of us have suffered. They have seen that this has not worked for many of us, and they want something different. They want to find out why they can't get along, why their mating techniques are failing for them, and why they're so frustrated, why there's so much game and nonsense in it. And this book will help them to do that.
Scheherazade Ali, it has been a pleasure, may I say, to have you today on our program. Can I just add something for just a moment? I had the opportunity to have lunch with you today.
Yes.
You are a very personable individual. You
Absolutely.
are sweet.
They just tried to make me a monster on television.
But can I say that if I didn't know about this book, on a first impression of you, I never would have thought you'd have written that.
Well, you may not have. Many of us have some talents that our larger communities can benefit from. You know, if I had met you somewhere, I might not have realized that you were a very popular and dedicated talk show host. I wouldn't have known that until you told me what you do. I believe that the message I'm trying to bring to my people is a message from God. I think that the only way our people get any message or information from God is through the people, and that this is a very important work I'm doing. This is not a game to me. It has a great emotional drain on me. People come against me with a lot of negative ideas. They come hard. They bring all the force that they have to bear, and I have to stand up under that.
How do you deal with that?
Well, I don't internalize. I don't let it go in. I expected us to have an emotional reaction, and I know that when you have a revolution or social change, the first reaction is emotional, but those people settle down. And so if I have to be the brunt of that in order for them to get to a better life, in order for us to have a better child, then I just have to take that. And of course, my own man has to absorb a lot of what I bring to him. Sometimes, every once in a while, somebody will get through and they'll say something that'll, just be so penetrating, say, wow, listen at that. But I just don't internalize it because I know that it's not me they really want to attack. They really want to just not have to take responsibility for their behavior. They don't want anyone to say that's wrong because most of the negative practices we have, we've been doing them so long, we think that they are right.
And I'll leave it right there. Hold up. I thought I had. Damn, that's not it. Okay. So what y'all think about that?
Tonight on Soul, a conversation between James Baldwin and Nikki Giovanni. And now, here to introduce the program is the producer of Soul, Ellis Hazen.
Good evening. I'm Ellis Hayslip, and I welcome you to another Soul episode. One of the miracles of this universe that we deal with is the way it can use something as cold and gray and as impersonal as an electron. These electrons that fill your television screen to bring you an experience as warm and as rich and as human as the program you're about to see. And we here at Soul are extremely proud that we have been able.
The responsibility that I was going to do my was
so edited.
There's never been anything.
I think I know when.
James Baldwin is also the author of the plays Blues for Mr. Charlie and The Amen Corner. Nikki, as most of our viewers know, is an old friend of Soul's and one of quite a few beautiful people who has always made her time, energy, and thinking available to us. She is the author of Black Feeling, Black Talk, Black Judgment, Recreation, Gemini, and Spin a Soft Black Song. She also edited an anthology of Black female voices titled Night Comes Softly. So here now are Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin in conversation.
Jimmy, I'm really curious. Why did you move to Europe?
Well, why or when?
Why? I think I know when.
I moved to Europe insofar as one can say I did. I moved to Europe first in 1948 because I was trying to become a writer and couldn't find in my surroundings, in my country, a certain stamina, a certain corroboration that I needed. For example, no one ever told me that Alexander Dumas was a mulatto, and no one had told me that Pushkin was black. And as far as I knew when I was very, very young, there had never been anything, as far as my father knew, which is much more important, there had never been anything called a black writer. You know.
There's still.
So when I was 24, I split. I came to Paris and worked and went home in 57 and worked and stayed and was based in New York, really, in and out, because work is on the one hand making speeches and on the other hand trying to write, you know. And I never was able to write in New York. So I would go out and do my work and come back and do my work, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I understand.
And that all ended in a way, or something else began after Martin Luther King was murdered. And I spent a long time in limbo. And at the moment I'm based in the south of France, but there wasn't any way ever to leave America. You know, I would be a fool to think that there was someplace I could go where I wouldn't carry myself with me, or there was some way for me to live if I pretended I didn't have the responsibilities which in fact I do have. Mm-hmm. So I'm, in a way, just living. I'm a cat trying to make it in the world, because I'm condemned to live in the world.
Condemned?
Condemned in the sense that when you're young and also when you're old, you would rather, have around you, the expected things, to know where everything is, and it's a little difficult, but it's very.
What she said since Martin Luther King, since 54, I think the only thing that's really changed is the black woman. And what she said.
I don't think she's changed. I think she's become more visible.
I think she's changed, because there was a time, let's say my mother, my aunts and things like that, they would say, okay, if that's the way you establish your manhood, mm-hmm. I'm going to go for it. Mm-hmm. And my generation says, hey, no good. Okay. You must establish a new base.
I'll agree with that.
And we are, as a group, demanding that a new base be established.
Yeah, but be careful as a woman of what you demand of a man.
I demand that he be a man.
Yeah, but you can't say,
the provision part.
Yeah, but you can't say you demand it. You have to suggest it.
That's your ego that says that. No, I demand it. Now you deal with that.
All right. Okay. I'll even go with that.
I demand that you be a man, and I don't think that that's asking too much. Because if I wanted a provision, instead I would get a camper. You know what I mean? I would get a camper that provides things. You know what I mean? You get an army surplus kit that provides things. I need a man, and black men have always been offered to provisions. People are either going to eat or starve to death. The men of the people were starving that they were still the men. Had to be that way. Through that horrendous kind of war, but it had to be that way because sometimes you are not able to feed your family. Sometimes you are not able to clothe your family. Do you then also deprive them of your manhood and of the input that a man has? Who teaches my son how to pee?
Yeah, but
you see?
Yeah, but you're talking. I agree with you. I see that very well. But it's one thing to be in a situation where you see that where you see a future, however bloody. And to be in a situation where you see no future at all.
But you are, it is incumbent.
If I know,
it is incumbent that you see a future.
If I know what I'm demanding of you, in some sense, makes sense. If I know the fact the kid is not eating today or tonight or tomorrow, in some way makes sense. Yeah, then I can be there. But if it doesn't make any sense, and if I don't see anything coming out of it at all.
Will he eat if you're not there?
If you're on welfare, you won't eat if I am there. That's the law. But I don't want to get bogged down into that. What I really mean is that, yes, a man can do that if he sees a way, if he sees that it means something. My father couldn't see that. And he was quite right. Because there wasn't anything.
There's something. Because all I know that works in the world is a relationship.
Yes, all right.
Okay, that's all that's going to work. It takes two people to have a relationship.
Yeah, but the relationship.
If you don't have a dream, fake it.
But the relationship, you can't fake a dream.
You got to fake it, because we don't have dreams these days. How the hell can you have a dream? For what?
Well, it isn't.
So everybody's jiving, but let's jive on that level.
If I love you, I can't lie to you.
Of course you can lie to me, and you will. If you love me and you're going off with Maddie someplace, you're lying to me. Because what the hell do I care about the truth? I care if you're there. Let Billie Holiday say, hush now, don't explain.
I told y'all about talking about people. King J.
And to me. Because what the hell do I care about the truth? I care if you're there. Let Billie Holiday jive on that level.
If I love you, I can't lie to you.
Of course you can lie to me, and you will. If you love me and you're going off with Maddie someplace, you're lying to me. Because what the hell do I care about the truth? I care if you're there. Let Billie Holiday say, hush now, don't explain.
All right, I accept that.
Of course you'll lie to me, because I don't even want to care. What does the truth matter? And why are you going to be truthful with me when you lie to everybody else? You lied when you smiled at that cracker down the job, right? Lie to me, smile. Treat me the same way you would treat him.
I can't treat you the way I treat him.
You must. Because I've caught the frowns and the anger. He's happy with you. Of course he doesn't know you're unhappy. You grin at him all day long. You come home and I catch hell. Because I love you, I get least of you. I get the very minimum. And I'm saying, fake it with me. Is that too much of the black woman to ask of the black man? For 10 years, so that we can get a child on his feet that says, yeah, father smiled at mother. He talked to me about school today. Who cares that you can read or can't read? Most Americans can't read. Most people can't read. They look at the pictures.
Baby, I know what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying, and I don't disagree. But no, I'm going to be honest and think about it really. I'm not so sure that is a human possibility. If I have to smile all day, and the cat on the job, the foreman, you don't understand why I'm smiling.
Mm-hmm.
Not because I want to smile. I'm smiling because the baby needs new shoes.
Y'all crazy. In the chat.
I can't give a performance all day on the job and come home and give a performance all night in the house.
Okay, so one of the performances will stop.
Yes. So you say And okay, I might be willing to go with it. But who's going to pay the rent?
The rent will get paid.
Look, baby, I'm willing to play it your way, but you have to see my point of view.
I see your point of view. But the rent will have to get paid.
The price of the rent is my smile.
No, no, no. I don't want you prostituting yourself. I demand.
I don't want you prostituting yourself either. One of us has got to work.
You'll work it. You will work it out because you are intelligent enough and you are sensitive enough. You are a man enough to work out a new system because we started off with everybody's protest now and we're back there again. As long as the assumptions are the same, nothing will change.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So we must corner ourselves to make a new assumption.
Okay, how about it?
In case it was sort of like left up in the air or somebody, like I didn't get it across. I really think that my father, Jones Giovanni, is a groovy cat, and he's lived with my mother now for 35 years under holy wedlock. And I think that that's good for them. I think that sort of thing worked for them. Mm-hmm. And I think that that's the main thing that they were able to love despite it all.
That's what we were talking about before.
Right, exactly.
And you, by the way, you do not have to tell me that you're your father. I knew that.
Yeah, I think he's a gas.
Yes,
I just don't want to marry him. Okay.
You
won't argue that. On a certain level, because I tend to be parochial, one thing, and I tend to care about Afro-Americans, which I would define as the sons and daughters of slaves and slave owners.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I have.
That doesn't, by the way, sound very parochial to me.
It's very parochial because I don't care about my third row brothers and sisters and things like that I'm sure I should. But as we...
You mean you're responsible for a certain situation?
I just can't deal with it.
Yes,
I think that if everybody dealt with their own little situation, if I deal with my block and you deal with your block, we'll have two good...
And Malcolm said that too.
Yeah. So when we deal with white as being like a state of... Well, Malcolm said everything, which I would grant.
Really?
He encompassed. But as we begin to try to deal, with the world, we find that a lot of things break down. And we find that frequently a white face goes with a white mind. Mm-hmm. Occasionally, a black face goes with a white mind.
Mm-hmm.
Very seldom, a white face will have a black mind. But we find the frequent situation is a white face has a white mind.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean? So for the few mistakes that you would make, it's unfortunate.
No, I know.
I wouldn't. To me, it's unfortunate.
I wouldn't argue that at all.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't argue that at all. No, it doesn't make any difference to me. As I said once somewhere, that a cop is a cop.
Well, cops are white.
And and he may be a very nice man. I haven't got the time to figure that out. All I know is he's got a uniform and a gun. I have to relate to him that way. That's the only way to relate to him at all. Because one of us is going. One of us may have to die.
One of us, in New York, there's a big campaign going on to humanize the policeman, and they have billboards upstate, and they have a picture of a big cop bending over this little blonde girl. Mm-hmm. And the sign say, and some people call him Pig. Mm-hmm. And I wanted to buy a billboard. I told a friend of mine, I want to buy a billboard and show this big cop and this 14-year-old kid with 30 bullets in him and saying some people call him Peacemaker.
You ought to do one thing. One thing Lorraine Hansberry said, get this photograph. When we had that famous meeting with Bobby Kennedy, Lorraine said to Bobby, who was also dead.
Everybody's dead.
Lorraine said to Bobby, in answer to something about black manhood. Jerome Smith had been talking about black men. And Lorraine said she wasn't worried about black men because they'd done very well, all things considered. She was very proud of them. But she told Bobby, she said, I'm very upset about the state of that civilization which produced that photograph of that white cop in Birmingham standing on that black woman's neck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that say for white manhood? But again, that's a moral position.
We
you follow what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
That means that we're on top of the situation by being on bottom. And many of us would like to see it the other way around.
I'm not quite that romantic, or even if you want to use the word moral, quite that moral. I simply know, I think I know. Look, I'm not a financier. I'm not a banker. I'm not a practical man, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And what I am And I know the choices I've had to make in my own life to be able to shave in the morning, to look myself in the face in the morning. Now, I'm not so moral as to sit here and say that if somebody had a gun pointed at my brother's head, that I would pray for him. You know, I'm not about to tell you, you know, that
Excuse me.
that I'm lighting candles every day and every night for the soul of J. Edgar Hoover. You know,
Yeah.
on one level, I'm not moral at all. I don't care what happens to Hoover and all his tribe at all. But I do care what happens to you. You know, and if I am moral, which I don't really think I am, but no, it's a word you keep bringing up.
I can find another word
Yeah,
for
I know. But the relationship between morality and power is a very subtle one. You know, because power, ultimately, with no morality, is not any longer power. You cannot call Spain a powerful nation. You can't call Franco a powerful man. He's got a whole nation in jail, but that's not power.
No.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know,
his game isn't running.
Precisely. Now, when our game starts running, and after all, baby, we have survived the roughest game in the history of the world.
Yeah.
You know, we really have. No matter what we say against ourselves, you know, no matter what our limits and hang-ups are, you know, we have come through something, you know, and if we can get this far, we can get further.
I just thought that was interesting. Just two different examples and two different perspectives. But also, it's a couple other things I want to go into too. I was thinking about these ugly motherfuckers today. They always talking shit.
She's a what? Guys,
in that scenario,
look. For everybody watching this shit, this is why I tell you guys, make more money than your girl, be a provider, be a protector, or else you guys are going to be subject to stupid black bitches like that. You're going to have to deal with the fuck you say here. She made the argument.
You're misogynist.
She's a what?
Whatever, you don't like girls.
Wait, what?
You don't like girls. You're very rude. It don't matter. You don't like girls and you don't like girls. You sit here and tell this girl right here that she's wrong. It don't matter. Y'all I got my grills in, so my words are gonna slur. I got my grills in. It don't matter. Like I just said, y'all don't like girls. Y'all are very. You want your opinion to matter because some way somehow you think that you're 100% right, and you're literally proving points that we're proving.
Now,
but
you're
really proving points.
both didn't answer.
Yeah, and they don't
answer right now. What was the term you said one more time?
I don't, man. I'm not taking my grills out. Go ahead.
Okay, what was the term?
Don't worry about it. You won't stick on it.
Look at this. What was the term?
Don't worry about it. Go ahead, sis.
Oh, yeah. So she only, okay. Yeah. So you made the argument, right? Which you actually agreed with. It was, she said.
Bro, these motherfuckers is so rude and disrespectful. Like, YouTube did right by snatching their shit because these guys right here, they shouldn't even been allowed to go on as long as they was.
Said that times have changed. Stupid. Women work and men need to act.
Third grade teacher.
Can you please stop interrupting? So you made the argument that times have changed. Women are working now and men should acquiesce to the new normal. Fair? Sexually and what they're attracted to.
Because they can still be feminine
Sure.
to that level.
And that's what you were saying too.
And I'm saying
I can put a guy on.
No, I didn't say I could put a guy on. What I said is if you have it all today and you lose it and your women cannot be there to help you,
Yes.
that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yes.
And I think that's a problem. If you have all this money and your man can't freaking not your man, you have all this money and something happens because tomorrow's not gonna help you out. Versus a bum that just be pretty.
For how long?
Just
when
be pretty.
Kanye West went and Kim Kardashian sold her the only game and gave him $1 million check.
Stop, because these two are talking right now, and you even admitted that you didn't listen to what she said. So
I don't care. I understand what she's saying.
So okay. So going back to what I was saying, right? So you're saying that men need to acquiesce to the new normal. Women work now. It should be a part of the procedure. And then you're adding to the argument saying, well, if you fall down, you need a woman that can help you. So men need to acquiesce to women working as well.
Yeah, there's a growth mindset and a fixed mindset.
You're strengthening her argument. Cool. This is why you're both wrong.
We're wrong because you said so.
I'm going to tell you why.
This is your podcast.
I'm going to tell you why. It's not just because it's my podcast.
Okay.
So you admitted earlier that you don't want two of you, correct?
Yeah. As far as prissy shit, getting cute, and stuff like that. Yeah.
You want a masculine guy?
Yes.
What if I told you? Because she mentioned Drake earlier, and you said you like Drake.
I never said I like Drake.
She didn't say that.
Never said that. I'm actually Kendrick.
Whatever.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. Because you had said something.
I didn't even say nothing
about Drake positive.
She said Drake. I didn't even say nothing about Drake.
Because she recited the verse, and you're like, I saw you nodding your head. So I know you gave some. Okay, so you were affirmative. You
that doesn't mean I'm not a Drake fan. I'm not Drake crazy. I don't care for Drake.
Okay, you're missing the point here.
Okay.
It's not a matter of if they are disrespectful. It's a matter that they are disrespectful. Period. Even if they are just talking to a select type of females or whatever, I still feel that these two young men are disrespectful. Now, especially towards Black women. And no matter who they are talking to, their opinion remains. And it's very interesting. But anyway, I'm not going to, because I see a lot of people left when I play Day Ass. So I see a lot of people don't like them either. So let's move here. This is a short one.
The Black woman's disrespect and rebellion against the leadership and the authority of the Black man is a direct cause of the breakdown in our Black family structure. Now, of course, there are many Black people who consider those fighting words because as Black women, we have never been subject to the kind of examination that our men have been subject to since we have been here. We have been somewhat protected and shielded from any kind of critiquing about our personal behavior, whereas our men have always been up for examination. The book is not an attack on Black women. I never said that all Black women do everything that I list in my book. None of us have lived long enough to do everything that I list in the book. But
that's not the one. Damn it. Hold on, y'all. Oh, yeah. So let me backtrack. So earlier, I said that I felt like I wanted to also discuss what I felt like was the reason behind why we have a lot of these issues going on. And why women are on the front lines of movements that they shouldn't be.
1800s shared members, goals, and methods. During the antebellum period, a group of former enslaved and freed women like Sojourner Truth, Harriet Tubman, worked with prominent Black men like Frederick Douglass and cooperated with women's rights activists like Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B. Anthony. The Seneca Falls Convention was the first women's rights convention in the United States. It was held in July of 1848 in, of all places, Seneca Falls, New York. The meeting launched what would be the women's suffrage movement. The Women's Rights Convention brought together 200 women and 40 men, including well-known feminists Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Black abolitionist Frederick Douglass. They came together to make the claim for full citizenship for women. The delegates believed women to be citizens not limited to their roles as wives and mothers. They agreed that American women were their own individuals who deserved their own political identity. In the language of the Constitution, they wrote, "We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men and women are created equal." Elizabeth Cady Stanton would open the convention with a speech stating, "We are assembled in protest of a form of government existing without consent of the governed to declare our right to be as free as man is free, to be represented in the government which we are taxed to support, to have such disgraceful laws as to give man the power to chastise and imprison women, to take the wages which she earns, the property which she inherits, and in case of separation, the children that she loves." The convention discussed 11 resolutions for women's rights. The resolutions called for Americans to regard any laws that place women in an inferior position to men as if they called it no force or authority. They called women to have equal rights in the church and equal rights for jobs. Of those 11 resolutions, all passed unanimously except for the 9th resolution, which called for women to have, in their words, to secure themselves the sacred right to elective franchise, the right to vote. Because the resolution was so divisive, Stanton and Frederick Douglass would give impassioned speeches in the defense of the 9th resolution, and it barely passed. What they didn't know at the time is the 9th resolution would eventually become the cornerstone of the suffrage movement. Throughout the antebellum and Civil War years, the women's rights movement and the Black rights movement were cultivated together, particularly in regards to voting rights. The arguments for women's suffrage became intertwined with debates for the rights of former slaves and what the meaning was of full citizenship. By the late 1860s, the Reconstruction era leaders of both movements disagreed on the relationship between the movements. Even though this conflict existed between the two movements, they officially came together to form the Equal Rights Association in 1866. This organization was designed to combine the resources and energy of the Black and women's suffrage movements together. Their relationship still remained tenuous, with Susan B. Anthony stating in a meeting with Frederick Douglass in 1866, "I would cut off my right arm of mine before I ever work or demand a ballot for the Negro and not the woman." The passage of 2 amendments during Reconstruction further strained this tenuous relationship between the Black and the women's rights movement. In 1868, the 14th Amendment was passed. The first section, and the most popular, affirmed the rights of new free Black men and women. The law stated that everyone born in the United States, including former slaves, were American citizens, and no state could pass a law that took away their rights to life, liberty, or property. The second section of the 14th Amendment was the most problematic. It added the first mention of gender into the Constitution. It declared that all males over the age of 21 should be able to vote. The insertion of the word male into the Constitution represented a brand new challenge for women's rights. For the first time, the Constitution asserted that men, not women, had the right to vote. Prior to this, only states had restricted the right to vote to men. Elizabeth Cady Stanton would say, if the word male to be inserted in the Constitution, it will take us at least a century to remove it. With the passage of the 14th Amendment, it caused women's suffrage groups to move away from the Republican Party and the political system as a whole over what they perceived to be a betrayal. Meanwhile, Black suffragists moved themselves more closely to the Republican Party. At the time, the Republican Party was the more progressive of the two parties, with the Democratic Party being decidedly more conservative. White suffragists did attempt to court the Democratic Party for legislative support, but the Democratic Party would not officially support women's suffrage movement and would only offer support in an attempt to discredit Republican support for Black suffrage. The women's rights movement would essentially completely disassociate itself from the entire political process. In contrast of the actions of the women's suffrage movement, the Black rights movement would move more closely to the Republican Party, and in turn, they would be more vocal in their support of Black suffrage. Ironically, the Black suffrage movement felt that combining the two movements together would deplete support for both, and that the goal of Black suffrage was more easily obtainable during the Reconstructive era. This caused Black activists to move more towards the Republican Party and distance themselves from the women's rights movement. During the final meeting of the American Equal Rights Association in 1869, the debate caused by issues of the 14th Amendment completely destroyed any desire for cooperation between the two movements. Frederick Douglass debated that the issue of race was more urgent of the two causes. Douglass would say the Black man needs suffrage to protect his life and property and to ensure him respect and education. Black male suffrage was portrayed as not only as a political right, but a physical necessity. Despite this, most women suffragists were unwilling to postpone women's suffrage for a Black man. the women's suffrage leadership was no longer interested in fighting for the enfranchisement of men who they considered to be inferior, and Black suffragists didn't see the point in devoting resources to a movement they perceived as lacking political support and overall relevance. Without the mutual respect for the two groups, the American Equal Rights Association was doomed. When the 15th Amendment was passed in 1870, which granted Black men the right to vote but made no reference to sex as a protected class, women suffragists were livid. They bitterly fought over whether they should support or oppose the 15th Amendment. Women rights activists Stanton and Susan B. Anthony objected to the new law because it enfranchised Black males while leaving white women disenfranchised. They wanted to be included with Black men in the 15th Amendment. While Lucy Stone supported the amendment because she felt that Black men needed the right to vote more than women, not just because it was a step in the right direction for equality, but because it was a matter of life and death.
See, I feel like right here, we shouldn't have been involved with zero of this. Zero. But let's carry on, because I'm not going to play all of this because it is long.
For Black men. This debate finally caused the Equal Rights Association to rip itself apart. The split between the two factions, with Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton forming the National Women's Suffrage Association and Lucy Stone forming the American Women's Suffrage Association. The collapse of the Equal Rights Association was a symbol of the split between women's suffrage and Black suffrage. After the split of the two suffrage organizations, they used completely different strategies to gain the right to vote. The more militant and all-female National Women's Suffrage Association was purely focused on women's enfranchisement, apart from equal rights and what they called manhood suffrage. They demanded that the 16th Amendment enfranchised citizens without regards to sex. They felt that women should focus on challenging the 14th Amendment by attempting to vote and forcing the debate in the courts, while focusing on state-level voting rights, then moving towards an eventual constitutional amendment. While the American Women's Suffrage Association continued to work with both males and females for equal rights of both races and sexes in a similar vein to the abolitionist movement. They would continue to support the 15th Amendment and universal suffrage while focusing on gaining women's right to vote at a state level and petitioning Congress to support a constitutional amendment. At this time, the National Women's Suffrage Association decided to employ more complex strategies to promote women's enfranchisement. Suffrage leaders formulated a legal strategy which argued that voting was one of the privileges and impunities of citizenship protected by the 14th Amendment. From 1868 to 1872, hundreds of Black and white women suffragists registered and voted, hoping to bring the issue to the courts. Officials arrested some of these women while they filed suits and were charged with the crime. In 1874, the United States Supreme Court unanimously determined that the 14th Amendment was not intended to guarantee women's suffrage. It marked a serious setback not just for women's suffrage movement, but for the Black suffrage movement, and caused a refocused attention on a federal amendment. With the Compromise of 1877, this was a formal agreement between Southern Democrats and allies of Republican Rutherford Hayes to settle the result of the 1876 presidential election. But the major impact was the withdrawal of federal troops from the South. This marked the official end of Reconstruction. Southern states created elaborate segregation and disenfranchisement measures, such as poll taxes, literacy tests, grandfather clause, criminal laws that stripped convicted felons of their voting rights, and the Supreme Court upheld them all as constitutional.
Whew. Peace and love, everybody. Shout out to my beautiful chat. Everybody that's been hanging out. Giatos, Blade, Of course, my beautiful baby, Talk with Unscrambled Minds, Dulcinea. Enoch, 0407, the American Indian. My sister, Copper Goddess. Ty Dash, welcome to my chat. Thank you so much for commenting and coming through. Thank you. Marco Power, peace and love. Salute to you. Of course, Anisha, salute to you, sister. Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always go. Keep it down, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always go. Keep it down, slow mo.
Yes, peace and love to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Hey, y'all, peace and love. Shout out to everyone that's in and out. I hope y'all like the video. You know what I'm saying? Just like the video. I'll be happy with that.
Welcome to the untold stories of Black women in the women's suffrage movement. My name is Katie Hall, and I want you to join me as we explore women such as Susan B. Anthony and the Ida B. Wells was an African-American investigative journalist, educator, and an early leader in the civil rights movement. She was one of the founders of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. She arguably became the most famous Black woman in America during a life that was centered on combating prejudice and violence. She also fought for equality for African Americans, especially women.
Ida B. Wells, she sort of like embodies everything that the suffrage movement was about, everything that rights for women and specifically about Black women were about. I mean, this is a woman who came from adversity. She lost her parents at a young age. She helped raise her siblings, but she was able to get herself educated and to make a big impact on the rights for not just Black women, but women in general and for Black people in general.
Wells was born into slavery in Holly Springs, Mississippi, and freed by the Emancipation Proclamation during the American Civil War.
Okay. Let's just go back a little bit because some of that's not adding up to me.
Women in general and for Black people in general.
Women. She was a woman in America during a association for the advancement and an early leader in the civil rights movement. She was one of the founders of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. She arguably became the most famous Black woman in America during a life that was centered on combating prejudice and violence. She also fought for equality for African Americans, especially women.
Ida B. Wells, she sort of like embodies everything that the suffrage movement, but she, women in general,
Springs, Mississippi.
Just Black, and for Black.
Wells was born into slavery in Holly Springs, Mississippi, and freed by the Emancipation Proclamation during the American Civil War. In 1870, African American men were granted the right to vote with the ratification of the 15th Amendment. However, poll taxes, literacy tests, fear, intimidation, and later Jim Crow laws were used in former slaveholding states to keep them from exercising their right to vote. At the age of 16, Ida lost both of her parents and her infant brother in 1878 due to the yellow fever epidemic. Wells moved with some of the siblings to Memphis, Tennessee, where she found better pay as a teacher. Soon she co-owned and wrote for the Memphis Free Speech and Headlight newspaper. In the 1890s, Wells documented lynching in the United States through her indictment called Southern Horrors Lynch Laws in all of its phases. Investigating frequent claims of whites that lynchings were reserved for Black criminals only, Wells exposed lynching as a barbaric practice of whites in the South used to intimidate and oppress African Americans who created economic and political competition. In a subsequent threat of loss of power for whites, a white mob destroyed her newspaper office and presses as her investigative reporting was carried nationally in Black-owned newspapers. After being forced to leave Memphis because of the 1892 expose she wrote about a lynching, Ida B. Wells starts the Alpha Suffrage Club in Chicago, one of the first and most influential African-American suffrage groups in Illinois. The group immediately sets out to mobilize and register Black men and women voters. In 1880s, Black reformers began organizing their own groups. In 1896, they founded the National Association of Colored Women, which became the largest federation of local Black women's clubs. Their motto was "Lifting as we climb."
22 women that did something a long time ago that were college students at the time are founders of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, of which I am a member, a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Those 22 women were college students, young women at the time, who saw the importance of the right to vote. So their first act of public service when they became an organization was marching in the Women's Suffrage March. Yes, they had to march in the back, but they were there, they were present, they were college students. And that took...
yes, they had to march in the back, but they were there. No, come on now. That is not nothing that we need to be... All right, I'll keep it cute.
Extreme bravery and extreme forethought, and for them to be, in their teens and 20s and leading in that way and leading the way for hundreds of thousands of women that are a part of the sorority now puts them on the top of my list as my heroes.
Stanton and fellow abolitionist Susan B. Anthony are introduced and quickly began collaborating on the women's suffrage movement. Their life work included fighting for both to end slavery and property ownership of women. Susan B. Anthony has become a controversial figure in recent years, as she is quoted saying that women deserve the vote more than Black men. Stanton, too, has been criticized for her views on extending voting rights to African Americans. She echoed Anthony's resentment that Black men were allowed to vote before women. The first Women's Rights Convention is held in Seneca Falls, New York, organized by Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott, who began drawing up parallels between the condition of the enslaved population and their own condition as prisoners within a patriarchal society. Women from all over the United States and abroad traveled to Washington, D.C. to participate in the march. Paul, working with Mary Church Terrell, allowed African American women to participate, but they had to march in the back of the parade. Prominent leaders like Ida B. Wells didn't agree with this decision. While she started in the back with the rest of the Black women, she ran to the front once the parade began to join the women in her state's delegation. Wells was outspoken regarding her beliefs as a Black female activist and faced regular public disapproval, including that of leaders with diverging viewpoints from both the civil rights movement and the women's suffrage movement. Establishing several notable women's organizations, Wells was a skilled and persuasive speaker and traveled nationally and internationally on lecture tours.
Control and domination, that's the goal of all power systems.
Anna Julia Cooper was born a slave August 10, 1858 in North Carolina. She graduated from Oberlin College in 1884. In 1902, she was named the principal at M Street High School, and she was an educator there through 1930. At the age of 67, she received her PhD in 1925.
So I think that we have come a long ways. If you look, you will see Black women in all professions doing all kinds of things. They're working as CEOs, they're partners, they're surgeons. So we are doing a lot of things. We've come a long way. However, we still face many of the same issues that we faced, maybe not so much in 1920, but we still face issues that hold us back. We still have not broken all the way through the glass ceiling. We still are striving to do that.
Thank you for joining us as we explore the untold stories of Black women during the women's suffrage movement.
I'm sorry, y'all. Peace and love to everybody. Hi, Dots. Got the nerve to be chewing. Dulce, you on point because hold on. Because I went and did an even bigger one. Chewing down. Sorry, y'all. Eating. Hold up. I think I gotta borrow it. Probably gotta log in. But see, when I had saw that, I went to go look up the book. Hold up. Yeah, I went to go look up the book. Hold up. Damn, I thought I had to. Damn, I'm about to log in. Hold up. Give me 1 second, y'all. Peace and love to everybody. But yeah, that's the book by Ida B. Wells. Hold up. Let me go back. Let me see if I can open it somewhere else. Okay. All right, let me get into this. No damn pork chop. Lynching is color line murder. The lynching record for a quarter of a century merits thoughtful study of the American people. It presents three salient facts. First, lynching is the color line murder. Second, crimes against women is the excuse, not the cause. Third, it is a national crime and requires a national remedy. Proof that lynching follows the color line is to be found in the statistics which have been kept for the past 25 years. During the few years preceding this period, and while frontier law existed, the execution showed a majority of white victims. Later, however, as law courts and authorized judiciary extended into the far west, lynch law rapidly lessened. Its white victims became few and far between. Just as lynch law regime came to a close in the West, a new mob movement started in the South. This was wholly political, its purpose being to suppress the colored vote by intimidation and murder. Thousands of assassins banded together under the name Ku Klux Klans, Midnight Riders, Knights of the Golden Circle, etc. They spread a reign of terror by beating, shooting, and killing colored people. In a few years, the purpose was accomplished and the black vote was suppressed. But mob murder continued. From 1882, in which year 52 were lynched, down to the present, lynching has been along the color line. Mob murder increased yearly until in 1892, more than 200 victims were lynched, and statistics show that 3,284 men, women, and children have been put to death in this quarter of a century. During the last 10 years, from 1899 to 1908, inclusive to the number lynched was 959. Of this number, 102 were white, while the colored victims numbered 857. No other nation, civilized or savage, burns its criminals. Only under the stars and stripes is the human holocaust possible. 28 human beings being burned at the stake, one of them a woman and 2 children, is the awful indictment against American civilization, the gruesome tribute which the nation pays to the color line. Why is the mob murder permitted by a Christian nation? What is the cause of this awful slaughter? This question is answered almost daily. Always the same shameless falsehood that Negroes are lynched to protect womanhood. Standing before a Chattahoochee assemblage, John Temple Graves, at once champion of lynching and apologist for lynchers, said, "The mob stands today as the most potential bulwark between women of the South and such a carnival of crime as would infuriate the world and precipitate the annihilation of the Negro race. This is the never varying answer of lynchers and their apologists, all known that is true." Sorry, y'all, give me 1 second. 2 seconds. What in the world? Anyway, y'all, this is crazy. Thank you, Dossie. The mob stands today as the most potential bulwark between the women of the South and such a carnival of crime. Okay. Oh, crap. She don't. Oh, that's the lie you was trying to highlight, Dossie. Okay. I see. Dossie. Okay. That's the lie you said that the man was saying. That Ida B. Wells said. Women above all was crazy. So clearly she's being inclusive. even going as far as to talk about white people being lynched as well. So let me keep going, because this is not that long. The mob stands today as the most potential bulwark between the women of the South and such a carnival of crime as would infuriate the world and precipitate the annihilation of the Negro race. This is the never-varying answer of lynchers and their apologists. All know that it's untrue. The cowardly lyncher reveals in murder, then seeks to shield himself from public execration by claiming devotion to women. But truth is, Mighty and the lynching record discloses the hypocrisy of the lyncher as well as his crime. The Springfield, Illinois mob rioted for 2 days in August 1908. The militia of the entire state was called out. 2 men were lynched. Hundreds of people driven from their homes, all because a white woman said a Negro assaulted her. A mad mob went to jail and tried to lynch the victim of her charge. Not being able to find him, they proceeded to pillage and burn down the town and to lynch 2 innocent men. Later, after the police had found the woman's charge was false, she published a retraction. The indictment was dismissed and intended victim discharged. But the language to women, 5 quarreling with white men, 2 colonizing Negroes, 1 throwing stones, 1 quarreling, 1 gambling. Is there a remedy, or will the nation confess that it cannot protect its citizens at home as well as abroad? Various remedies have been suggested to abolish the lynching infamy. Year after year, however, the butchery of men, women, and children continue in spite of plea and protest. Agitation, though helpful, will not alone stop the crime. Year after year, statistics are published, meetings are held, resolutions are adopted, and yet lynchings go on. Public sentiment does measurably decrease the sway of mob law. However, the irresponsible, bloodthirsty criminals who swept through the streets of Springfield beat an inoffensive, law-abiding citizen to death in one part of the town. In another, they tortured and shot a man to death who, for 60 years, had made a reputation for honesty, integrity, and sobriety, had raised a family, and had accumulated property. These mob members were not deterred from their heinous crimes by either education or agitation. The only certain remedy is an appeal to law. Lawbreakers must be made to know that human life is sacred and that every citizen of this country is first a citizen of the United States, and secondly, a citizen of the state in which he belongs. This nation must assert itself and protect its federal citizenship at home as well as abroad. The strong arm of the government must reach across state lines whenever unbridled lawlessness defies state laws. It must Okay, there you go. It must lynch victims were dead. Hundreds were homeless, and Illinois was disgraced. As a final and complete refutation of the charge that lynching is occasioned by crimes against women, a partial record of lynchings is cited. 285 persons were lynched for causes as follows: unknown cause, 92, no cause, 10, race prejudice, 49, miscegenation, 7, informing, 12, making threats, 11, keeping saloon, 3, practicing fraud, 5, practicing voodooism, 1, refusing evidence, 2, political causes, 5, disputing, 1, disobeying quarantine regulations, 2, slapping a child, 1, turning state evidence, 3, protecting a Negro, 1, to prevent giving evidence, 1, knowledge of larceny, 1, writing letter to white women, 1, asking white women to marry, 1, jittling girl, 1, having smallpox, 1, concealing criminals, 2, threatening political exposure, 1, self-defense, 6, cruelty, 1, insulting gives to the individual under the stars and stripes. Yeah, I felt like I read that. In the measure of protection it gives to him when he travels in foreign lands. Federal protection of American citizenship is the remedy for lynching. Foreigners are rarely lynched in America. If by mistake one is lynched, the national government quickly pays the damages. The recent agitation in California against the Japanese compelled this nation to recognize that federal power must yet assert itself to protect the nation from the treason of sovereign states. Let's read that again. So I didn't read that. Insulting gives to the individual under the stars and stripes the same measure of protection it gives him when he travels in foreign lands. Federal protection of American citizenship is the remedy for lynching. Foreigners are rarely lynched in America. If by mistake one is lynched, the national government quickly pays the damages. The recent agitation in California against the Japanese compelled this nation to recognize that federal power must yet assert itself to protect the nation from treason of sovereign states. Thousands of American citizens have been put to death, and no president has yet to raise his hand in effective protest. In contrast, a simple insult to a native of Japan was quite sufficient to stir the government at Washington to prevent the threatened wrong. If the government has power to protect a foreigner from insult, certainly it has power to save a citizen's life. We should create a shield to the innocent. The practical remedy has been more than once suggested in Congress. Senator Gallagher of New Hampshire called for an investigation with the view of ascertaining whether there is a remedy for lynching which Congress may apply. The Senate committee has under a consideration bill drawn by A.E. Pillsbury, formerly Attorney General of Massachusetts. It provides for federal prosecution of lynchers in cases where the state fails to protect citizens or foreigners. Both of these resolutions indicate that the attention of the nation has been called to this phase of the lynching question. As a final word, it would be a beginning in the right direction if this conference acted to establish a bureau for the investigation and publication of details of every lynching. Such action would indicate to the public that an influential body of citizens has made its duty to give the opinion all over the country against lynching for the sake of the country's fair name. And lastly, but by no means least, to try to influence the daily papers of the country to refuse to become accessory to mobs either before or after the fact. Several of the greatest riots and most brutal burnt offerings of the mobs have been suggested and incited by the daily papers of offending community. If the newspaper which suggests lynching in its account of an alleged crime could be held legally as well as morally responsible for reporting that the threats of lynching were heard, or it is feared that if the guilty one is caught, he will be lynched, or there will be cries of lynch him, and the only reason that the threat was not carried out was because no leader appeared a long step towards a remedy will have been taken. Yeah. They always making laws for other motherfuckers. They never got laws for us. And that's crazy that a citizen could get freaking killed, but a foreigner, oh hell no. And I feel like it's like that today. You cannot kill a foreigner in the United States. Hey, LQK. I didn't even see you, bro.
Hey, what's going on, sis? Yeah, I heard you eating, so I was coming up to help you read. We was trying to figure out what you was eating, either pork chop, chicken, cookie, toast, you know what I mean? We know it was crunchy. Hey, what's going on, sis? Hey, great show.
Thank you.
Great show, always, man.
Yeah, I decided to come on. I know all the hitters out right now, but I decided to slide on in there.
One of the main hitters with you, though.
Sure.
I'm one of the main hitters with you, though, so it's all good. You know, it's enough for us to go around. Peace to the chat too, man. The chat family been going in tonight, man.
Yes, I love the chat.
So what is it that you eating though? You still haven't told her.
Because I know I shouldn't be eating it. And I'm eating it. And I don't want to speak it out loud.
Come on. Okay, all right. Okay. I told this.
No, it's just a Butterfinger.
Huh?
It's just a Butterfinger, y'all.
Oh, candy, y'all. Damn.
Candy.
I thought it was toast. Okay, it's a candy bar, y'all.
It's candy.
It's a candy bar.
That motherfucker was so good.
I don't know. See, hey, we was on the end hearing that shit. You like,
That was like,
shit.
damn.
We didn't know if it was the candy or somebody, you know.
This is the reason why I'm Big Mama now.
Yes. It was something you eating or something, someone was beside you or something. All we heard was
oh my goodness. What you think about the beginning? What you think about Shahrazad Ali?
I mean, for her to bring awareness to you know what I mean, to tell women that type of stuff like that, that's cool. But then when she say that it's okay for a man to have more than one wife, but you know what I mean, I knew it was some religious stuff then coming in. If a man has more than one wife, then his wife deserves to have more than one man. Is you gonna accept that?
Mm-hmm.
That's another question.
Exactly.
So if you're not about that life, then don't try to live that life. But when she was saying that at first, I thought she was saying like, yeah, you know, it has been a stigmata put on us and that we did, man, but like motherfucker just couldn't be with one woman at a time. You know what I mean? It was like, damn, you know what I mean? So, and then it came to a point where women couldn't be with one man at a time. Now we at this point now, shit, it's like, fuck, where do we go from here? You know what I mean? So, hey.
We gotta be accountable at some point, man. Like, you know, we all got a hand in it. And it's like, I just think it's an interesting opinion. Like I said, I didn't agree with everything she was saying, you know, but a lot of stuff I did agree with. And I do feel like there is work that has to be done on both ends, you know, a lot of healing, you know, that has to happen. And I feel like Jaja said it earlier that honestly, with us coming into who we are and what we know now, we are healing, and that's the beginning. And right. I just continue to do that.
And don't get it wrong. Don't get it wrong. Some niggas out here healing too. Don't get it wrong, sis. You know what I mean? Niggas out here healing too. You know what I mean? Niggas just now really start trusting women again. You know what I mean? Like, how I know that because I seen all those fathers at that school. You know what I mean? With the kids. So I know niggas starting to, you know what I mean? But you know, I didn't mean to say that, but I know men are starting to, you know what I mean? Believe back in home. And women are starting to believe back in men in home. You know what I mean? Balance is coming back. You know what I mean? You know, and you know, it takes time. You know what I'm saying? It takes time. But you know,
but we don't got a lot of time left.
Everybody just got to have accountability though for what they did or what they do. You know, as long as you got accountability, it ain't gonna be no problem.
It's
now you're gonna run through low shit because that's life. You know what I mean? But being together, being accountable for you and that other part, your counterpart being accountable for them, y'all gonna figure a way how to get through that.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But it's all good though. It's all good, sis. Keep doing what you do, man. Fire show.
Thank you.
Now the second part now.
Yeah.
Do you want to comment on what I said just now, sis?
No, I appreciate it. I just think that I just still feel like that healing is just gonna take so much more time, and I'm just wondering how much time do we have left, because it's like, I don't know, man. Like I see the conditions out here, and it's real bad. It's real bad. And sometimes I don't know what to attribute that to. Like, is that just a result of just us not being able to handle our affairs well? You know, like losing everything, selling everything, you know, not being able to manage ourselves, you know, whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? A lot of the financial burden is falling on one person, you know, and I just think that, like, outside of just like a regular relationship, you know what I'm saying? Like a mom, father, the nuclear family in the home all together. You know what I mean? I know that there is absolute plans out there to keep that divided and diminished. And I just feel like we add to it when we don't counteract those stereotypes and try our best to live in harmony one with another some way, somehow. Because this shit.
And keeping people out of your business.
Oh, yeah. That's the biggest one.
That's one of the biggest problems too, man. You know what I mean? And I mean to tell you, shout out to you too, sis. And I love it that you said, man, I just came on with a little lipstick. I ain't come out here like that. You still beautiful, sis. All right?
Yeah.
I know you are beautiful, sis. That's that real American Indian shit. You know what I'm talking about? Go ahead.
Shoot. I don't know why you didn't get no notifications, Smoke. You know they be trying to mess with me in the algorithm sometimes.
That's why I told you, sis, whenever you do a show, log on with another device, or either before you go, make sure you share it out on your community tab too.
Yeah, I did. I tagged a couple folks on that jump.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Trying to get everybody to come on through, but I know it's a busy night in the Aboriginal.
Hey, David, that was stupid. Talk about it's more women than men. Some of you chicks got to share.
So we got shit. Some of us got shit, man, huh?
Yeah, hey, oh shit, David,
he is sharing. Yeah, it's facts.
Oh, shit.
It's facts. I mean, because I agree with her though when she said you can't stop him, because you damn sure can't. And I ain't saying it's right what he doing, but you can't stop him. You can't. He gonna do whatever he wanna do.
Now on that second one, with Baldwin and the guy that's on there.
Mm-hmm.
Now when he say lie to me. Now when he said I can't lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that, because if I lie to you and I act fake, well, not lie to you, but I lie to you and act fake. If I do that to you, you know what I'm saying? If I do that to you, then I'm a fake person, period.
Mm.
You understand what I'm saying? Only a fake person can do fake shit.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Totally.
Trust me. A person who's solid ain't gonna do fake shit. That ain't even a thought to him. Other people might call it fake, but that ain't fake to him. You know what I mean? And he would not be lying. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy as shit what she said. And then in another way though, I understand what she was saying. She was like, well, shit, what I don't know don't hurt me. You understand what I'm saying? Like, even if you out here fucking around, still come home and tell me a lie. Tell me you love me or something, even if you don't. Like, I was like, damn. Like, that was kind of crazy, though. But, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was really telling, you know, to how many women, or just, you know, maybe women would just rather him just, you know, just show that you care. You know, it doesn't have to be so complex and hard to do.
Right. And I understand because, like, when you rolling with your homies them know you care. You know what I mean? Because y'all done been through some situations. So she at home like, but damn, she just want a little attention. show me some attention. You know what I mean? So that's what I got out of that too.
Yeah, I think that's what I got out of that conversation too. You know, which was being silly in the damn chat. King James Ames ass.
Yeah, that buzz big.
Terrible.
Hey, we had a good time in the chat though. We was tripping in the chat.
Terrible, okay. But for real though, I completely I understood where she was coming from, because I don't think any of us act a certain way in front of our boss, or if you got a boss, you know what I'm saying? Your behavior, you're not doing all that extra that you may give to someone that you love, you know, because a lot of times we do let off on people that we love, and we should not ever, you know, I ain't gonna say we should not ever, but sometimes they do bear the brunt of a lot of our pain sometimes, the pain that's often unexpressed. That's why I tell people to get a therapist. Because, you know.
Yeah, because you might not feel comfortable talking to somebody in your family or one of your friends, then because, you know, you might have seen them use somebody information to go against them, or you might know they talk a lot or some shit, and that shit, if you tell them something, it's going to be around
all over the family. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's why sometimes friends who don't even know, associates that you deal with that don't even know nobody in your family, sometimes you will find yourself confining in them, like where you can talk to them, because it can only go so far with them. You understand what I'm saying? But then you still keep that shit at a distance. You never name nobody personally. You just bring up situations to see what they thinking. But that'll be the only motherfucker besides a therapist that somebody will talk to. You know what I mean? Or feel comfortable with. Mm-hmm.
I think that it's so much shame in things that are mental health, shame that in things that are therapists are for anything. Oh yeah, or for those who can't, therapists are for those who can't talk to anyone of substance. Yeah. And not even just that. Sometimes you yourself, because you could talk to people, Smoke.
I don't think therapists is just for that though.
I hear what he's saying, but I feel like when you're talking to other motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying?
That's somebody that don't fucking know you at all.
Yeah, it's better that they don't know you.
Right.
Sometimes, because then that way they don't have a prejudgmental state about anything that you say to them or tell them. You I just recommend people don't lie to the therapist. Tell the truth.
Right. Now, straight smoke. Now they are there. They are there for those who can't talk to anyone with substance for that paper now. They there for that now. But some people really do need therapists to talk to. You know what I mean? You know, but then you got some boy, he there just to tell them what they want to hear to get that paper. You know what I'm saying? So you know, word.
Yeah, I do. I recommend it. You know what I mean?
Nah,
because
it's not trust issues. It's just some things I do not tell people in my family. It's some things that I will not tell my mama, and I'm an only child. I would tell my daddy, but I wouldn't tell my mama. Some things I would tell my mama that I wouldn't tell my daddy. Now, whether they tell each other, they'll never let me know, which I probably know. They husband and wife shit. I'm pretty sure they do talk. You know what I'm saying? But it's some things that I can find in with certain people with certain things. Motherfuckers can use your shit to try to hurt you. You know what I mean? And now if you use my shit to try to hurt me, now I got to come see you. Now I'm out to hurt you because I feel like you just wanted to hear what the fuck I had to say to try to use my shit against me. And now I feel fucked up. And now I'm going to take all that frustration and all that type of shit like that I wanted to express and was trying to express to you. I felt like you took that shit for granted, used my kindness for weakness. Now I got to fuck you up. So the shit that I want to do to my peoples, I'm going to do to you. And that's how people get locked up and all kind of shit happens and shit like that. Word.
Yes. Welcome, Straight Smoke.
Man, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. I mean, seriously, it's been such a great day. Such a great day. You know what? It's surprising to me. I am subscribed to you, Sharice, and I did not get a notification for your last 3 bills. Last 3.
Yeah, I don't
And
know
I'm
if they
subscribed to you. I'm talking about, like, press the all notification thing.
Yeah.
Peace, bro.
Nothing.
Peace, bro.
Hey,
Peace, my
OTK. I can't even. I can't go out. Well, I can't go without saying what's up to you, cuz.
That's what I'm about to
can't do
ask
that.
you. If you got a new device, like if you change phones, you got to go back into that fucking subscribe thing and hit all again.
Well,
if you got a new
like
device.
like I was gonna say is that this the dedicated line, this the dedicated line, this is what I feed, you know what I'm saying? This is what I put my how I do what I'm able to do when I can do it. I don't want to soak up too much because I got to use what I use as far as for my business. I got to still put out my messages, my notifications, and everything for my business. So I use up a lot of my you know what I'm saying? I use up a lot of mine, and it's good to get back with y'all. It's good to get back with y'all. And not that I have not been there, but the whole thing is this, here's where I'm coming from. Here's what I'm coming from. At this point, they're going to have to show us the documentation across seas. How about that? Why do we always have to show documentation here? What about your overseas documentation to support that? Yeah, I'm there now. I'm there now. I need to see anything of that hemisphere that's supporting what you're talking about. I'm talking about for real. At the same time, you're asking anything of us on this hemisphere or this landmass. I need to see that over there at the same damn time. At the same damn time. Let's go. I mean, let's really look at it from if we got to play tit for tat. Doesn't that sound like what it is? Or is it just me?
Do you have an opinion on what you heard, or you say you didn't get the notification, so you just pulled that?
I had to. Soon as I was on, I seen smoke signal was on, and then I had cut my phone off because I had to make sure my battery level was correct. And then when I popped back up, why didn't I see a notification for Sharice at all? But when I pulled up YouTube, guess what you were? You were live at this time. And it's like, hold on. Wait a bit. Smoke signal, I respect you, but that's my girl. Like real nigga shit. That's my girl. So that's why I'm over here. It's like, I did not get that at all. And I'm looking at it on my other device and this device, and it's showing me that it's subscribed to. Whenever you decide to do anything, I'm going to get a notification for it. Well, unfortunately, YouTube, you're lying.
Yeah, I feel like I ain't gonna try to say too much about YouTube, but the subscribers and the algorithm be getting messed with.
I'm just letting you know my experience, and
I ain't surprised.
It's not like I would not be there. It's not like I wouldn't be there. That's all. I'm sorry.
Let's go back to your comments real quick, Straight Smoke, before we drift off too far, because I want to talk about what you were putting in the chat now. And then what you said about therapy and people who need therapy, what you say is because they don't have anyone that they could talk to of substance. Is that what was stated? Can you elaborate more on that for me, please? Because I feel that comment and I understand I feel like I understand what you mean by that, but I do think it is a bigger, thought thought around
Okay,
this.
so
I mean, would you like?
I will elaborate on that. Thank you so much for even bringing that up. So what I'm saying is this. You don't have anyone that you can confide in. You're paying for someone to confide in. That's the problem. But you do have someone you can confide in that you don't have to pay. That's the problem. It's like a lot. I'll say this. A lot of people look over certain people because it's not what they want to hear from them or the mannerisms. Does that make sense? It's the mannerism that you're really looking for when you want to talk to someone versus someone that is actually trying to hear what you got to say and have an actual good response to what you're saying. It doesn't matter the rapport that you have with them. How do you even want to have or exchange information with someone like that if you don't have that solid rapport in them to trust them that they're going to tell you the truth?
I see what you're
How
saying.
do you do that?
Because you know that person can't hurt you. Because you know that person can't hurt you.
And also, go ahead, OTK. Go ahead.
I feel that people do that. They confide in certain people because they know the information that they talk to them about can't be used against them to hurt them. As versus if I tell somebody in my family. Now, everybody got somebody in their family they confide in certain goddamn things that they can tell them. You feel me? Like it's shit that I done told you that ain't nobody else in my family know, bro. You know why? Because I know you can't use that against me to hurt me, or you wouldn't, because I know who you is personally and the life you lead. You know what I mean? So we somewhat in like, you know, that we in that family shit. You know what I mean? So I can find you with family shit when I'm dealing with family shit. So I can find you to talk to you because I probably can get a fucking answer on how you might have did it, how you handle it. See the difference? A fucking therapist, you know.
Can I say this though? Can I say this one part though? Can this one part? Just this one part. When you go get a therapist, you gonna pay for that therapist. When you have a friend, you don't have to pay for a friend to listen. Am I wrong when I say that?
All right. No,
I
you're
don't
not.
think nobody disagree with that.
No, you're not. And here's what I'll say about talking to someone you don't know, right? So when it comes to talking to someone you don't know, even in that context, I understand you still have to build relationships. Even with friends, you still got to build rapport and you got to gain trust and you got to earn trust. And that's the same in retrospect to a therapist or someone in that type of position. You don't got to. Have you seen Antoine Fisher? He wouldn't talk to the man for weeks.
But you're still at a therapist that you're paying for, and you have to tell them about you so they can validate or scrutinize your thoughts.
No, they're not going to. It's never about scrutiny. I think it's about. I disagree. It's not about scrutiny. Not at all.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Maybe more on a constructive
criticism.
Side. Yeah, but don't we all need healthy criticism?
Yeah. Well, check this out.
I'm not saying we don't.
Hey, hold on. Smoke. Let me ask you this question real quick. Let me ask you this. In order to have something to talk about to where you even have to go to a therapist, it's a problem somewhere, correct? You feel you have a problem somewhere, correct? Yes or no? And then I'm going to get to my second part of my question. Yes or no?
Okay. I'm going to, all right. I'm just going to roll along what you're saying, okay?
No, I mean, dog, if somebody hires a therapist to go and talk to confine in and to talk about something, they have some kind of problem or issue, right? Correct? In their life.
Yes,
correct?
that is the overall goal of a therapist.
Okay then. So now, if you're going to somebody for a problem, you're supposed to be going to somebody to express your problems. Now, a therapist is supposed to be there to find out what caused the problem, because the solution always lies in the problem. Maybe you can't see it, but maybe because somebody don't need somebody outside of their rim to see it. That's all I'm saying. Somebody just say, like, if like back in the day when I was in the game, if I had game problems, I'm not gonna go talk to somebody that's in the game per se. I'm gonna go talk to somebody outside of the game to see what they would think if they was in it, just to get another point of view, or tell them what I was going through in the game, so they can be like, well, yo, you know what, dog, when I listen to your ass, I hear that you started this shit, or dog, it started because of you. That's therapy. But a therapist ain't there to fix you. If he's there to fix you, how is he gonna get paid? But when I talk to Sister Sharice about things, Sister Dosey, Sister Dots, and my brothers, them boys, back, and I talk to this person and that person about certain things, dog, it's therapy.
But I think he's talking more lines of talking to a professional versus talking to like friends or family or somebody you may know. I just think a therapist is a different level of professionalism. And also, like Correct. I said, they can't do certain things. Like they can't go and tell your business. They're bound by law. They're bound by HIPAA and a lot of other things. So I do think, like I said, with any relationship, even one with a therapist, rapport and trust has to be built, period. It doesn't make a difference. Even in that context, it's the same thing, regardless if you're paying for it, not paying for it, insurance paying for it, whatever. I think it goes in the same context that when you specifically said that you don't know them. I just think.
And can I say something really quick about this?
Right.
Yeah,
Hey,
peace
Dulcie.
everyone, peace OTK,
But
peace
Sister
Rachel.
Rita,
I just wanted to emphasize, because a lot of times we talk about it from a point of someone that doesn't have serious mental health issues, but a lot of times serious mental health issues are denied in our community. So therapists are really important, because your friends and family you can talk to, but they don't always even have the tools that you'll need. Like, say you're struggling with bipolar and you need someone to know that this is actually bipolarism, that it's like a chemical imbalance that you're experiencing that's making you have extreme mood changes. Just talking to someone and not getting that bipolar diagnosed could lead to you doing something as extreme as killing somebody, or even taking your own life. Deleting somebody or deleting yourself, because of the fact you need someone that actually has those tools in psychology to know those things. So I do understand where you're saying straight smoke, where it's like, it's not necessarily like, oh, well, you just need someone to talk to and someone's going to therapy instead of talking to a friend. It's like, oh, the trust aspect. But a lot of times it's bigger than that, because people are struggling mentally with things that they need therapy for.
Is it possible I can respond to you, Dawson?
Yeah, absolutely.
Shit, what if people in your family struggling from the same shit and never been diagnosed? That'd be crazy.
Yeah, a little kid actually killed his mom over a video game, because the mom was denying the diagnosis of the therapist, and then later she took the video game as a punishment, and he ended up shooting and killing her.
All right, straight smoke. Did you want to respond?
Go ahead, baby boy.
Oh yeah, I know how to just sit back and listen. Dulcie, Sharice, OTK, what I'm trying to get across is this. In order for you to have a therapist, you're either going to go pay for it, or you're going to do it outside of another realm of paying for it. Another realm. So what I'm saying is that inevitably you're putting, or you will have to do under some guys, tell the truth about some things. A lot of people don't get forced with that to tell the truth about some things. So my whole thing is that you can say to any friend however you want to say to any friend about anything that you're thinking about, but because that's just what it is. But when you're have a therapist, you're going to be bound by certain ways, acts, and other things to talk about serious things. So I don't want to gloss over that we need to understand that the things that people talk about with a therapist is not the same thing that we talk about in a close friend relationship, because there are levels to that, especially dealing on certain entities that most people have to go through without bringing up any other names or anything like that of people over the time that I have seen. But you understand why I hope y'all got it.
Yeah, but it sounds like when you dealing with close knit, that is a form of therapy, but it's also like we talking in a close net because I'm looking for a solution. So I'm talking to y'all more like for a solution. I'm not going to that therapist for like per se a solution. You know what I'm saying? I would be going to that therapist to talk about every fucking thing that I want to talk about, every and anything. You know what I mean? It can be something about how I felt 20, 30 years ago that nobody else don't care about him.
But I'm saying, OTK, that therapist is bound by law. Bound by law.
Not to say nothing.
Right. It's a total different thing.
You don't have to build up a trust issue to me, because he's
but
bound
they
by
can
law.
still get you help. They just bound by law not to incriminate you,
not to
give
out your
information. They can get you the help you need. Like, take for instance, you were saying like you have to tell the truth. That's not true. A therapist is trained. So take a narcissist. A narcissist doesn't tell the truth, but based on how they talk, the therapist can say this person's a narcissist, and then know how to help them with their relationships and how to ease off of their narcissism so they can have better relationships, because a narcissist is prone to making everything about them, having a lack of empathy and things like that a regular person may not be able to diagnose your narcissism.
Correct.
Okay, hold on right there. Hold on. Do you know that a therapist, you do know a therapist cannot make a diagnosis about you. They can only do one thing, suggest.
All right, well, let me tell you this right here. I don't know what kind of therapist that you know, but I know it done been plenty of therapists that done gave diagnoses in court cases. Now, whether or not they're credible, they have to prove their credibility first. That's the first step they have to go through. And then the judge will say, well, yeah, this is a credible witness. And everybody will have to accept that, both sides of the counsel. Now, it's been plenty of time where psychiatrists have gotten people diagnosed people the wrong way and got them locked up. We know this. We done seen cases of this. But just for instance, even a psychiatrist, all his information is not always forbidden, because let's take for instance the Menendez brothers that killed their parents. One of them confessed to the psychiatrist. He was recording them on tape. He could never go to the police. What he did, he was scared for his life, so he brought another diagnosed patient that he diagnosed, moved her into his house with his wife, and had her listen to their conversation. She ratted him out. The feds took over his possessions and shit like that, because he sworn to his secrecy. He couldn't just give the tapes up like that and couldn't tell. So it's levels to a psychiatrist also. It's levels to therapy.
Exactly. I just watched that, and I was going to use the Amber situation with Johnny Depp. Like, if you just took her on face value, she was abused. She's the victim of abuse based on what she was saying. But then they had to get a psychiatrist to come in to say, okay, how credible is she actually suffering from PTSD? Is this true? Different things that a victim would suffer and how a victim would then talk about their abuse versus a narcissist that is making it up. Someone, just you and me, sometimes we may have the tools to do that, but really most of us, we didn't actually go as far to be like, oh, I can really diagnose the person or really tell a person's mentality like that.
There
That's
you
why
go.
some people use narcissists
There
so
you
much.
go.
Like, everybody's a narcissist if you let
Everybody's
them
a
tell it.
narcissist.
But you gotta know,
Say it
the
again.
actual tools of being like, okay, how do they really diagnose this?
Exactly. Shout out to Dulcie, always coming in, kicking that shit, always keeping the source in the motherfucking chamber on their ass.
But no, I just that video you were showing of Ida B. Wells, I just had to go because I know how they make it seem. Same with Sojourner Truth. I was saying in the chat, they make it seem like she was just side by side with Susan B. Anthony and Margaret Sanger. Like, no.
All in the hand, and it was kumbaya, and the girls were all united. But I still feel like they shouldn't with that at all.
It's a lot of rich females that helped start what that was founding Sisters of the NAACP, boy. Because I got another one. The lady that it was a bunch of ladies who was rich who had that paper that helped found the NAACP too. They was like the backbones of that shit besides the white girl.
Calm down. Your mama coming.
Shout out to the new birth, man. Shout out to the new life, man. Another wild Indian came into this world, man. Shout out to Smoke, man. Little baby straight Smoke.
It can't stop me, baby. Ooh, baby. I'm on my Jada Kiss, bro. For real.
She said, stop singing.
Copper Goddess is you.
I'm trying to tell you.
You and Sachi flirting in the man, y'all, boy. Wild Indian shit. I tell you. See, she told you her.
Hey, I ain't gonna even sit here and lie to you. I ain't gonna even sit here and lie to you, bro. I ain't gonna sit here and lie to you. I can say this to each and every one of y'all. How would it feel to have a 3-month-old or a 4-month-old right now?
The way you feeling, happy than a motherfucker. Shit, smiling like a motherfucker. Good word,
man. I gotta tell you something. It's like the same time, the first time all over. It's the first time all over. And I love hearing every bit of this. Every bit of this.
Y'all remember this?
Oh, when I was beating up the flat earthers before he came. I've been beating them boys up, boy. They had to call Sanchez. Big dog.
Dang, they put the bat signal out. Like,
and look at I was beating Big Dog Philly OG them boy.
Bat signal.
What's this? What's this? Let me see this. Let me see
this. Is some old. I just pulled it up. Shoot, I just saw some. Because most of us that's right here was on this panel. I think Swolefish, Dorsey, me, Big Dog. Yeah. Let's see, because this is a 5 months.
Can I
ask
say
you a
one more
question?
thing about the feminist movement before we go on to? I wanted
Sure.
to say, because when they talk about it, of course, it's because they rewrote history and all the stuff that the CIA
Try
did with the
to.
feminist movement in our communities. But they make it sound like we were fighting for something before, like we couldn't own land, we couldn't operate things or whatever. We had to only depend on our husband. But I want you to go and look up Black Wall Street. Of course, O.W. Gurley, but look up his wife, Emma Gurley, and see all that she did for Black Wall Street. And she was the operator of the main hotel there. So I just want people to like look up the women of Black Wall Street, because we never had a problem with the men oppressing us or keeping us subjugated or keeping us down or saying we couldn't own things or be lawyers or any of that.
What?
We never had those
Whoever
problems.
say that, don't see, they need to wake up check, man. My grandmama was one of the biggest bootleggers and whole shit down around here. Not no man. Her and her daughters. Her sons, them now, they was the ass kickers now, you know, and her nephews, them now, they was the protection, but shit, they ran that shit. They held it down. And shit, you talking about the Gurley, you know, Todd Gurley, shout out to Todd Gurley, famous NFL player. He traced his family back to Black Wall Street.
Oh, that's what's up.
St. Louis Rams, yeah. Famous
Yeah, and I bet
back.
they had to report back to your grandma, like, hey.
Hell yeah, you goddamn right. Shit. Word, Big Mama. Shit. Grandma was the plug.
FBI, Department of Education, you know what I'm saying? But that's not that. Project 2025 was not written up by him himself. It was written up by the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative group that supported George Bush in the Bush era. And I don't exactly trust those people. You know what I'm saying?
All right, well, hold up. That conservative group that you're talking about, that same conservative group, do you know their founders and their foundation? See, now you're talking a little bit about politics, and that's where your boy OTK kind of rock with, you feel me? But you're talking about an organization that's been funding both sides of the presidency since existence.
No, that's not the Heritage Foundation. That's not the Heritage Foundation. That group we're talking about is AIPAC. It's called AIPAC, the American Israel Political.
No, bro. I'm talking about no, bro. Don't tell me what I'm talking about. Don't tell me what I'm talking about.
The Heritage Foundation is right wing strictly. They don't fund both sides.
Bet. No problem. I guarantee you, I would do a bill within the next 3 days on that. I got to bring up an old bill, and I'm gonna go back to the core of that. All of these people were Klansmen, and they pushed these presidents. And then they push both sides of these presidency. Nobody didn't know though, but they push both sides. If they push a Republican president, then the vice president they want to be Democratic. Do you remember this going on? Do you remember this going on back in the day? Okay.
Yeah. A lot of that went on. What I'm saying, though, brother, is the Heritage Foundation is a right-wing group. The main funder, because there are groups out there that fund both sides and pretend to be for one side. You absolutely right about that. But the
first Republican Party and the radicals, was they right-wing?
The first Republican, the original Republican Party
before the Reconstruction, before the Reconstruction, bro.
Yeah, it was the Abolitionist Party.
No.
That was pre-Civil War.
I'm talking about all of these. I'm talking about all of these black Republicans that was in Congress from South Carolina that was free blacks until Reconstruction. The radicals were their right wingers.
Yeah, they were. Most black Americans before the civil rights movement happened in the 19s. It started in the 40s, but it wasn't solidified until the 60s. But prior to that period,
go ahead, Straight Smoke. You wanted to elaborate on that, Straight Smoke?
No. Let it roll. I want to see this.
All right.
All I
Oh,
gotta
I
say is
want to see
OTK
this.
cooking. He's
Yes,
the
he is. OTK was swagging, being surgical.
Most Black Americans were, whether they were the free Black Americans. Let me be clear. They were Republicans. Even up to Martin Luther King, he was a Republican. One of the first Black political leaders that was apolitical was actually Malcolm X. Before that point, most of them were Republican leaning because the Ku Klux Klan was created by the Democratic Party after Reconstruction. The institution of slavery was funded by
Martin is what started people of color to start going Democratic.
I was just about to say,
After
boy,
the Kennedys got him out of jail.
Yeah.
Because he was going to get lynched. After they got him out of jail, he swung the whole vote that way. And that's how Kennedy won. Other than that, Kennedy was not going to win because Nixon, vice president candidate, or his political partner who was funding his shit, he the one who said, yo, we need to go ahead and give them I'm gonna keep it real. What he said, we need to go ahead and get them niggas to vote.
That was
said it on a live television show.
Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Everything good, bro. Everything. Listen, I know who these people is, but you see, I try not to call certain names, baby. Let these people go do some research, man. We can't make everything so easy. Yeah, we can't make everything so easy. But go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
To bring everything back to the subject, though, I personally believe that this event was not staged in the sense that somebody really took a shot at Trump. Because what happened is on the video, when you listen to the gunshots, first of all, you can't really tell what caliber you're hearing unless you hear it live, because microphones will pick up the gunshots depending on the distance and the how loud the shot is. You're not going to be able to judge what caliber is being fired. But based on the distance, you can estimate that it's, it couldn't have been a pistol round. It had to be a rifle round this caliber and up. Now, when you hear the first three shots, those sound similar. The microphone picks those up similarly because those are said to be the shots from the shooter. And then you hear a short barrage right after those three shots. And that was Secret Service returning fire. They say the shooter is dead. And the rumors on Twitter now is it was some guy by the name of Mark Violets that happened to be a member of Antifa. And Antifa is one of those groups that's funded by the political opposition, the Democratic Party, and they have been committing violence against Trump supporters since 2015 when Trump was campaigning. And nothing was ever really being done by the services. The mainstream media has been promoting these people like some kind of heroes that's fighting against the evil Trump that wants to, abolish the government or some shit. It's weird, man. But I don't know if this shit is staged or if it's real. Now, if it's staged, in my opinion, it's part of the Joe Biden show, where you got the fake president, the fake presidency, and all these fake events that are going to be broadcast to the public like they're real to shift people's political opinions. Because since Joe Biden's been in office, a lot of people that supported him don't support him anymore because gas is way high, food is high, cost of living is going up, and people just aren't happy about it. And sometimes that's all it takes to move voters because, unfortunately, they're not the brightest people.
I think I just caught their ass.
Let me say something right.
I think I just caught them.
I don't understand, like, if this stage event is from Trump, I don't know how it can be a Joe Biden circus. But check this out, citizen man. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm going to just play some videos of how a sniper rifle sounds from long distance, and we can compare them to the Trump video. Is that fair enough for y'all?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
No, sir.
Let's listen.
No, sir. No, sir. No qualification on what we're talking about.
If a sniper rifle was firing at Trump,
we couldn't hear it, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, bro. Make sure you gotta share your sound. Yep. Because you've been untook yourself out of the share. Once you got that thing shared, bro, all you got to do is go into your next tab and then share this instead, and you all the way up.
That's facts. Here it is right here. It's two different ways. I got it right now. So listen, if not what we about to hear is
hold on, real quick. Let me get it up. Don't describe it. Just let me get it up.
And what we about to hear is a long echo rifle shot. What the long echo mean is that if you were the target, what you would hear. Check it out.
You're not hearing shit if you the target.
This is a sniper shot shooting at you from far away.
You're not hearing shit
Now,
if you the target.
Now listen, we finna compare this to Donald Trump shit real quick, and just to give you a comparison now. Why I say what I'm saying, right? Because I deal with guns. Listen.
Okay.
Bro, compare that right there to this right here.
Right. Oh yeah, you know, you standing right next to that motherfucker.
Is the one of it's in the caliber of
because that's what you're hearing.
Rifles on the
you're the target, and that's what you're hearing. You're not hearing that as a target. Are you fucking ridiculous? Right. All right.
Go ahead, bro.
So, OTK, I'm gonna ask you: is that what a deer hears?
I can't speak for a deer, but I'm gonna tell you this.
Exactly. You're the target. You're the target.
Hold on now.
Get the fuck out of here.
I'm gonna tell you. Hey, hold on. Listen. But I'm gonna tell you. Senses that a fucking deer here, dog. That a deer got. Them bitches smell you before you even get a shot. Straight, real talk. Real, unless you in a stand in a tree and they up, walking up underneath you. When you in that woods, you gotta have dogs to walk. Somebody gotta be walking dogs to make them bitches jump out. Or them bitches smell you. Unless you got some type of spray or something. But let me tell you something.
What?
When you shooting, you can hear an echo depending on how far you are away.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Do you agree? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with that?
I don't know about sound. All I know is
no. OTK. Do you agree with she just played? Do you agree with that?
That sound? He said that's the sound. That's how you will hear in the distance the sound of a sniper gun. In the distance, if they're shooting at somebody else. They're not saying, he's not saying that the person will hear this. He's saying everybody else will hear this. This is the sound they will hear from a sniper rifle.
Yeah, long
do you agree with that?
Yeah, yes, that will be, if you off in the distance, that will be the sound that you will hear from a sniper rifle. If it's at a time. Yes.
Dude, I don't think you're being genuine.
I don't know what the fuck you want me to lie.
No,
it's genuine.
Because I got one. That doesn't make any sense. That does not make any sense. I bred myself and credit myself on being a clean shooter. That does not make any sense. When I go hunt, why would I want someone to hear me put one in the chamber? Why would I want that animal? You already know how sensitive everything they are.
Chill out.
That don't make sense.
So are you saying you have a silencer?
I don't know if your phone. Hold on. I don't know if your phone jumping or some shit like that. But it's not the sound in the chamber. It's the sound once he shoot.
Okay.
Not
all right.
Loading in the chamber, bro. Yeah. So in other words, say me and you hunting in the woods for a deer. I'm on one stand, you on another stand. I can hear when you shoot. Correct? Yes or no? Yes or no?
No, man, not like that.
Are you saying
whoa.
No, hold on. Hold on. No. Let me clean this up for what? Let me clean this up for my brother. Hold on, bro. Hold on. What I'm saying is that you do know how we shoot, right? You do know how we shoot, though. I mean, come on, bro.
Stop.
Because you might have to hit a litter of 6. Have you ever hit a litter of 4? A litter of 3?
Man, listen, man. Stop, bro. It don't matter if you're shooting a long range rifle without a silencer on it. You're gonna hear it if you're somewhere else.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I'm confused. Straight smoke. Are you?
Yeah. So you mean to tell me you never hear gunshot sounds? You never heard gunshot sounds before? He's saying that he never heard gunshot sounds before.
With a gun?
No, I'm trying to tell you, we do everything muzzled.
Being shot. That is what a route.
Oh man, it ain't about the muzzle, man. That's why we was calling the shit bullshit. Because if a sniper was doing it, he would have had a fucking silencer and all of that shit.
It would have been muzzled, my dude. Muzzled.
Oh, would you calm down?
What do you mean, calm down? I'm not even talking about.
Listen, that's what me and Sanchez was saying. Like, this couldn't have been no fucking sniper that shot at Trump. That's why he was showing what a real sniper rifle would have sounded like. But that shit that shot at Trump did not sound like that. That's what we were saying on that show. But the other dude in the suit, he was saying, yeah, it was a sniper. That's what I'm telling you. Calm down, bro. We saying the same thing you saying. If you listen to it.
Pull up a couple of shows of OTK cooking on their ass. This is a good one too, OTK.
Crazy.
No, they all died off. Bro,
Yeah,
I ain't say they
existed, but they died off. So that means that you're acknowledging that they existed. You said that they died off, so you're acknowledging that they existed. Now, I'm not twisting anything. You said that.
Your mouth. Hey, listen. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so you can listen more than you talk. You talk fast, but I listen real slow. Just always remember that. You're trying to throw a bunch of slide shots up in there.
No, I'm not. I'm saying 1 point.
No, you're talking Darwinism for one. I just didn't want to tell you, but you're talking Darwinism. And you're talking evolution. That's what you're talking about. If you believe everybody came from Africa, you believe in
I don't believe that. Your DNA proves that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Your DNA.
You believe it if you're regurgitating it.
No, I'm telling you that your MT DNA, your maternal DNA.
What DNA?
Your maternal, your maternal DNA.
What DNA? No, brother.
Your maternal DNA.
How far does DNA?
Every person that has
comes back to Africa, right?
Comes back to Africa.
We already been
European. If you're European, you're Chinese, you're Australian. They all your maternal with no breaks, no breaks. You can't deny that. You can't deny that.
Whoa.
Dulcie, what do you think about what he said right there?
I mean, that's what they all say because they don't understand DNA or anything. They all say they've been taught to say that.
And no shit, and a dosey, they don't know that.
And then next they'll say, well, if DNA isn't real, then how did they do paternity tests? If DNA isn't real, how do they catch the killers? Like it's just like all their talking points.
Dosey, they don't know how much fights we done had and how much studying we done going and did on this DNA.
That's a fact. And now they just released another thing because I was showing on Sonetta's show, before how, you have the matches and it'll bring up all these matches, but everyone is saying that is connected to Africa. Somehow they have no matches, even though they're majority African. Weird. But now they have a different thing where you can go into your actual origins where they're saying it because they added some new origins and it will connect different places. So when I go to my Nigeria that says I'm 31% Nigeria, it gives me my journeys or my family's journeys, and it connects it to South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. So my journeys in South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia are Nigerian.
Of course, it's supposed to be.
Make that
Did you hear what you? Okay, my bad. I'll wait.
No, go ahead.
I'm say what you want to say, Stay Small.
Make that make sense.
Oh, it's very simple because she said it right there herself. She said it right there herself. The new thing that they made up was to show the journeys. Correct, Dosey?
Right.
Oh,
Did you see where I'm going with this, right?
Break it
They're
down
showing
for
her.
though, Straight Smoke.
So sis, let me ask you this.
Okay. All right.
Was you still gonna ask? No, go ahead. I'm gonna ask you what you got going on too with this journey shit. I'm trying to find out how they got into this journey. Are you still filling out a tree on Ancestry that's tracing you back to South Carolina and these places?
I haven't found the direct ancestor that's South Carolina, but I do have the Virginia and North Carolina so far.
And those the same places that the journey is taking you.
Yeah, those are the same places that the journey is.
Wow, that's such a coincidence. That's such a coincidence.
Places.
So now they going off ancestry tree. Oh my God. I remember they said they was gonna start doing that. Go ahead, Straight Smoke. I just wanted to make sure. I knew them shit matched up. I already knew that. I already knew them shit was gonna match up. Go ahead, Straight. That's crazy as hell.
Well, we have to look at exactly what we're talking about. This is all new age technology. Bottom line, was any of this applicable in the 1910s, 20s, or 30s? How about that? Let's start right there. Was it applicable?
Absolutely not. This is something that would have been applicable in the 1990s, I think, maybe 80s at the earliest.
Oh, from what I understand, the rough draft of it came out in 89. The rough draft came out in 89. Who was the first person they tried to use DNS testing on? Is how you can understand how it became applicable when needed. You can't use it in a court of law. You can use it in a court of law when you want to convict somebody, but not with your ancestry. Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
And they don't even use markers. They're not saying, "Oh, this person is convicted because we think 80% of the markers matched up or anything like that." No, they're actually being like, okay, taking the DNA and being like, this is this person's DNA. It's not like, oh, these markers are alike, so we think this could be that person. But I thought you were going to go into the fact of Straight Smoke that it's showing that they're using South Carolina DNA, North Carolina DNA, Virginia DNA, and calling it Nigerian.
How about they're going to use whatever they want to use when they want to use it and say it is what it is, and you're not going to say shit about it? How about that?
Part.
How about that?
That part, because now they have a whole reference panel full of people from South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, but their reference panel has them under Nigeria?
No, they got you out under. They got you under. You're a fucking African. How about that?
Right.
Period. 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 Because you went along with the program. You went along with the program. That's the whole problem right there. You went along with the program. Nobody said nothing. The older people didn't say nothing. You know why the older people didn't say nothing? Because they thought it was going to benefit them. Straight up. You know what? I hate to be like this. I keep saying,
need to be like that. You need to be like that with your own.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother.
That's not the same everywhere, bro.
Not so much.
That's not
that
the same
been
everywhere.
Oh, okay, bro. Hold on 1 second. It's not so much. Hold on, bro. It's not so much that they've been duped. It's the point of matter that they accepted the terms of agreement. I'm not saying everybody was just dumb or duped or anything. They accepted the terms of agreement. And that's how we got to the point we are now. That's why they're giving you consistent terms and agreements. to make sure they're covering their ass. They know
Well,
that
but
you
I
are
will say that
already
I'm
not
against,
paying attention.
I'm not
They know
against
you're not paying
DNA,
attention.
and I believe that DNA, if you study it, DNA is going to debunk them. But what they actually, I agree with you, Straight Smoke, because what they bank on is the same thing I was saying, Sharice, with Ida D. Wells. They bank on the fact that you're not going to go and read her speeches. You're not going to go read what she wrote as a journalist. So they can
There
go
you go.
tell you this is what she meant, this is what she wrote. So that's the same with DNA. They expect you to not look at their studies yourself to see like what can DNA actually tell us and what DNA can't tell us, so you can come to your own conclusions. Because when you see the DNA is debunking their reference panels altogether, and Peace Dot, sorry, I'll say this one thing, that it's debunking their reference panels, and it's really tying you to people that are here, living people. It can't tie you to a land. It can only tie you to living people. And then when you see where those living people are from, they're never from Africa, even though you're supposedly majority African. Why? Because they're putting these reference panels that are instinctively American, and they're putting them under the African category.
Thank you. And I could not say it better myself. I am done. Thank you, Dulcie.
You know
I'm
why?
gonna clip that.
Dulcie, you know why? You know why they put that reference panel right there? Because that reference panel ties in with your genealogy when you do your genealogy on the ancestry tree.
OTK.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, what's up, Dots?
Yeah, let Dots get in there. Hey, Dots.
Oh shit, my bad, my bad.
It's all good. It's all good. Hey y'all. What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
I was saying, when you was asking, what would you say to that when the guy said that DNA proves that he's African? I said, yeah, it's interesting. DNA proves that you're African, but your genealogy says different, right? It's completely different. And we have a problem with DNA, especially when the iguana is more African than most quote unquote Black Americans living over here. Okay. How is that, Sway? Right? There's so many questions. And even Dulcie used to get a lot of slack for talking about DNA, right? She was everything but a child of God when she would talk about the fallacies, the issues, the problems, the inaccuracies with DNA, right? She was stupid, ditzy, dumb, X, Y, and Z. She doesn't understand science, that kind of thing, And then here we are, fast forward, a year later, and everything that she was spitting was right. But that's how it go.
Yes. That's why I wish you was here when this damn dummy was doing what he was doing. Listen to this.
Dulcie was an advocate for DNA at one time.
If my DNA can take me all the back with no breaks,
Marco.
my
Appreciate
DNA can also name my maternal names with no breaks. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
You talking about a physical name that you can change?
Man, come on, man. Quit dodging. Quit asking me a question upon a question. You saying all this DNA to maternal line, it doesn't break. It takes us all the way back to Africa. So therefore, our name should take us all the way back to Africa through our maternal line, correct?
And when you're referencing name, you're saying just your physical name that you create? James, John, Jacob, whatever.
Whatever is created.
Your name comes. Your name comes from.
The name of a river is created. Hold up,
Your name comes from time, situation.
Hold up. Listen, bro. Everything is created. The names that we call everything today, we put these names on these things. So that's created.
Absolutely. And that changes.
All right.
Why there's origination. You know the origin definition of gorilla? You know what the origin definition of gorilla? Like that's circumstantial.
I hate talking to a
Pause
smart
that real
nigga
quick, please.
who
Pause
act
that real
dumb.
quick, please.
That's
Pause
the worst thing. A smart nigga who act.
Did you hear that one part right there that man said versus OTK? He said your name comes from time and what?
Situation.
What did he say? Situation. Time and situation. My kids don't have situational names. What the fuck is you talking about? Think about that seriously. Your kid don't have no situational name. How you doing? Fair weather. My kid ain't called fair weather. That don't even make sense. Keep the language people are using that lets you know how they think. And I digress. Go ahead, bro. Sharice, please. Oh my God.
Yeah, this was insane. Like we battled, like I ain't gonna even say battled. We dealt with him for a long time trying to get an understanding. Because I really want to fast forward to the part where he was talking about the damn.
Can I ask a question while you forwarding? I didn't see the show, but I'm interested. So was Ed saying, what were some of the languages that Ed considered his native tongue? What do you guys remember? What did he say?
Shit, I don't remember exactly what he said. He just kept saying it wasn't English. Right. That's all he kept saying. That was his main basis. He didn't name a specific language from anywhere else. He just said that it wasn't English and we need to stop saying that English was the native tongue.
But he doesn't. Okay, but he didn't. He couldn't tell you one.
Right. Outside of whatever he could Google on the spot right there.
Can I go ahead and say that on the fly? Can I go ahead and say that on the fly? Who doesn't know that wasn't a trade language? How don't you know that was not a trade language? How don't you know that?
He kept saying it was a conqueror's language. That's why we speak
English. When before you can conquer anything, you had to do trade. You had to. That's the only reason that you have everything that you have.
Well, it's because they just regurgitate, because they'll say all day, every day, English is a European language, so we should know the origins. So where in Europe did English originate from? Then they get real quiet. You don't know. And if you go back, you'll be like, oh, the people that were speaking Welsh, that led to English? Well, that's completely different when you look up Welsh and how Welsh people speak.
And you know
then
what's
if you see the Middle English, that's going to be afterwards. People already knew American Sign Language by that time, the time that Middle English existed.
Correct. And I killed Chris Harris with that. I said Chris Harris.
OTK, real quickly. OTK, 1 second. Sorry, my last thing. I just want to say, but the coldest part about it is that if, let's say that they say, okay, a native language or my native African languages would be Wolof or Twi or something like that. The coldest part about that, though, is the language that they speak, the language that they learn in, the language that their books are written in, right? If I wanted to learn Twi or something like that, I would go get a book. Who interpreted it? Who translated their language? Wasn't it a European?
Yes.
So how African is that then? It's right when it goes back to Europe. That's the coldest part.
It's made up in the first place.
That right there is the whole conversation. Because you can't tell me your native language is some goddamn Twi, for example. And then when I go to look up who translated, when I go to look up who wrote it, it's some, it's usually some European. Let's keep that all the way funky. But how African is that?
But I wanted to say to you, OTK, you remember we read the white papers, right? Because I still believe in DNA. What did the white paper say that DNA is based on?
It's based on a paper trail and a reference panel. And once we saw that, it was a wrap.
Take the test.
Right, and what's the paper trail? What's paper trail?
Genealogy.
Who takes the test?
Exactly, genealogy. They do not have the DNA
paper trail is your
genealogy. So it is based in genealogy. So what they said is how they can maneuver it is because people lacking the proper genealogy, they'll still use it in the reference panel or not. That's what screws up the origins in the reference panels, because you don't even have to have the proper genealogy. But this whole DNA test is based on genealogy.
Correct. So now
right now, y'all.
So now what they're doing right now is
$30.
Y'all remember when Ancestry Tree at first came out? That shit was free. Everybody was on that shit. They had like fucking 90 days free, a year free in some states. Everybody was on that shit. They was connecting with people, but they was also finding 4 or 5 matches. But I was like, damn, what? If this is my people's and I'm putting in the right date and the right shit, why am I getting 5 other matches? You know what I'm saying? So you still got to make sure you pick the right one. So that right there is confusing to me. I stopped doing that shit right there. You know what I'm saying? So now once we started digging into this, to the people who actually came up with this shit, and we saw that white papers and we saw that they said they need a reference panel, and we went into a reference panel and we went into a paper trail. A paper trail, they say you can't be one without the other. If you got one without the other, it is not DNA. It's made up. And we say, oh shit, that's a dagger. And after that, that's when me and Dosey really, that's when they had no more to say after that. You need genealogy. Without that, you can't get no fucking DNA test. And then the DNA test, that lets you know. If you don't give them your genealogy, your DNA test is going to be whatever they tell you it is.
Yeah, and that's what I will say, that that is the positive of the DNA test. I mean, that's why you have to take out the parts that are just for entertainment only. The part that says I'm more prone to like running. I don't like running at all. That's just some fake DNA stuff. But anyway, but the real stuff, because they go hand in hand, they're supposed to. So when they don't go hand in hand, you already know that's fake. But when it goes hand in hand, it breaks down those leaves. Because that's how I was able to find certain people, because I had a cousin that I wasn't aware of. And then she came to me like, oh, is this your granddad, or how are you related to him? This is my dad. I'm like, oh yeah, that's my dad's uncle. And she's like, oh, okay, yes, then his dad is this and his wife is this. That's your great grandmother. And she was able to break everything down, which I wouldn't have met her if we both didn't take the DNA test. And that's the only thing you can use in DNA. If past that, it's not true. But then when DNA test, just to break down, so you have family members talking and y'all building y'all tree together.
Always open.
And it only goes back 200 years.
We had no other family connections to her. At the time, we thought she was born in 1930.
Finding.
Oh my God, my classmate was caught using ChatGPT. The professor was very angry.
My grandmother took a secret to her grave, and we just found out what it was. She passed back in 2002, and at the time we thought she was born in 1933. We knew her name. We knew that she was an orphan and she was an only child, that we had no other family connections to her whatsoever, and that her family line lived and died with her. So find me confused when our family gets results back from a 23andMe test telling us that we are African American, when my grandmother said that we were English. And I know looking at me, you're going to be very confused, because I am too. And currently my family is still figuring out all the details, so I don't have all the information. 23andMe matched my family up with a family in Virginia, which isn't too strange because my grandmother and my grandfather both met in Maryland and got married and ended up moving across the country. So when this family starts pulling out pictures of my grandmother and her 15 siblings, safe to say we were a little shocked. It turns out that Millicent Vaughn was born Mammy Vaughn back in 1927, not 33. She was born to a family of 15 children, all African American, living in Virginia. While her parents did die when she was young, she was not an orphan and an only child like she said she was. She had people taking care of her, and she had a whole family. It turns out that she had decided to run away from her family and completely exorcise herself from her identity. She picked up a new name, she picked up a new race, and she completely erased who she was. So now I have a whole new family, and it's surreal and it's strange, and there's this part of me that doesn't really know who I am. And I think what surprises me the most is the fact that her story is not uncommon for the US at that time. Because she was white passing, she chose to completely reinvent herself and go by a completely different name and racial identity just to create a better life for herself. And while I'm incredibly grateful for the privilege that her decision provided for me, I'm also incredibly sad and confused and excited because I have a whole new family that I didn't know that I had. We're still uncovering details and we're still learning so much, but sharing her story, I'm hopeful will bring other people to find out about their families and maybe uncover similar stories. No one should ever have to feel the need to completely change their identity and step away from their race and their entire family just to find a better life. That is heartbreaking and that is so sad, and that was so common at the time. I'm heartbroken for my grandmother since she never got to actually live her life as herself, but I'm so excited as for what this means for my family moving forward. As for anyone with similar stories, I would love to hear.
Yes. So she also showed pictures of the lady too.
Here are some pictures of my grandmother. For starters, I will say she is just a stunner. I think she's one of the most beautiful women that's ever walked the earth. Look at her, giving very much Lena Horne vibes. Just a movie star. Wow. This is her a little older. She'd gotten a nose job, definitely lighter hair. She's very vain and dealt with a lot of body issues as well, which I can get into a little bit later. Her with my mom, they're so cute. Just beautiful woman. This photo was provided by her family. I believe that's her, but don't quote me on that. And definitely my favorite photo, her and my granddad. I feel like you can tell so much here, the difference in skin color. She was just so beautiful. Let me know if you want more.
This which, see, and that's what I mean by DNA and what it be actually doing. It be out here exposing family secrets.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, the crazy thing about it is also parts, if you think about it, a lot of them also, when, like, let's say if neighbors or friends or whomever, like, would question whether or not they were Black, they'll be like, no, I'm Indian, right? The percentage or the percentage of my ethnicity, right, other than white. No, I'm Indian. They wouldn't even say Black.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, though, her eyebrows were confused. Yo, Cherise, those eyebrows was confusing me. As I was like, why them eyebrows? But yeah, that's what I would say. But yeah, no, interesting.
Yeah, it is. And I always say too, like, it's so many people out here with stories like that and don't even know that, like, you know, probably a whole different side of their family or ancestry they didn't even know was there. And I think that it's attributed to a lot of the colonial white slavery that was going on in America. So that's what I truly think. And, you know, we can't disqualify the fact that people were doing things together that we may not feel like they should have been doing, but was doing. And it has created a generation of people, you know, it's resulted in a generation of people with us, you know, like I said, I just thought it was astounding to hear what she said and to even see her, and, like, you know, that's crazy. So
every time now I think of DNA, I think about the iguana. Remember the iguana spit that was tested? And I'm like, he had like what, 70-some%? I'm like, wow, he has more he's more African than my DNA. Isn't that crazy?
The DNA test is a straight up scam.
But I haven't taken a DNA test though, interestingly enough.
I thought about taking it, but I just rather like meet my cousins or, you know, people who took the test versus depending on it to tell me where I'm from, because we know it can't really do that.
Yeah.
Outside of just connecting us to the people who are actually in the database, who actually took the test and where they come from, you know. Yeah, it's just
like when you actually can find a person, you know, first name, last name. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when I can actually find a real African, you know, like a real one. I don't got time.
If you go and just point me to a damn region, it's like, no.
I'm telling you now. Insanity. But yeah, this little OTK was handling his business here. But I'm glad you came up, Dots. Thank you. Shoot, because I've been rocking. I just been chilling. You know, I showed it's okay, Dulcie. I'll put the link back in the chat. Come whenever you're ready.
Yes, girl. You know we love you. Gotta support you.
Hold on. Let me put the link in the chat, and then
I love you too, Dots.
Yeah,
love you too, bro.
I know y'all going on a break, and y'all gonna be on a break until you said 2025, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
And you know the show we didn't even save.
Oh man, see,
That's
yeah.
why I shut up. It only saved like the last 16 minutes or so. I think because we're over our streaming hours. Anyway, all of that'll be situated when we come back. But yeah, we're coming back January.
Yes, because I already know StreamYard be I don't even be worried about it. If YouTube sees the video, be like, all right, that's straight.
Y'all did y'all damn thing this year, though.
Yes, 5,000 subscribers out this piece, banging out the content.
Thank you guys.
Right?
Thanks to y'all.
And it's from a woman's perspective. So
And vice versa, you guys have done the damn thing too.
Shoot, we just need our women doing this. You know what I mean? It's important for our message. It's important for what we have to do, and we need strong, intelligent women. Like I said, that's just unapologetic and gonna do what needs to be done, and not scared to speak up and stand on it. You know what I mean? Whatever it is, even if it's not the popular opinion or the popular way of looking at stuff. You know what I mean? We need more diversity in opinion and thought, and we need women for that. And we love our men, but you know, it got to come to a point where we're going to be level in our thinking and level in our conversation as well, even if it's not, you know, going in a direction that we may like all the time. So I don't know. I just see things kind of different, like not even different. I know a lot of people see shit this way. You know, I just noticed that we put a lot of energy into things that don't matter. And I think when we put more energy into the things that do, they will be better off, you know. But I know a lot of our people got things to learn. Like the example in this video, you know, a lot of our people is really brainwashed by the slave narratives. That's why I played the woman Shahrazad Ali, because I thought she had a lot of good talking points. But then, you know, she kept reverting it back to slavery, which I know a lot of people do, you know, but we have to verify the legitimacy of slavery. And if that's not being verified, we can't put our mental trauma on that. You will have to put your mental trauma somewhere else. And I think it erases, you know, the opportunity to be a victim or have victimhood in that regard. So, you know, I know the slavery story and the transatlantic slave trade and, you know, all of this stuff is really, you know, refuting it is really getting people, you know, twisted up in the head. I don't see that. Damn. Light won't even stay up.
Dumb is one of the worst things. But now, if you really didn't know and then you wanted to know, you know what I mean? That's something different. But you're smart and you acting dumb right now. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to tell you is just listen real quick. So you're talking about evolution. You're talking about Darwinism, brother. It started with Darwinism, eugenics. I'm gonna take you back to the root. Eugenics, then Darwinism. All right, but his brothers, them boys, his brother, son, and cousin, and all them, they took it to a whole nother level. He was studying
the Homo sapien.
Now, I don't acknowledge it. You just said stem cells are created. So how can I acknowledge it to being real? Did you just hear my question?
What if stem cells is used? How did Peyton Manning went across seas and did stem cells? Hold on. He went across seas and did stem cells to fix his fucking neck and played football 2 more years. And hold on. And played football 2 more years.
Hold on, one second.
Just listen to it. The only reason I said stem cells was to prove that DNA is a real thing. Now, once DNA is a real thing, no, you cannot deny DNA. It's been done in the medical field.
Can you see the comments on the screen?
Yeah, he just.
I'm just curious. Can you see the comments or no?
man and went
Yeah,
to
I
go
can
get
see the
stem
comments. Now,
Okay,
now
good.
once you,
So do them
it's
stem
not
cells
about
carry the
stem cells. It's
mitochondria
not, the
gene?
argument is
Hold
not
up.
about stem cells, dude. The
All
argument is
right.
not
Do
about
those
stem
stem
cells.
cells carry this mitochondria gene that you're talking about?
Stem cells is created through DNA. Now, when I'm
This
telling you,
gene,
when
this
I'm saying is
hold up.
DNA,
You need
maternal, your
stem cells.
empty DNA, with you, me, anybody has been traced back to Africa when the beginning of Homo sapien. That's the beginning of Homo sapien. So in that aspect, hold on. In that aspect, all people. No, that's not evolution. And that's the beginning of Homo sapien.
Where did the
That's
Homo
not
sapien
evolution.
come from? Whoa.
Evolution is when the Neanderthals get wiped out. That's evolution.
Oh no, listen, man, you retarded as shit. Now I
No,
thought
I'm
you
not
was smart,
retarded.
but
You're
really,
denying facts. You're denying facts. You're denying
where
facts.
did the Homo sapien? What did the Homo sapien come from?
Africa.
No, what was before the Homo sapien, homeboy?
It was all different breeds. You had Neanderthals,
The Homo erectus. The Homo erectus.
Homo erectus, Neanderthals. You had all of that.
Evolution. You're talking about evolution.
No, they weren't the same. They weren't the same species. Evolution is developing from a species. Like the giraffe grew a long neck. That's evolution. That's evolution.
Homo sapien came from an
A
amphibian.
Homo erectus is not a Homo sapien. Not at all. A Neanderthal is not a Homo sapien. The Homo sapien was the better species. That's why we survived, and everybody and all the other species died off. But that's not evolution. Evolution is you're talking about you losing your tone, where you have a tailbone and it gets smaller and smaller through time. That's evolution.
Okay.
Hold on. Chill out. Since you running your mouth so much.
Okay, respond, and then I want to address Sachi's 2 comments.
All right.
To Ed. So go ahead.
Right. Because this Homo sapien thing, man, this Homo sapien, matter of fact, before there was the Homo sapien, the Homo sapien whole dynasty come from fucking monkeys and then from amphibians. What is he talking about? Homo sapiens just didn't disappear, just all of a sudden appear. They got a whole evolution scale where it came from. That's Darwinism. But it
you
wasn't
talking about Homo
Charles
erectus. That's why they call it Homo erectus, because it stood up.
No, Homo
I'm talking about Homo
sapien.
The Homo sapien. We are Homo sapiens, right? We're not Homo erectus. We're not Neanderthals. We're not Neanderthals or Homo erectus.
Bro, I'm glad you looked it up just now. That's when they.
I didn't look up nothing. I'm not looking up nothing. I'm in my car on the phone. I'm on my car in the phone. I'm not looking up nothing. I know this.
Well, let me tell you.
Homo erectus. We're not Homo erectus. We're not Neanderthal.
Do you know what a Homo erectus is? Do you know what
it's
a
not
Homo
a Homo
erectus
sapien.
is?
It's not what we are. And that's my point.
All right.
We are Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens traced back to Africa. Period.
I ain't no fucking Homo.
Am I lying? You speak English. We speak.
Okay, here you go.
So I will please, and one last time, ask you to fall the fuck back.
Oh, damn.
Now, as I was saying before, rudely being interrupted, that on average, all demographics and cohorts, and you see that in the packaging, the boomer generation, X, Y, etc., is on average 20 years. They use 18 as a point of turning the page generationally. So as I was saying before, rudely interrupted, the person in the Department of Interior, a Native American with the name Deb Haaland, Haaland, do your homework, a member of Congress before appointed to that department, suggested that she was a 35th generation New Mexican. I'm sorry, but 700 years ago, what was New Mexico, Cosmo? 700 years ago, what was New Mexico?
I was just going to ask.
America.
There was Alabama.
Okay.
And we're going to listen to these degenerate hybrid imposters tell us who they are and where they're from in our shit. When does that end?
Today.
When does that shit end?
Today. I was trying to hear the conversation the bro was coming with. Are you saying that the Aboriginals here didn't have their own language and that we don't speak our own language today?
That's for you, Ed.
Cosmon, he's suggesting that the reservation dogs repeating whatever tongues they got passed down orally makes them either native, aboriginal, or indigenous, which they are not. But just because they have repeated what their orphan ancestors were taught in Indian boarding schools, does that make it legitimate that the contemporary ones who've had this, notice, for example, how are all their costumes similarly, and they all dance and sing? It's the same fashion.
And if you really actually listen to what they're saying, they're speaking English. That's one. You did what I'm talking about. Two, we taught them the red path. We taught them the sweat lodge. We taught them to build the log cabin. We taught them to build the Hagendoa, or what they know as a pyramid. We taught them.
Talk that talk, brother. Say it your way, but does that sound like a curriculum, a script handed to orphans?
It is.
And when they become adults, what does an orphan know more than what was taught to an orphan?
Nothing. Because I wanted to ask him, because he's making the claim that okay, there you go.
Yeah. Somebody keep kicking me out. Somebody keep blocking me and kicking me out.
I'm not kicking you out. It's sometimes it just kicks people out. I'm not doing it.
Okay, cool.
That's your phone. That's your phone.
Cool.
My thing is this. What is your contention?
You asking me a question?
What is your contention, sir?
I think the question you posed earlier was good about the native language.
Okay. So are you
that?
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm saying ask him that, Cosmo.
Okay. So if I heard correctly, were you saying
nice pivot, Sharice?
The Aboriginals are
ain't no shit in it. I'm sitting there listening like Sharice, watch her now. Alley-oop, motherfucker.
Pivoting girl, yes. Okay. Come through, moderator.
Okay, trying to do something over there, man.
Okay.
The men the men is strong, so you gotta be able to cut in when you can. And not even just saying, just do it.
Look who you got on your panel: Alabama, Cosmo, Cream Chief, and me. Come on, man. You know what I mean? You got nothing but heavyweights up there.
This is crazy.
Classic.
You guys don't. If you're an indigenous citizen land, you don't speak your native tongue. You speaking English. You speaking your conqueror's language.
No, we're not.
You are. You speaking English.
Wait.
And so are you.
You're speaking English. Am I lying? You speak English. We speak English, bro.
And so are you.
Debunk that shit now.
Is your claim
records
that
we don't play around
come from that land called Brittany? You dig what I'm talking about? England, Ireland, called England, Ireland, Scotland. That in the 1500s, right? Are you saying they spoke modern English today, or even written in modern English?
They spoke English. Now
No,
it
but
now
but
it
hold on,
has
wait,
changed.
okay,
It has changed somewhat. It's changed somewhat, but it is still primarily English. I can go to London right
all
now.
right.
I can go to
Hold on.
London right now, and they will understand me because we speak the same
Let me just
language.
what they want.
You mentioned London,
Yes,
right?
they will.
European,
Watch
okay.
this. Is Middle English the same as Modern English?
No, it changes. It slightly changes. But like I said,
It changes a lot.
if you're talking about in that time, the
Hold
1500s,
on, let me show you. You can't read it.
no, I can read, dude. I can read. You can read. You can read Shakespeare's and ancient writings from that time, and you can understand it. It'll be slightly different, but you can understand it. That's English.
No,
It's
you actually wouldn't have been
very
able to read Shakespeare, son. You wouldn't have been able to. We reading the translated version of Shakespeare, son. You would not be able to read Shakespeare. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. And even if you could read it, you wouldn't understand it. Who darts owl thee from yet wander thou art we. You wouldn't be able to understand that shit unless you know Shakespeare's work.
My grandmother would call people like that smart dummies. You are a smart dummy.
Right.
OTK was roasting him. You should have heard what he said about the damn building in Santo Domingo. We try and get him together about the damn cathedral over there. He's still
about the church, right? About that church.
Talk about See, that was a little bit further. Yeah, that was a little bit further back because I had pulled up the picture of this building he was talking about.
And else that the Spanish built that looks like this.
European religion? A European religion?
No,
But I said,
what sport are you
voyage.
playing?
I said
What
that
sport are
you
you
could
playing?
not.
Are you playing
Okay,
volleyball?
never
Are
mind.
you playing volleyball or ping pong? Because you ain't playing.
I ain't playing neither. All I'm doing is giving you facts. All I'm doing is giving you facts.
You playing?
All I'm doing is giving you facts. All I'm doing is giving you facts. They can't cross the seas and build a cathedral in Santo Domingo if they didn't cross the sea. It's not possible. It's the cathedral is erected in 1505.
So it wasn't already people there.
Isn't it south of them?
They didn't build no Catholic cathedral.
How you know?
Isn't it south of them?
What is Catholicism? That's a European religion.
Domingo is south from, you're saying Spain, correct? Spain?
Santo Domingo is the DR, dude.
That I'm saying it's south. Come on, man. You can't be this slow.
Yeah,
the
exactly. In the
the
DR, the Caribbean, on this side of the land, in 1505, the Catholic cathedral was erected.
Okay,
1505.
Oh my God! Listen, damn that! I said, did they come from Spain? That's what I'm asking you, sir.
The Spanish.
Okay, so isn't that the South riding the coast of everything?
No, they rode the coast down to Africa. They traded with Africans, and then they crossed from West Africa, like Sierra Leone, all that area down there. Now that trek from that point is only probably about 1900 miles.
I'm trying to get you to understand something
They
very,
said
very
that's
simple.
Christopher Columbus' nephew.
I'm not Christopher. That's ignorance. That's ignorance. Because all I'm saying is that that building was erected in 1505. You can't deny that. You can't say that they weren't capable of crossing the seas if they built it.
Because
you cannot deny.
Listen,
All
we
right,
can
everybody
absolutely
relax.
deny
One at
it.
a time. One at a time.
We can absolutely deny it because when the Spanish got here, they marveled at the buildings being already there.
Catholic, a European religion. A European religion?
No, the buildings were
Jesus Christ. Now Catholic.
Go ahead,
Cosmo. Hey, Cosmo, watch this dude, Cosmo, because he's not talking about North America. Listen now. See, he mixing North America.
I don't care what he's doing.
and then he'll switch to South America.
I don't care what he's doing.
The transatlantic slave trade was predominantly South America.
The buildings were already there.
No, not no Catholic cathedral. Not no Catholic cathedral. Erected in 1505. What do you mean? The buildings is Spanish. It's a Spanish style building. It's a Spanish style building. It's there. It's there.
A Spanish style.
It is a Spanish style building. Put it up right now. Pull it up. Pull it up. Go Google it. Pull it up.
And they're not.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
And they're not Catholic all over the South.
Pull it up. Catholic was not on this side of the. Catholic was a European religion.
So what? You keep trying to apply it to Catholics when they were just coming here. The buildings.
No, I'm applying it. I'm applying it to the time. What are you talking about? I'm applying it to 1500s.
There were already cities here.
Islam was a European religion too. All Turkey was Islamic.
Yeah, we're not talking about none of that shit over there. We already had buildings here. What you're calling Moorish?
You had buildings. Hold on, time out. You had what are you talking about? Those no. I said that a Catholic.
Exactly. Like, I just didn't understand why he couldn't comprehend what we were trying to tell him. It was really kind of sad to me, but this is the kind of brainwashing that people have been going through their whole life through our education system, other methods of learning that they think is right, whether you want to believe science or, you know, whatever it is. Like, I mean, I believe in what you can feel, see, touch, smell, etc. That's kind of where I am in the realm of things and what's logically real and what is ascertainable, right? What is tangible. Thank you. And I just didn't understand his premise, his stance, because I was just like, wow, this is just sad to me. Because I'm like, there's no way you can't believe that people were already there. Like, the only way that the building could have been built is if they brought slaves from Africa. Have you lost your mind? And I kept asking, like, even before when we would have these conversations, so who built it? He can't tell me who built it or nothing. He just knows,
or even if his bloodline even went to that area, right? Because that's the assumption that one. So, like, that's why I always ask that question about, like, with those who are into Kemet or what have you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I wonder, like, what is the percentage of quote unquote Black Americans here? Like, what would be the percentage of them having a bloodline tied to ancient Kemet? I bet you it's under 5%, right? So it's like, that's not even your people. Like, your DNA is even coming back saying that you are nowhere near in North Africa, right? That you're predominantly in West Africa. Okay, so how do you know those are your people? This is why I don't also, but we're the ones who self-hate. We're the ones that have the mental illness, right? It's crazy to me. You're literally worshiping, upholding, revering a culture that's not even yours.
Shit, and what we find out now, Doc, so what we finding out now, shit, we gotta even question, were they white or were they Black? When they say African, damn it. Good word. More and more coming out every day. Good word.
It's gonna keep coming out because the shit is a real live mental illness for real. And it's like, are you crazy? And every time I would talk to him, because I'm like, bro, you can't keep bringing up, like, even in South America, you can't keep going over there respectfully because we got to stay over here in North America. Yes, South America, all the islands matter, absolutely. But in context of this cathedral and stuff, I don't see the connection of them having to go to Africa and take them all the way to the Dominican Republic just to build a Catholic cathedral. And then you're saying that it's a Catholic cathedral and it was built for that purpose. But how do you know that? Like she said, how do you know what the use was before that? and what it was actually built or intended for real. Like they just recently turned this place into a cathedral. We don't know what it was before or what any of these marvelous cities and things that were built here were used for.
And that's why it's his story, right? His story. It's not even. It's not your story, my story, our story. It's his story, right? So it's that history is just, it's very, very, very subjective. It's all about perspective, narratives. It gets washed, over time. It gets washed, edited, rewritten, you know what I'm saying? Updated, recited. So the whole history actually becomes like gosh darn fairy tale, or reads like a novella or some type of like, you know what I mean? Crazy ass thing when you think about it. So even with, and this is the piece that people kind of miss, that it's very subjective. That doesn't mean that like that doesn't mean that that's my story.
But when they do want to go to South America, we should gladly go to South America, because what you're going to see with these maps and with this investigation, that well into the 1800s, West Africa was unknown to them. There was territories they didn't know. But we know that their investigation of the Americas started with Linnaeus, Darwinism. All these were guises so they could start charting America and getting the American resources that they claim that are in Africa later on in the historical narrative. So if we do go into these chartings of the maps and go into South America, what we'll see is these names are in South America before they're in Africa. Make them make sense of that.
Yeah, even as far as the 20 and odd Negroes, that's, it's alleged now that they were coming from South America and not from Africa. So what's really going on with the narrative? And, I just don't see how people can't see the inconsistencies. And I think that, like I said earlier, like it just leaves us in this weird ass state of limbo where we don't know who we are, what we are, where we're going, how the fuck we're going to get there, or anything, because we're so lost in these narratives and what's really the truth, and a lot of people can't discern it.
And you're right, like, and some people do know what's going on, right? Their own family members will tell them who they are, and they'll say, you know what, no, you're not smart, you're not educated, you don't have a degree, you don't have this, you don't have that, right? Because it's not written in the book. The book that I'm reading, the book that I read in college, you know what I'm saying, and had to write a paper on about someone's opinion that made it to a damn book to begin with, right? I have to believe that, and I'm going to tell you, my grandmother, that you're lying. You're foolish.
And they do it.
Self-hating.
Oh, they do it too, girl. They say their grandmother was lying. She didn't know what she was talking about. She's just, it's absurd. It's crazy to me. You believe them over your own grandmother. Wow. The people who have never proved anything to you. And that's what I said, like, as far as reparations go, the only reason why it hasn't happened yet is because we got to prove that slaves was in the family.
Listen, I've heard, right? Those of you could attest to this. Some of them lying, y'all. I know some of y'all probably have heard this too, right? By some people, some quote unquote elders in this community that how do I say? Oh, that granny, right? That granny's lying because she's not educated, right? We recall people kind of, to your point about that self-hate thing. It's like, okay, so, but I'm going to override that, right? And again, I am going to uphold a goddamn master teacher that I don't know, never seen, never touched, never heard. I'm gonna take his word over granny. How does that make sense in the grand scheme of things?
It never will. It's weird to me. Wouldn't she have the best recollection of your oral history? Like, does that, and I've been seeing things lately, like, even before, like, I think as of recently, it's like 1978 or something, where in certain cases, especially when trying to prove your Indian origins, where they're not allowing for oral history to be held up in court. I mean, or held up in cases of trying to be federally recognized or whatever the case may be. Like, I think that it's interesting that a lot of the misnomers and a lot of the Black, Creole, white, all of these classifications and reclassifications and all of it just jumbled up. It just is like, if it's not aligning up with their type of primary historical record, then you're not going to be looked at as how you should be looked at. And I just think that there's a whole nother layer of fighting, or not even fighting, just it's a whole nother level of this that got to be handled because of the way shit was written and the way that they carry out the law. You know what I'm saying? This shit is really a tough situation right here that we're in.
Yeah, they only take paper trail, and they've only always taken paper trail. So you have to be able to show the paper trail and go back far enough to make a claim on anything. But there's no really want or need to be in the status of Native Americans. Look at their life. Like,
right.
Anybody's ever studied Native Americans, there's no reason for you to desire to be on a reservation or anything. They're struggling. But
and not even that.
Comes to all these words clearly and instinctively meant mixed. They might have different mixtures, whether it means mixed with Portuguese, Indian, mixed with Spaniard and this or that, mixed with French and Spaniard and Indian, but they all meant mix. And that should be something that, like, we really should investigate, that we have all these words, whether they say that, Creole means mixed, mulatto means mixed, Guinea means mixed. And they say they don't really know exactly the origins, but it referred to a mixed person. So it's just ironic that all these words that they want to tie to African now, back when they were originally used, they were mixed. They meant mixed in some way.
I want to respond to Ty Dash's comment. And that's exactly right. And that's what I was getting at, is that it would be more harder for us to have the burden of proof, I think, outside of the historical records that puts all of our ancestors in America. You know what I mean? Outside of the lineage that we can actually connect to, because either it was burnt out, written out, whatever, I think the account for what we are, proposing here would be harder to, I mean, some people say it won't be hard to substantiate, but I feel like it will be, because no one has ever tried to go and get this stuff,
It's more taxing. And not that taxing is not difficult, but it's not because it's burned the paper trail. Of course, some of it is destroyed. No one's saying that none of it has been destroyed, but it's more taxing, and they more want us to take this narrative that it's all burnt and it's all been destroyed. So when you do go to these genealogical research centers that people are running, there's 2 of us there at most, 1 of us there at most. When you do go to the South Carolina Historical Society that outlines all the paperwork of people's families, everything that they got on record, thousands of records in one particular family, no one has gone to go look at those records. And it's one of those things that, as long as we attach ourselves to these narratives, to what they say, they know that we won't go into records. We won't go into places that, yes, a lot of these times you can't just go get them and take them from these places. You have to physically travel, physically go into a library, physically go into a genealogical research center and be reading into these records and really get them. And they know, as long as they keep us with this narrative, all we're going to do is Google. We're never going to go to these research centers, and then we'll accept anything that Google says about it.
Yep. And that's what
I'm gonna tell you a lot of about South Carolina too. About South Carolina, I knew they lied, because the story wasn't adding up. It was after a major storm that all of a sudden the records building in Charleston burned down, caught on fire. So that's why they moved up to Columbia. Just all of a sudden now, you know what I mean? So I knew it was something catchy to that. I mean, in every story where all the records are at, you hear it's a fire.
Facts. Yeah. Hey, Therese, I don't know if you got my text, but I sent you those pictures and everything so you can kind of see that update and then what they say about it, because it breaks down the history starting from like the 1700s, and they call them early settlers. But it's interesting. You definitely should read what they say about it from their narrative standpoint.
And Ty Dash, our native tongues didn't get beat out of us. What we did is we learned to put all our words together rather than spacing them apart like we used to. So, for instance, we say like the word museum. We say museum today. We would have not said museum like that back in the day. We would have probably carried out the mu, z, and then m, like, stagnated. Because when you go back and you look at all of the American Indian tribes, is written in American English.
Oh, and I tell people as well in libraries that most people don't know about this, but usually it's because you have to be like an English major or historian major or anything. But there's always parts, especially of historical libraries, where that is private from the public. It's a private section of the library that you got to get permission to go in, and they have all like the books that are old, the ones that were on lamb sheets, all this other stuff. They keep people away, they say, because those are the most fragile of them because they're so old and different things like that. So they usually keep them in cases, and they don't want a lot of people touching them. But people don't even know that part of a library exists, that you can go and see the originals of a lot of different books or anything like that, where if you look online, there's tons of books that they'll substitute different words. We see them substitute Negro all the time for African. So you see this record and reading it out, and it's saying African every time. In the original, it said Negro or colored or anything like that. So a lot of the times people don't even know that they have these original versions in the library because you have to have the permission to go to that private part.
Here you go, Ty Dash, just real quick before we go into what Dulcie got. So this is by John Eliot. He was the one to write the first Bible ever in America. He traveled from Canada on down to damn near Florida and chilled with the American Indians and got together. And when he went back up, he wrote a compository of how they spell and how they do words and all that. And he brought it back to all the people there, and they all agreed and say, okay, this is how we gonna go. So you see right here, you got A, B, C, D, you got E's, you got vowels. We've been using these, sis. This is our language. And when you keep reading it, they show you how to use verbs, how to use nouns, adverbs, conjunctions, interjunctions, all of that. The King James Bible wasn't the first Bible written in American English here in America. It wasn't. Just a quick speed through. He also had the American English Bible too. That's what he became famous from when he wrote the Algonquin Bible, the American Indian Bible, in other words.
And I wanted to say one more thing to what Ty is saying, which is true. They definitely bank on, a lot of people don't travel. A lot of people don't get out of their city, less known, to a different state or anything. And, it's rough. I be going through rough times too. So I understand. Definitely it's something that you should, when you can get a chance, travel. But even without traveling, I don't know what city and state you're in, but look up the Genealogical Research Center. They're in a lot of states. So it could be that you have one in your city already, and they have people running it, and that will help you find records and help you with your genealogy. It's just we don't know about them, and no one tells us that there are these research centers. And they go through the National Archives as well that have a lot of records still.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Ty Dash. Look it up and you know, check it out. It show you how we use our vowels together and all of that. Now they was using vowels over there, but they was saying words with vowels, so they say, but they definitely wasn't writing with it. So you know, the first thing that they learned from us was American Indian Sign Language. You know, that's what taught them about pictures. It went to pictures. Pictures and sign language probably came around the same time, I would say. You know what I'm saying? That would be the first form of writing, picture writing. Sign language would be the first form of communication with them when they came across here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like pictograms, like what they call with the Sumerians using and everything. But the Sumerians, you'll see the American ties to different things that the Sumerians were using in their pictograms. I'm not one for being like that proves that Sumerians in America or nothing, but it definitely shows that where the oldest culture really is when you see things like corn and pictograms. You see different things like lotus flowers. You see lotus flowers in Hindu culture, anything which is indigenous to America, and just different things like that. So,
Right. You got to think, man, how much American Indians that they took over there to that side. The Portuguese. You feel me?
And just knowledge. People always talk about, the colonies and everything, but think about how knowledge spreads throughout the world.
Right.
So it doesn't take a whole lot of people for knowledge to come from one place to this. Just like, I'm sorry, who is it, OTK? The one that brought sign language to his kid, DeSoto?
DeSoto, yes.
So DeSoto alone, just being able to bring back that American Sign Language, think of how many people he was able to teach, and that not even requiring a whole bunch of Americans to go over to anywhere else,
Right. And check it, after he did that, before that, deaf people was considered, incompetent. They was about to fall by the wayside of life. They couldn't get no education, no nothing. But after he taught his son sign language, they opened up a school. So who better to teach the sign language than to bring some American Indians over there to teach it? And guess what it was taught in, Dosey? American English.
Yep. And you have to think about that all this ties to eugenics as well. That's their whole thought process in eugenics. They saying that we thought us as the lowest, but take all what they said out and think about what they were trying to do. They're trying to get the best people through matching or creating through the best practices of how to create. So they were like, oh, if we can get eugenics to be a certain thing, we can create the best type of people and the smartest people and everything, and all their research started here.
Yeah, that's how they be. Sister Sharice with another fire show.
Yes. And of course, the ladies coming up here cooking as always. Dang, 5 hours. Woo. Shoot. I don't know.
Time go by quick, don't it?
Yes, it do. Oh my God. Dang, it's already about to be 12 o'clock. Christmas coming up, man. I hope y'all got the kids something nice. I know some people don't be celebrating holidays, but for those of y'all who got children, I hope y'all was able to pull something together for them this holiday, because I know holidays are tough for some people, and I know a lot of people are experiencing loss for the extreme loss for the first time this holiday season. So my heart goes out to everyone who might have lost somebody close to them, and they've been spending these holidays without them. That first one always is the toughest one. So just want to make sure I give my love to everybody, K Glover L and everybody, Big Dog too, because he lost his mom, and everybody that, we lost this year, because, time just continues to go, it's constant. That's the only thing that continues to go on. And the only thing that we are promised is when we leave this earth. So just got to be grateful for every day.
Damn, Ty Dash. Sorry to hear that, sis.
It's on my heart for a reason. See,
Damn.
I don't know why that's on my heart. Yeah,
Shouts out to her too. Lost her son last year.
yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
Damn, I can only imagine losing a child, right? We were just talking about that, wouldn't we, sis?
Yeah, but I don't even want to imagine it ever. But I know it's such a reality for so many people. Even my grandmother, both her, my mother and my uncle, both passed away. So I know it don't sit right with her, and I don't think it ever will. Anybody that at any age going through something like that or having to deal with that, my heart goes out to everybody, and that's all I can really say, because it just makes me sad when I start talking about things like this.
Yeah, my heart definitely goes out to them as well. I know it won't get easier or anything, but I just pray that you have peace and that you can just remember the good times, even when you're crying. I know like that's what helps me get through.
Mm-hmm. Shoot, I think we all need to find good ways to cope, and crying is definitely a good way to do that, just to get everything out on the table. Now, there's one more video by Miss Ali that I felt like I wanted to show. It's short, but I felt like this is the one. No, that's not it. Oh, see, there I go. Hold up, y'all. That was not the one.
Hey, sis, appreciate you as always. I'm gonna wrap things up, man. Slide through and type in a couple of other chats, but I'm gonna go ahead and slide to the crib. I gotta be to Savannah tomorrow. I gotta shoot out to Savannah to go walk this apartment complex and shit. So
Dang,
shoot
yeah.
there and back tomorrow. So damn, my whole Saturday gonna be gone. But hey,
I'm glad you got time to come up here and got to chill a little bit.
right.
Gotta go on the food and
what else would I do?
And safe travels to you.
yes, I see. I feel like Dawson Dawsey ready to hang with it. Okay.
They rock with you now. I'm gonna be listening though until I go in though. But yeah, man, appreciate you, sis. My other sisters, man, Scrambled Mind, my sister Dot, sister Dosey. Tell JB I said what's up. You already know. Man, love y'all. And keep doing what y'all do, man. There's always power in unity. In the famous words of my dog Fred Hampton, power to the motherfucking people.
So Dosey, it was some stuff I wanted to ask you about. Like, so you've been in the, I would say the community trenches, if you will, environmental trenches of said conscious community or whatever we want to call it. And I've seen you debate a lot of people. First, I want to ask you, this ain't no interview though, sis. I'm just, asking.
No, you're good.
It was one particular debate that you did that I think, I'm trying to remember if this is the one that I actually watched. I think it was between you and Napa. Am I saying her name right? Napa? Yeah. And I was wondering, I'm trying to remember exactly what y'all debate was about.
It was the evolution primate arguments primate.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the primate debate. I just I didn't see, I felt like you did such a good job, and I just didn't understand where it was, I guess, the disconnect with that particular audience when it came down to what you were actually saying. Because it's like, I don't think they were really listening.
I think that's why, and I was saying what I said when I came into it, because I didn't come in to win the debate over there. I already knew what over there is. I think it just comes with the territory of knowing like where you are at, what where they are this, because pretty much what they wanted was a scientific source that says, hey, we're not primates, even though science is based on consensus. It's whatever the consensus group has said, okay, we accept this as true, so it's true. So they were just like, oh, where was this definite source that says humans are not primates, instead of having all these different sources of where the theory falls short and who the theory came from and what's the origins of that person to even come about that whole theory. So right now what we have is biologists that are coming through and looking into how these zoologists and all these botanists, which basically were just racists, and trying to come up with excuses to conquer America, because that's really what they were doing at the time when you learn about King Charles' agenda or anything like that. So they just are going in and being like, okay, well, it doesn't matter. We can accept that they were nefarious characters and that they were racist or anything like that. But science says that this is still true. So we have to go with what science says. And my whole thing with coming into the community, which I think is what got me a lot of hate, was being like, we need to question everything, of course, question history, but my main thing has been like, I question science as well. There's things about it and aspects that we can take, but there's a lot of aspects that are brand new, like DNA. So it's like, even if they weren't nefarious with DNA, which we know that they are, but the fact of the matter that it's new, that this is something that is younger than all of us on the panel. So they do not understand it. And for years and years, they've been calling all this DNA junk and saying it has no regulatory purposes. And now they're saying, oh, well, we were wrong about that. So it's like, my whole thing was like, okay, acknowledge that science is always saying, hey, we're wrong about these things and let's go. And one of my biggest people that I like to quote is Dr. Joyce DeGruy, that said the same thing, that science is always saying, oops, we're wrong, but they're not saying, oops, we're wrong. They're saying, oh, we're evolving. It's not that we were technically wrong. It's that our knowledge has evolved to this point. But it's like, no, you were wrong before.
Then it turns social, right? Because then it goes into testing certain groups, testing certain theories, testing certain probabilities, outcomes, whatever, through a more social lens, studying people, things like that. You know, like it turns into this whole other realm, whether it's anthropological, whatever the fuck it is. Because even down to when she was speaking on shit, I just had it in my head, taxonomy.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, well, isn't that a form of classification as well? I mean, maybe not in the same context, but I mean, I would argue that is.
That's all it is. It's classifications.
A form of classification. And I didn't understand how that is related to us being primates, and I didn't understand how all of that encapsulated us being connected to that type of theory.
Right. And then their biggest
I'm not the DNA
gun,
science person.
Is something I question, is the retrovirus. So now retroviruses are particular viruses from, let's say, 500,000 years ago, that we can see as far as the virus leaving a marker in your genomes because it's developed in your DNA, and now it's been passed down through your DNA. And they're like, that's the got you, that we have this retrovirus that is showing these particular markers that are the same in chimpanzees and humans, blah, 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 which makes it that they're related. Well, my question is HIV is a retrovirus, which they have studied amongst mice, amongst monkeys, us, etc., etc. So my question is,
What's the other one?
500,000 years from now, will HIV have markers that are the same in mice, in chimpanzees, and humans that are passed down over time? If that is the case, then
Yeah.
retrovirus don't prove common ancestry. It just proves
No.
that a particular disease would attack the same places in a genome and have the same markers. So I was saying that, and then they were like, "That's so dumb. You don't understand retroviruses." Blah 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 blah. I'm like, I think it's a legitimate question. Oh, sorry, Straight Smoke.
Okay.
Yes.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, dogs.
No, I was just gonna say I get that we have different theories of different things, but because there's multiple theories and that we have to work through, isn't it okay to say, is this correct, or is there other results that could lead to the same conclusion?
Okay, so you know how science works, right?
I would say so, but go ahead.
So let me let you know what everybody unfortunately forgot about with science, how it works. You question science. Period. That's it. Let's end the discussion, end the debate. If you have no question for anything that someone is bringing forward, then you're not questioning science. You're pretty much following along. You're concurring. There is no scientist that's going to sit back and say, "Oh, I accept that," and that is what it is. It's just it doesn't happen like that. I'm sorry. It just doesn't happen like that. You're not going to get somebody to sit back and believe evolution. How about that? How about that? I mean, it's very simple stuff that you can really go through, and you've said this out your own mouth, and it lets you know the wave pattern or thinking of someone else that will sit up in here and debate you about what you're thinking. Not to say that everybody should have the same way of thinking. I'm not saying that. But really, I really need you to analyze what you're talking about. Seriously. Really need you to analyze what you're talking about. I want you to be and come to grips, come to grips with yourself and all that extracurricular stuff, however you want to put it. But for real, think about that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Straight Smoke, I definitely agree with everything you're saying. But yeah, I know you're about to get into it, because that's one of my main things, especially like knowing our history before they got into this war against us and our intellectual properties. Most people know or whatever, or have come across that Black people are all the inventions. I know someone was saying that their elementary school, or I think middle school, did like this kind of play sort of thing to say, okay, what would life be if we had to live without all the inventions of Black people? And then they were going without the light bulb, without the telephone, without the actual stoplight. Like there's all these
You want
things
to
that
hear
are all
you
from
want to hear
us.
the perpetual thing that everybody went with outside that they met dealing with us. You want to know the whole thing? Really?
What?
They didn't know how to keep a family.
No, I agree. I agree with that. And then what happens now is that We sign it away for these companies. You sign it away to make a
You
$40,000,
signed your no, hold on.
$50,000 a year, and you say, "Hey, if I come up with something, there's a clause for intellectual property." For most people, sign away for any job that they have. That
I don't
whatever
think that you heard
intellectual
what I
property
said.
you come up with, now it's not going to be your patent. It's going to be the patent of AT&T. It's going to be the patent of whoever.
I'm talking about the pattern of the family. They can't allow you to be happy with a man or a woman. They can't allow it. That's why you have it all designed in everything that you watch. I'm serious. That's why they started with making the man the dummy. Seriously, look back. He's only good for one thing: going to work, bringing you his check, and you know what he can do? Nothing. 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 Have you ever heard of a man back in the 80s, 70s, or 80s, or 90s helping the family out? Who are those people? This was by design.
Yeah,
I
I
really need
totally
you.
agree. I agree with you because that's where we see the decline. We see that we're the
Exactly.
patents, we're the inventions, we're
Yes.
leading science, we're leading
Yep.
math, and then they attack our families. Now all of a sudden we're not the leaders in science. All of a sudden we're not the leaders in math because it all started with this, okay, they tried so many different things to be like, okay, let's break them down. And then they were like, okay, well, separate but equal. They thought that was breaking us down 3/5 of a person, but we were excelling. We were excelling when we were separate. So they're like, no, no, we need integration. They try integration. They're still not killing us in the way that they would like to. So they're like, what do we need to do? You know what we need to do? We need to break down the family. And that was their aha moment. That was
That
their
was
gotcha.
the aha moment. That was their aha moment. And you know what? It worked. There's no trust
Absolutely, it did.
between men. There's no more trust between man and woman. I'm not gonna say that, but because I have the absolute with my wife. But what I'm trying to get across is that they built up that one thing. You think that the grass is greener on the other side versus you watering your own lawn. They did that. And a lot of people fell for that. A lot of people for that. And a lot of people waited until they was a lot of years into what they were doing. My whole thing is that if you can recognize the entity that is trying to make sure that you don't work, how don't you understand that it's always a consistent thing to make sure your whole system as a family doesn't work? Straight smoke family first.
Yeah, I think more people are coming to grips with that now, but I think it's really deep. That's what we're talking about, like with the cooking with Kaya and stuff like that. It's really deep, the seeds of hatred that they've really sowed into people, that people could literally be like something as simple as like cooking is love. Cooking is love for yourself. Cooking is love for your family, the people around you. Because when you cook, you can be like, I care about your health. I care about how we succeed. I care about all these things as far as this. So I'm going to learn these specific herbs. I'm going to grow these specific herbs, different things like that. And you can see someone that's just doing the minimalist of cooking is getting such hate from the community. It's like, what, y'all don't cook, y'all don't eat. Like, what is going on? but the seeds have been planted to just be like, oh, this is so evil. There's so many people, even like I see all the time, like, I can't imagine cooking from a man that's not my husband. Like, what? Like, it's just cooking. You have to cook, don't you? Don't you have to cook to live? Or are you just never cooking? That just is an appalling thought, to cook for someone else. I would cook for you, Sharice. You don't gotta be my husband.
Okay.
Like, it ain't that big of a deal.
I don't know why they hate the little girl. It's just because she cute. That's all. And she turn around, shake her little butt. They like, bitch.
Right? Yeah, they got real mad. But the fact of going as far as like trying to find her sex tapes, and I don't know. People are saying they don't know if it's her for sure or whatever. But just the fact that they're spreading it and being like, this is her sex tape, just because she's cooking, like, that shows like our mental.
Just want
I
to
don't even know if it's like.
Just want to make her look bad any way they can, try to sabotage and ruin her for what?
Right.
Cooking on fucking stupid as shit. But it's the levels our people will go to though. And that's the stuff that I be talking about. And that's the shit we need to heal on. That type of shit, that type of envy and hate and jealousy, that shit ain't cute at all.
Not at all. But I did want to say, because Ty did mention the irrigation centers and we're talking systems and we're talking about patents. So that's something I definitely want to establish. I hope I establish it sometime before 50, but at least sometime in my lifetime. I just feel like we need to really establish our own research centers again. We need to establish our own communities that we had prior to this integration, where we had these men and women coming together and putting their minds together to not only just research what is being told to us, but actually go further and create new things, create new irrigation centers, systems, create new HVAC systems. We've been using the same HVAC system for over 50 years. You're saying they can't create something that's better way to regulate air throughout your home? Of course we can. We just need to start investing in those things and investing in the children to be able to create those things, because we put them in an environment to do so, they will.
Okay. As a man, I gotta say this to you. I have to say this to you, Dulcie. Damn it. If you don't sound like my wife, I don't know what else to say. Dots, I love you. Sharice, I love you.
The cooking
I love
with
all
Kaya
y'all,
chick.
you know. I love all y'all.
Love you too, man.
Real.
We really appreciate
you.
you.
Let you know. You really do not understand a lot of things that I hear from my wife. It resonates with you all. Sure, for real. Do you hear my wife talk? Not like that. Not like that. And she be on all y'all platforms and y'all don't even recognize her when you see her. And you know what? It's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's just knowing that she can do on her own and say, oh, wow. I like hearing what Cherie say. Damn, Dulcie, why you sound like that? Damn, Dots, why you sound like that? She knows exactly why y'all sound like that. That's the whole part that I love that no one else gets about me. I got a whole wife, almost 20 years. How many of these other guys that you talk to been married for 20 years? I'll wait.
Let's hear a little bit about why they mad at little Kaya.
I don't know nothing about her like that, but people insisted that I add this section into the part of the show. So what I'm going to do, let's see if I can get it up here.
Pause.
I'm gonna put it on my screen. What do you mean? Pause. I'm not pausing. Let's do this. Let's see. Carrie. Let's go. AM. This is what people are looking at. All right.
Cooking with Kanye. You gotta turn her up now.
Ooh,
she
I?
do a little
that's
song.
it.
Yeah, she do a little
Add
song.
out.
Hey. Do I need to turn it up? I don't need to turn it up.
Yeah, because
you
she's doing her little song. Now.
You see it. You see it. I don't need to turn
I
it up.
know you see it.
See it.
I know you see
Y'all
it.
If you don't,
Yes,
if you don't sing the
yes.
song, you ain't getting the full
Many,
experience.
No,
That's all it is.
So chicks is mad
Bad.
about the Cooking with Kaya chick, and they talking about what they don't like about her and stuff like that.
No, Anton, you got to hear the song, bro. No lie.
I heard the song. I can
heard
hear
it. You get on my nerves.
2K just want to hear the song.
I ain't hear it.
All right, okay, here we go. I'll go ahead and get it back on there and get her on there. All right.
Man with his dinner I just cooked, bro. Take a good look. Welcome to another video with Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya.
All right, so and then I guess I'll play this as a chick explaining why.
Okay, so this is the problem.
I don't know if y'all
with
can hear it.
Kaya. Don't nobody care that y'all men want a woman with a nice natural body and a pretty face. You know that's normal. But the problem is the fact that y'all want that type of woman to go half on bills. Like, ain't nobody about to be doing all that. Yeah, here's your food, babe. Catering to you and doing all that when you not even putting nothing in the equation for her. Like, I wouldn't be like, I would rather live by myself than live with a man. Like, living with y'all is really like living with kids. Like, y'all want somebody to cook, cater to you, stay in shape, all that, have y'all kids, all that. And you talking about going half on bills?
So it's a lot of conversations.
Anton, it don't got nothing to do with bills.
I know it don't. Here, let me play this one.
Cooking with Kaya is just another example that y'all ain't really girls.
Yeah.
I just love how y'all keep exposing y'allself that the girls thing ain't real. I've been saying the girls thing wasn't real for a long time, and everybody thought that I was just being mean. But now everybody's finally getting to see that I wasn't being mean. I was being honest. It's not real. Y'all are mad, and I'm gonna say jealous at the fact that there's a bunch of men making videos talking about how attractive this Cooking with Kaya girl is. And she is a nice looking girl with a nice natural body. And y'all are sitting up talking about, I don't get the hype. I don't get the hype. Let me sit you down and look you in your face when I tell you this. It's not for you to get the hype. It's not for you, right? If men are getting online and saying that they find her to be attractive, you questioning why they find her attractive is weird. These men keep telling y'all that they like natural women. They want a naturally attractive girl with a nice fit body. She fits all of that. She got a nice natural face. She got a nice natural body, right? But y'all are so hung up and so brainwashed by these BBL outrageous proportion bodies that you just find it so hard to believe that men could just like a natural fit body. Like you can't fathom that because you're so brainwashed that you think that out of proportion body is what everybody wants because that's what you want. That's
so anyways, it's a lot of conversations nowadays about this chick right here. And everybody is making a big deal over her and all of this other stuff. So what are y'all thoughts on this? I know AM did a whole show on it, but what are y'all thoughts on this?
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal because she was touching on the body, but the girl Kaya is exactly what men have been asking women for: natural bodies, friendly, cool, fit. She just a pleasure to be around, and they hating on the girl for the simple fact of she what we've been asking for. The girl listened, and now she making buku money off of it. And then on top of that, they were like, well, she be saying she be twerking. Okay, you twerk too. She be cooking. Like it's like she do both of them. She twerk and cook.
Do she?
And then bring it together with femininity.
I ain't talking about do she?
She really don't.
I make it
She
around.
really don't be twerking that much. She got a little shimmy. That
do a little shake, little.
The shimmy is classy though. Like the shimmy is classy.
That's femininity.
Yes.
No, it's not. No, it's
okay,
not.
so
what? Hold on, not you a hater. They don't look good on you, Care.
I'm not talking about. I'm not hating, and I'm not talking about. I mean, it's obvious why men are probably liking what they're seeing, but don't wrap that up in
she's natural, she's feminine, she's doing what men want her to do. Y'all stop. That's not what's catching your eye. You don't want your wife. You don't want your wife up there like cooking with Kaya. Look at my breasts. Look at my whipped cream in my mouth. No.
You hate.
No.
Wait.
I'm not hating.
That's not it.
I'm saying that you guys are not being honest.
That's not. I can be honest about it. I can tell you exactly why the men are so freaking enamored by this chick.
They want to smash.
Y'all think it's just her looks. That's not what it is. The fact that she's up there is there's a couple of things going on. One, because she only do the little dance at the beginning. The rest of the things she's actually cooking, right? So the thing about it is the little chick is giving these young dudes hope. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because the bar has been set so damn low that the fact that there's a chick this young that's on camera actually cooking, they're like, damn, man, I wish I could get a little cute young chick that cook. That's really what it's about. Is it the biggest part? Look, if she would have just been up there doing a little shimmy and that was it, she wouldn't get half as many views as she's getting with the cooking, because there's plenty of chicks up there twerking and shimmying and all of that. But the fact that she's cooking too, because she did one.
Stop the shimmying.
You said what?
No, she don't gotta stop.
What if she stopped? What if she?
Yeah. Okay, so let's talk about it because, woo.
She ain't even Megan the Stallion twerking. Like she just does a little two steps.
She is a cute girl. You know, I don't like, she's very young. Like, I understand, like, her, I don't know, she looked like she probably about 22 or 23 or something, just like a young
I was thinking
girl.
19, 20, but yeah, that sounds about right. Somewhere
Right there, yeah. So she's still really, really young. And like they said, she's making a lot of money off of it. And I do think that women just be, not all of us, but be intimidated by stuff like that. And like you said earlier, Dosey, she ain't cooking no serious nothing. Like, she not cooking.
And it's mainly us, which is sad. And really, it's like, go out there. Now that you see the significant amount of us don't cook enough to get this girl a six figures, like in a year just from cooking, go cook. Like,
right, go learn
it too.
Go learn it and do it. It's not hard to do. And like, yeah, just step it up in that area, but don't get mad at the little girl. I mean, it's just stupid. It is just stupid. And so what? Like, she ain't doing nothing no different from what any celebrity out here do to entertain people or anything else. These bitches out here licking cherries at the Usher concert. And them videos been pissing me off.
Yeah, and that's what's crazy. It's like, now let's take it to someone that actually twerks for views, or like all these OnlyFans or anything like that, where they're actually doing sexual content, content for this money. And it's like, wow, you would be okay. She would be okay if that's what she was doing, but it's because she cooking that's where y'all are outraged. That's where you draw the line. And it's just embarrassing, because honestly, if a white girl was doing this, the white women wouldn't just be like, oh my God, and try to shut her down or anything. The most they would say is, oh, I'm not gonna do that or anything. And they're the founders of this feminist movement. So it's just crazy how it's just taken hold of our community. And now, like I was saying, I don't know if it's like a mental illness now. I don't know, but it's just crazy, because no other race of women would do this to a content creator just because they cook. Even if that person was like, I'll take your man, they wouldn't be like, oh my gosh, this is the worst thing, she cooks.
Dots, what do you think about Miss Cooking with Kaya? Shoot, that's on mute. She probably stepped away. Yeah, I'm with you, Dulcie, on this one, because even when I first saw the initial you know, like posts and stuff started coming out, I didn't know who she was prior to all the posts and stuff coming out. And I was just like, damn, okay. So I go and look, and I just thought to myself, like, I mean, just off the first seeing her, I was like, oh, she's a cute girl. That's the first thing I thought. Like, I don't have any hate in my heart for women, and that's stupid as shit. Like, we all go through the same stuff. We all have a period and all that. You know, we all go through the same things. There's no reason to harvest that type of hate for somebody that's trying to better themselves, you know, whether we like it or not. You know what I'm saying? Y'all condone more shit off of things y'all shouldn't even be condoning, for real. Y'all take more shit off of other groups that y'all shouldn't be taking it off, but you getting mad at her. Like, y'all gotta grow up and stop.
Yeah, it's more embarrassing for us than it is for her. It's a lick for her, because me too. I never even knew about her or saw her until all the hate was flowing in from us. So it's really a bag that, like, it's so backwards, because y'all are hating really hard, and all that's gonna do is raise her revenue even further. But like, when I did see it, I was just like, this is just regular cooking. I was like really shocked at that, because you would think like she's just going all in or something, but she's just cooking the meals that you should be cooking. Like, at least you should know how to cook the stuff that she's cooking.
Yeah,
like maybe you don't know. Like, Sachi was going in on his girl. I don't know if he's still in the chat, not knowing how to make hot water cornbread. And I'm sorry that she don't, but like, you know, that's more deep. Some people, they still on Jiffy. They got to make their way outside of the Jiffy box. But she's still in the Jiffy box, and y'all hating. Like, what are y'all eating? That's what I want to know. What do y'all cook?
She's a cute little girl, and she's cooking, and I'm here for it. And keep it coming, little sis. Don't let them.
I'm here for it too, and she is very cute. And I hope so that I'm not wishing bad on her or anything. Like, I hope she gets what she wants, you know, money wise, and she does deserve a good man later on. Or if she's not ready for that yet or anything, there's nothing I think that she's just going too far with. Even if she twerks in a video, like, we dance, we twerk, that's what we do to have fun. I don't think she's over sexualizing it or anything. I think it's just cute content, and I'm glad that it's working out for her.
Me too. Yes, they gotta stop. Leave her alone. Leave that little girl alone and let her be. It's like, you know, some of y'all just mad. Y'all little time passed or whatever. Y'all get mad at her. You know, it ain't never too late. You know what I'm saying? You know, you can go do a few crunches every day, you know, and go ahead and get your flat stomach on, and, you know, whatever you want to do, get it the natural way. I mean,
but the main thing is you got to get the hate out of your heart. Like, you can't be out here being like, oh, well, I'm left with all these kids and being suck and all this other stuff, and not taking any responsibility, and then being like, well, I can't get a man. That's where the wall is. The wall is coming from the hate. It's coming because there is no real wall when it comes to really like finding someone and love. People want love no matter what age. You know, you could be older and someone is a widow, lost their husband, and they get with another man that lost his wife, and they come together and they build a beautiful life for whatever they have left. So it's never really over, but that hate is why it's over for you, for most people, because they're just, and I'm sorry, it goes both ways too, because a lot of times the red pillars thinking that they can go off to Brazil and get them a wife and all that, and it's not working for them either, because it's the hate that has to be addressed first. And then that's when you're going to be open to someone coming in and the right person and love and different things like that. But there's so much hate for genders right now that you can't even find. How could you possibly find love when you're just hating on every aspect of the other sex?
Yep, you can't hate on your sisters. Okay, you gotta like what's for them is for them, and what's for you is for you. You can't harvest that. Like, you can't live vicariously through them. You know, you can't be envious of somebody else and what they have and what you don't have. You can't measure yourself up next to other people, because when you do that shit, your insecurities shine through.
And I think that's what Shahrazad Ali was saying that I totally agree with. We have a hard time with accountability, and a lot of times, even when we try to take accountability, we're not, because we like to blame the other person and being like, "Oh yeah, my accountability is that I chose that other person, and that's it," and stuff like that. And that's not enough. You really have to be introspective, even in things that you feel like you did nothing wrong. There's something that you can take out of it to learn to better yourself for the future in any lesson. So we have to get out of this whole blame game mentality, and for both genders to really sit down and be introspective of how they can grow themselves and be better people. And I think that's where we're lost. Accountability is just lost on this generation. And I just hope we get it back at some point.
We have to, because if we don't, we're going to be forever lost, and we ain't going to never be able to come back into the fold, because a lot of us is ashamed. Some of us, you know, and a lot of us don't want to admit to the things that we've done and the things that, you know, we could have corrected ourselves on. So I hope we do get better, because this girl said exactly what you said.
No one can hold Black women accountable. Black women, unfortunately, we have adopted this mentality that I can do whatever I want to do and can't nobody tell me anything. And this is why we are where we're at. We live in a very selfish, egotistical society now that nobody cares. If you're a Black woman and to hold Black women accountable, you have to be ready to like fight, because it's going to come with a lot. I'm always thinking about how young girls are being influenced. So what us grown women are doing, it's influencing these girls to do these out of control, I don't care attitudes. They have the most disgusting attitudes, and you can't even check them because they have their moms who say I could do whatever I want. So can't no one hold us accountable. Not a Black man. Your white boss probably, that's probably the only one who can tell us what to do, because he pay us. A gay man can tell us what to do. There's a Black woman or a Black man, a straight Black man. We don't want to hear it.
No, that's a fact. I think people don't really know. No, that's
but I agree with her.
But I think people don't really know my journey and stuff, like with this whole YouTube thing, because some people, you know, came to Unscrambled Minds a little later on, but Dots really knows, and I thank God for Dots and Nisha when they came on, because like it's Sister Freedom that asked me to come on, but then it was like on HOK and Sonetta that these other females came and joined the panel and everything, and I say they hated me so much. We're trying to do anything and everything to get me off the panel, get me off. So I was just like, at some point I was like, well, I'm done. I'm not gonna keep doing this. What am I doing this? And it's just from the soul pack of, oh, I'm a pick me just because I can say, yeah, men are wrong like for this, but women are wrong for this and this too, and women need to take accountability for this and this and this. But it is a thing, like if you come out just being like women don't or can do some wrong, or saying statistics that, oh, you know, like that the big Me Too movement, which was started by us, but white people took it over. Then it was a whole thing of white women were coming out on saying that situations that they chose to be in was a Me Too moment. And it's like crazy, because then it's like when you have to believe all women, and it's like, well, some women lie, and you say that, it's like hate. Oh my gosh, how can you say that? You at least need to believe them first, and then if they lie later, that's fine, but you have to believe them first, and da da da. Like, it's literally, you get hate by just saying normal things. Like, yes, women can have accountability. Yes, some women can lie. It's not always the truth of what they're saying. Yes, women do wrong. All of a sudden you hate women.
Yeah, I don't know Christopher career. I don't know if she claimed American Indian or not. We just, you know, don't like the hate that she's receiving because of her videos. And it's crazy too because she receiving love from the men though, you know. Shoot, I just seen the videos of the men salivating over that little girl.
Oh yeah, the men definitely love it, but it brings even more of it. Just makes us look bad, and then
Yeah.
it's one of those things that when they lump us all together, like the couple men that were going in the chat, it's like I understand their frustrations.
Yeah, me
But you
too.
can't lump us all together and stuff like that. And there is still accountability for y'all to have as well. But I definitely can understand your frustrations when we see all like thousands of women coming out on this young girl for cooking regular meals. Like we can't act like we don't see that stuff and be like, oh, women got it all together, because obviously we don't.
No.
When that's the kind of thing that warrants hate from other women, we should
Mhm.
be like, especially older women, and it's like a bunch of older women that are hating on her instead of encouraging her, being like, get it, sis, I'm so proud of you. I wish we had certain things back in the day that we could have done that. I hope you're stacking your money. What are you doing? Maybe something you can invest in. Make sure you're not spending it frivolous. Not nothing, no kind of advice, just hate from women my age, 36 and up. Like, what? That's crazy to me.
Yeah. Diabolical, nasty work. They know they shouldn't be out there doing that and being so just woo. You know, I mean, you could just tell it's hate, you know, and at some point, you know, y'all gotta grow up, honeys. Go ahead and learn the recipes. Like I said, it don't even look like all the stuff I seen. I'm like, that's regular shit. You know, like damn, I cook pasta. Who don't fucking cook pasta? Who don't fucking cook turkey wings? Like what? Who don't cook this stuff?
Right. That's what I'm like. Who
You
doesn't, who can't
know,
do that? And
I,
to me, I don't understand it too. And maybe it's just because how I was raised. I know all of us have lost our mothers and we were really close to our mothers and different things like that. But like for me, so something like cooking just brings back those type of memories of me having to be in the kitchen and having to prep the food, because my mom was like, ain't nothing worse than no lazy, nasty girl that can't cook or nothing. So it's like the times, like I know the holidays is so many memories of me and my mom just being in the kitchen for days, getting ready for the holidays and getting the food together, getting the desserts together, all this other stuff. So to me, I'm just not understanding how a lot of us don't have fond memories of this stuff.
yeah, because it all depends on how you were growing up, what was going on at the time, whatever else, man. Especially like the millennial generation. Like I find we really got like the bad end of the stick with a lot of things. Like and like our thinking is so scrambled for real. It is like we're probably the most independent generation and probably the most I mean, like I said, the auntie's been coming out a lot this year up on the young girls. I just think in some cases it was right and in some cases it wasn't. And like in this case, it wasn't right. So
Yeah, I think we took what they were teaching us too far too, and I
yeah,
think it's because of feminism. Because I don't think our moms were wrong when they were saying, "Hey, have something for yourself. Don't just depend on a man." All this other stuff, but we took it far left.
yeah.
Like we went
You don't
extreme.
even want a man. You like, forget it. You know, like even after the results with Donald Trump and everything, all that stuff came out and the things that black women were saying towards black men, it was sad. It just shows it was showing some nasty character and it was showing why we are the problem a lot
And
of times.
the irony of it all is your womb is so much more precious than cooking. Cooking is important, and of course, it's to sustain our life, but your womb is way more important. So the fact that you would be like, oh, it's horrible to give food to a man before you're married, but it's okay to give your womb, like it's that we have a backwards mentality. Like
Absolutely.
we have to get that together because that's way more precious. That's something that we should guard more. It's not something that it's like, oh, it's prudish to say, hey, guard that, don't give everybody your body. And the fact that you think that it's more sacred if you're cooking than a man, then you're sleeping with these men and giving them children is crazy.
Yep. But we don't want to address those things, and we want to excuse that behavior, but yet, we think that this behavior is okay. Like, that's the problem. And that's why I showed her today, because I know, like, Charizard more specifically, or I don't know if I'm saying her name right. I think I've been saying it wrong all night. But why I was showing her video, because I was like, wow, like, I just wanted to go back over it, because like, I haven't seen it in a while, but it just really opened my eyes, and it always does every time she speaks, because we just got to be reminded of our moods, just different things, and what can turn a man off, and we need to be mindful of that. Like, I'm not saying,
Yeah,
like,
I agree.
in a context where someone, need to feel like, nah, bump all of that. We do need to feel like we need our men. And it's
No, we need each other, and that we have to go back to that we need each other. There's a whole holistic worldview, and that's the problem when it comes to the studying too. When you're studying history, your genealogy, when you're studying science, is that they've broken everything up in this divide and conquer mentality. So you're just taking one aspect, and you can never see the bigger picture. You can never see the whole of it, and the whole of it is we need each other. Not we want each other. We need each other. We exist because of each other. So there is no want about it. It's a need for each other that we have. And we have to get back to being like, that's okay. Men need women and women need men. And that's just the facts.
Because it's definitely not easy doing anything solo, especially raising children and things like that. It's just a huge problem. You know what I'm saying, that we have in our community, that we're, like you said, we're okay with bearing children, for men who wouldn't give a goddamn, but then you have a problem with cooking. You draw the line at cooking. So, we have to really take a look at these things and see the, like you said, the imbalance in that, because that's exactly what that is. And there's no way that we could be sitting over here looking at shit like the way that we look at shit and think that something's going to change. We don't want to deal with the tough stuff. We don't want to talk about the tough issues. We don't want to fix our bullshit. So it's a lot, you know what I mean? And I hope that everyone was able to take something from this today, especially us as women. That's why I wrote that we have to do better as women and men. I put us first, because we do need to, like, us as women, man, we got some internal work to do. Because, like I said, at this age, at our big ages, we should not be coming at this little Kaya girl. And, like, yeah, I just don't get the idea that because she do a little dance and, what? This is dumb. Leave that girl alone. Let her keep doing her thing. I hope that she make millions of dollars so she can take care of her family. And one day she
and
can,
I think it's good because, like, as far as like you, me, Dots, Unscrambled Minds, any other women in the community, we can say that men need to get their stuff together, but then that's the end of it. We're not men. We can't really say what men need to do to get better. We can just be like, hey, get better. But we're women, so we are supposed to take that charge of leading our younger generations. We are those aunties, we are those mothers that are supposed to be saying, hey, this is where you need to do, this is what femininity is and everything. And that's where we need to get to a point where that the men are taking responsibility and they're teaching men masculinity, and the women are taking responsibility and teaching the women femininity. And that's when we'll be able to come together and everything. And we need to stop focusing on what the other genders are doing and focus on ourselves. And then we'll be able to grow. And then it will all fall in place.
I just think it's too much, this idea of competition, this idea of just needing to one up somebody or be ahead of them or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm like, I just think a lot of people need to get out of that mind frame, like you said, is just in terms of us being able to come into the fold collectively, unifying on, obviously the common goals and what we want for each other holistically as a collective unit, like as so-called Black people. Bottom line, because what's messed up is, for the most part, what I see is the nuclear family unit not being able to stay together, not having solidified households that consist of a mother and a father. There's always a break somewhere, and you can really tell where that break comes in at, because it shows up in our children's behaviors. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them for sure. And I just think that we can stop these bad repetitive cycles of hate toward each other, young. Like, even if y'all did feel like slavery happened and all that shit happened a long time ago, Mo. We gotta come on over that hump.
Yeah. And if you accept that narrative, you still have to accept that after slavery is one of our best times.
Yes.
So, like,
yes.
all this excuses that we have that we want to tie back to slavery, the people that were supposedly in it did not have those same excuses and went about and built and established families and established resources and established land. That's the land that we're fighting back for. Those same people in those time frames that we're saying that we can't move forward because of that when they move forward. They thought they were getting 40 acres and a mule. They didn't. But did that stop them? No. They were like, okay, I got to go get it myself then. So there was no waiting.
Yes. And even as far as being part of the complete founding of the United States of America, we were a part of that entire process. Like, nothing got done without us. Please believe that. Anything that has ever happened, I think this is the only time in history where there hasn't been like a real movement from our behalf. Like, I mean, to me, I know people would probably consider BLM a movement. Not me. I don't feel like was our movement per se.
Yeah,
I don't agree with anything that was going down over there, and a lot of stuff has obviously came out about those people and the money and everything like that. That's a whole nother topic for another day. We could deep dive into that. I think that'd be a good thing to kind of revisit, that I think a lot of people really forgot, because a lot of people went out here and showed their ass when that stuff was going down, just for these folks to turn around and, really be out here scamming and, obviously not using any of that money to benefit the people at any capacity or rate. So, anywho, I just hope that we do get back to a place where I want us to, and we have to be the ones, like you said, because we're the aunties, we're the mothers now. We have to teach them, we have to show them, the right way. And hate definitely ain't the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit's sickening, and I really want us to stop it. I really do. Like, it's nothing that she got that is going to diminish your light. Nothing.
And I did want to say, I know about the poly stuff, and I know people don't agree, and I think it's about anyone, being people living their truth or whatever it is, whatever that may be. But where I was saying of her point is that people are getting with men that you clearly see don't want to be with just one woman. You're accepting different baby mamas or anything like that. And you're being like, well, as long as it's separate, as long as I don't have to deal with her and her children, I'm okay. Instead of like living in the truth that if you want this man, then you should be willing to say, hey, let's bring it all together. Let's actually have a strong family unit. So it's not mainly like, oh, it should be forced upon anybody when it comes to poly. Even there's a lot of women that see themselves as poly. I know you were saying, as far as can women go and have multiple men? Yeah, there's women that do that, and there's men that accept that. I think the main thing of being in that community what ends up happening is everyone wants to force someone that's not into that because you like that person, and that's where you can't do. You're not going to be able to force a man that wants multiple women to be monogamous. The most you can force him to do is lie. You're not going to be able to force the man that you want that to be willing for you to go out and be with other men. If he's not a man that's going to accept that, he's not a man that's going to accept that, period. So there's no kind of coaxing, or I see a lot of women that will say, oh, well, men cheat all the time and all this other stuff, but y'all are so insecure and you can't handle it. No, you have to get with whoever you're going to get with and be real about that and live in reality. So if you like the type of man that you know he's not going to be monogamous, the best thing that you can do is live a poly lifestyle where you guys can create your own family unit in what he's going to do. Or you need to find a man to settle with that is monogamous. There's plenty of those men out there. So it's just about living in the truth. Stop trying to force someone to be something that they're not. If you really love that person enough, love them enough to live in their truth.
I love that. And I agree with that. And I think that in all aspects too, because it was coming out, not that I agree with it or whatever, but it was coming out that the girl from Love and Hip Hop was dating the basketball player, Dwight Howard. And the rumors around him already. So, but I'm thinking to myself, well, she out with him. She obviously know. And she obviously don't care.
Right, exactly. There's people like Janelle Monáe, they're pansexuals, meaning like you can like anything. All she cares about is liking you.
Liking you, okay?
So at the end of the day, you just gotta know what you're getting into and I mean, we've been taught like this forever. You can't change nobody. Don't come in thinking that a baby's gonna change them. Don't come in thinking marriage is gonna change them. Nothing. You can't change anybody. So you have to be willing to accept them for them or move on if you don't accept them for them, like she was saying. And the other thing you were saying as far as like in Muslim culture. So in Muslim culture, yes, a lot of Muslims that have the more Arab background, because they believe that men are supposed to be the head of household and bring all the resources, then they believe that the resources need to be divided equally or anything like that. But that's not really the main thought of polygamy as a whole, because it's just those people that take those in. So there's these couples, like there's this one man and he's a business mogul, and he had two girlfriends, and what he did is he helped both his girlfriends own a business. So now they all three own three separate businesses, so it's about being equitable in that way. So yes, poly does have a lot of problems because people will be going years and then they go and get a young wife and then that's their favorite wife, then they're not equitable anymore. They're giving her all the resources and they're not giving the resources to their older wife. And that was a big thing even in Africa of why they were going against polygamy, because they're like, now you have these women that you're disregarding now because you go on and get a new wife. But this is more so like in Haiti, if you know the story of like Dessalines and Felicite, one of her main things was he had baby mamas and children, and her thing was like, no, I'm not going to be with you unless you bring these women in and their children and you start raising these children and we all be a family. And that's the thing that you have to be able and willing to do, in my opinion. Like if you like a certain man and he has a lot of children or there's stuff going on and stuff like that, you have to be willing to build whatever family unit you have to build with that person.
And like you said, you don't like it, move along. It's really that simple, in my opinion. Because I mean, I don't know. I just think it's complicated. But like I said, if he can manage you and take care of all of y'all, to each his own. I don't think a man should just be willy-nilly trying to do that, and like you can't even really afford it. Like, but they gonna do that too.
Well, there's also because now it's less like, oh, can you afford it? Because this is the most like where we can't even because of inflation and nothing's changing as far as the amount or minimum wage or anything, but inflation's still rising, cost of living is still rising. So it's just about a lot of people are doing it to galvanize their resources. So instead of being like, I'm gonna go after a six-figure man so he can take care of both of us, there are women that do that in poly and seek that in poly. There are also women in poly that seek, hey, if all three of us are making 40 to 50 a year and we put those resources together, we can live the same as that one man that's making 150 a year and taking care of two women.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of ways, man. That's what I mean. Even still, like, even like not even just from a a perspective like that, but just even in more family perspectives too. More like people need to be doing more business with each other and trying to stick together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know people have always given me that pushback, like, why we got to be sleeping with the same man to do that? You can do that with your family. And you can if you have that sort of family. But unfortunately, a lot of us don't. A lot of us don't have the type of family unit that has those kind of backgrounds, that trust each other like that want to live, that want to say, hey, let's purchase land and all live next to each other, or let's go and buy this mansion. Because if we put it together, if we put our funds together, we can get a big house and you can live in your quarter and I can live in my quarter or anything like that. There's plenty of other races that are doing that, but unfortunately not us. So basically, a thought of poly is a way to get people to rebuild their mindset. So if you can't do that with your family and you can only do that with two of y'all sleeping with the same man, what's the problem with that? Do it any way you can. Just as long as we're building that, because what we're going to end up building is financial freedom and building wealth that we are able to pass down. So if you need to build wealth through poly or with your family or even friends on the internet coming and having a business, do it whatever any way that you can do it. There's no wrong way in my aspect other than not doing it.
Yeah, I don't think I'm necessarily pushing back because, like,
No. I was just saying because that's one thing and the main thing that people will say to me, like, well, people don't need poly; they can just do that with their family, and it's like, yeah, sure, do
it's not
that.
what you want. It's just all about what you want at the end of the day and what you can handle emotionally because a lot of women can't handle that emotionally.
That's a fact, but honestly, be true to yourself because a lot of us still like the men that want that, and
Yeah.
and like you can what like be this girl that's beating up every chick you find in his phone, or you can be like, hey, let's add structure to this and see if that's better for him. Let's do this, and that way you're not just sleeping or whatever. You have this girl that you like. Let's try to all make it work, and that's what more women are doing. Just because, be true to yourself that you like the type of man that wants that, and if you like the man that wants that, then you do need to adapt that into the way of life because that makes more sense to me, I think, than trying to be like, hey, I'm just gonna turn a blind eye and then beat up every chick that he's with and never leave. I'm like,
Right.
I don't know how plausible that is to work.
Yeah, because that's what she was saying in a nutshell. But they still won't do it.
They are. If he's like that, if he's poly, I'm not saying all men because there are monogamous men, but if he is like that and he's non-monogamous, then yes, he's gonna be non-monogamous, and we know this. That's
That's
why there's so many women that act like that's the worst thing in life about black men. Let's be honest, is that they'll say black men are the worst because black men cheat on you. And they act like that's the worst thing in life that is happening is that these black men will not settle down for just one woman. So if if you want to be with a particular man that doesn't want that, then why not add structure to it rather than just hating men and being single for the rest of your life?
Jealousy.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is jealousy. And I will say this too, because I've been in poly communities, is that like the women were pretty cool. You can get along with it. I think the main thing I think that we have a hard time is that it's a lot of the women with a man already looking for other women that will accept it, and really that's just hard. There's more women that are willing to cheat with your man than is willing to accept the truth of being like, hey, everybody knows of the situation. I don't know why, but it just seems like more women want to be like, I'm lying to my wife about you rather than my wife knows about you. But when we meet each other or whatever and stuff like that, like there's so much love in between us. There's so many cool women that I've met in the poly circle, and it's really like we could really build something amongst each other as women as well if we stop with this whole we have to be competitive and hate on each other or anything. And I'm not just saying even just with poly women, saying women in general, but one thing about poly women is this aspect of women used to build with each other, and then it came competitive, and now we're here where we are. We're 45-year-old women are hating on 20-year-old cooking with Kaya type stuff. And we need to get back to a point where women can come together and be friends. Like we say, oh, I don't have women that are friends. They backstabbing and this and that. Like, why can't women be cool with each other?
I'm telling you, girl. It'd be the mess. It'd be the mess. And some of us like the mess. It's true.
Oh, that's a fact.
It's true. Girl, love a little drama, love a little tea, love a little 1-2, okay? And that's how I be seeing it. And that's why I hope we get past this, because, you know, if you want to be, you know, you want to do that and you're comfortable and secure enough in yourself to be in a polyamorous relationship, by all means. You know what I'm saying? I just think a lot of people ain't really confident enough, you know, like me in particular. I don't know. I ain't never even thought about no shit like that. No cap. And I ain't got nothing
It
against
comes
it.
over time. One
Yeah, I
thing
just
you have to
never,
see is that, like, yeah, it's not for everybody, but other times some stuff is normal. Like, jealousy is a normal
yeah,
emotion.
for
People
sure.
get jealous that are in monogamous relationships, you know?
Absolutely.
So it's one of those things that it's like do you want to live in that, or do you want to grow or anything like that? And like I said, it's more so you have to decide, like, once you like a man, what he wants or anything, and then what you're willing to deal with. But jealousy is not a thing that it should completely make or break the situation, because he should be understanding that there's gonna be jealousy, and he should help navigate those feelings, because the main thing is that also not only resources being equitable, but his time and how he makes you feel. It should never feel like you're lesser or anything like that. So yeah, if he can't do all those things, which that's where the men have to have some responsibility, because don't sign up for that and you can't do all that.
That's how I see it. Period. That's why I said that early on. I'm like, shit, that's the only thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, he could go off and do that shit all he want, but can he maintain? Can he maintain? Okay. Can he keep it? Can he keep it up, you know, sexually? Can he keep it up, you know, in every area? Let's just keep it real, because that's the type of shit
Cosman,
that's gonna
stop. You
have
see
to.
Cosman?
What do you say? Oh, y'all up there choosing who wants some of Cosmo. Ain't nobody. You funny. Shoot, just telling the truth. You know what I'm saying? Talking about different things, you know, because I always felt like, you know, like in my heart of hearts, like in the back of my mind, like that, you know, guys are gonna like do whatever they want. Like that's literally in my mind frame.
And yeah, and that's people too. That's just people in general. I know we like to say guys or whatever, but women cheat too.
Women too. Oh yeah.
So there's a lot of women that are trying to make a monogamous situation work, and they not monogamous.
It's
Cause
true.
like everybody just ain't monogamous. So it's just like, okay, now you have to deal with your situation as is, you know. Some dudes could never be Adam 22. Adam 22's married, his girl's on OnlyFans doing whatever, and it works for them.
Man, he's Jesus. I know he was like, what in the hell? I mean, it takes a secure person to allow some of the stuff he allowed. Like, whoa.
But it's secure for him. And then there's those dudes that turns them on. They like being cuckolded and stuff. So it's like everybody's different. Everybody different. And you just gotta find the person that works for you. And that's basically sums up relationships.
I'm telling you now, that's what I said. Like, even when it comes down to making decisions and all that stuff, I say, you know, you put it all out on the table. Whatever sound the most feasible, you go with that. I mean, it's not hard. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times we make it hard because of dynamics and who wants to control what. Like, it shouldn't even be about that. Everything need to be from a genuine or genuine standpoint or genuine place. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be coming from any other little weird ass place. Like, that's how I see it. But
yeah,
it's all,
I agree. And I think the main thing for me, and I think it just depends, like I'm more so I do not like being lied to. That is the end all be all for me. I want the truth, and then allow me to navigate through the truth how I want to navigate through it as.
okay.
But once you lie, it's over. But some of the women, they can be honest with themselves too, that they rather be lied to. They're okay with that. They're like, hey, do what you want, but don't go out there and embarrass me. Don't have it find out, like a Rashida type that, you know, you're saying the next time, but you on the next time, sis, and you taking them back. So instead of embarrassing yourself and be like, oh, the next time this is it, just be like, okay, these are my ground rules of
right
what it needs to be.
She ain't never left that man. They said something about 25 years of marriage. I said, child.
Right.
That's
Every time he's in the scandal, she like, the next time this is it. But that ain't true, sis. You never leaving him. So set some ground rules up. Say, hey, don't let this come on to Love and Hip Hop. Do you, but don't embarrass me. Do this. Add structure to what he's doing. And a lot of times men do need that structure from us. That's what we can add to them. So instead of just acting oblivious to it, give them some structure.
Yeah, because they were saying there was something going on with the other young man too, and his wife Yandy. I said, Lord, I said, it's ooh. I said, Love and Hip Hop got the stuff going on this season, child. This
yeah, I know they do say, and I don't know if it's true or not, but he's kind of the same. She's the third baby mama, but wife. So if it was like, if he did, you know, like you kind of already did accept it. You're his third baby mama. So if you're willing to accept that, then to me, I'm like, hey, you know, would you really let him wanting another female really just break up everything after you were willing to accept that? I mean, it's the same thing for this whole Papoose and Remy thing for me.
Girl.
People are trying to be like,
let's go back to DC first, then we could go on Remy Ma, but hold down.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying this, that most people would be like, oh, Papoose is the most evil person, or even if it was vice versa, if someone stepped out on someone that's in jail for 6 years. And I just don't believe that. Like, you couldn't accept that you were in jail for 6 years, and yes, they're probably going to talk to another person.
Right. Oh, what he's supposed to do? I'm confused.
The fact is, it didn't come back. He didn't come back with no kids. He was with you afterwards, and he married you afterwards. What more could you ask?
Exactly. How could you expect him not to be with somebody? You're in jail. That's weird. Anybody who does that to you're just selfish. Anybody who says something like that or wants somebody to child bye. Like, bye-bye. I don't
Right, he
ever.
visiting you every other day, but you want to see his phone. Like, girl, get out here.
Yeah. And the thing about Mendices, that gave me a red flag with him was allegedly, I watched something and it was saying that he put his mother up for collateral or something. I said, what? I said, oh my God. I said, that takes a different type of person.
Yeah, I know he did go to jail for racketeering, but that's why I brought that up, because if they brought out, oh, well, Yandy was with someone else while he was in jail, I feel the same exact way about Yandy. To me, she did not lose anything. She stood by him for like 6 and 7 years while he was in jail. She took care of the kids. So if she talked to another nigga, I don't think that to me, that would not lose. She would not lose any value in my eye. Like, oh, she's such a horrible person. She did what she's supposed to do. She held down finances. She held down your kids, and she was waiting for you to get out, and she was there. And you never found out about another dude. So what else can you ask from a person?
Nope, nothing. Nothing. And I ain't never hear about her with no dude. You know what I'm saying? But it's funny that we could hear about him allegedly out here with other women. Even like the comments, just about he don't know if he would do the same thing for Yandy if she went to jail. I mean, I said, God damn. I mean, what is this? See, I think that's why women be mad. Because it's like,
that is.
Yeah,
but I mean, it is a different. Not everybody is papoose. I mean, I know there's definitely a lot of men that do feel like that or anything. And what I respect about Yandy is Yandy loves Mendices, or did, or anything. They might come to a point that it doesn't work anymore. But she loved Mendices enough that she accepted him for whatever he is, whatever he was, whatever he is. And that's all you can do. Don't expect no one to change. If you really love a person, accept them for who they are.
Because even the way she handled the other women in the situation, like I used to feel like she literally just did not feel like they existed in her world for real. Like literally, like even if he did, he didn't. And like, just acting like he ain't doing nothing. No. He's not interested in you. He don't
Exactly. Like, he's mine. Oh
yeah, she never ever
he was just calling me on Friday. He wanted to do this. She's like, I'm absolved to it. Like, that's my man. My man. And that's really how you have to be, though, for real. Like, it would be silly for her to be like, oh, are you doing this? Or really bringing extra drama because they saying it, other than being like, hey, I ain't leaving him. That's your two choices. Oh, I'm not going to deal with him, or I ain't leaving him. And I feel like that's the power move, because a lot of times it is a thing. Even if a girl is cheating with someone, a lot of times it's like, I expect her to leave. And then you have these women that like, I don't care, I'm not leaving. There was a strawberry letter that was like this, and it was like they've been married for like 40 years or so. And he went out and he got this younger girl pregnant. And she pretty much wrote this strawberry letter to be like, and the wife won't leave. And she's like, she ain't giving him none of the money. She's going out and doing what she wants to do, but she's like, she not leaving the house. I just don't understand what kind of woman doesn't have self-worth enough to leave. Like, girl, what did you expect? That's her life is built with this man. She not leaving this man. So she like, hey, yeah, go take care of your baby. You can't bring the baby here. I ain't about to be no stepmom.
Right. That's how they carry it. Shoot, that's how they carry it. Young is look. You gotta understand, you know what I'm saying? Like, even the same thing with Beyonce and their situation, with the father, allegedly, you gotta say allegedly on YouTube, child. And he got the baby by son or something. Or
that ain't no alleged. The Matthew Knowles, honey. Had another baby.
Got those kids.
Beyonce's little sister, and she's beautiful too.
They cute kids, but Beyonce won't give them nothing, not even air to breathe. Okay.
No, and that's not on her. That's on him.
Yes, it is.
That's not her responsibility or anything. And she can get to a point later in life that she's like, yeah, I know you my brother or sister. Maybe she'll put a little to the college fund, but she don't have to give the millions to the college fund. She has her own children.
Yeah.
That's her responsibility. So it's like all these people
Them are
thinking
daddy
like,
kids.
oh, it's about to be a come up because it's Beyonce's dad, or it's about to be a come up because it's Mendices or all this other stuff. I love the whole putting your foot down, being like, I'm not leaving, but you ain't getting nothing from me, sis.
Okay.
You got the wrong one.
Not a dime. And like anybody who do that shit, they need help. You know what I'm saying? Like for real. Leave them fucking men alone. Leave them men alone that got somebody. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially with the ones that be acting like they don't know what they man doing. But like you said, most of them know what they man doing. So don't be trying, infringing on that shit. Like, don't be infringing. Just go ahead, take your place or not, and go away. Because most of the time, them people ain't gonna leave. They not leaving their man. My girl, he had to pull
Sometimes they are
out
anything,
the
but
house.
like I
Okay.
root for Wendy Williams too for this whole little thing. Like,
Yeah.
hey, yeah, you wouldn't have a baby, but that ain't my baby.
She ate that down. Ooh, and
So
ate
even
it
even
down.
if she acting crazy, like I respect it. Like until this is over,
correct.
I don't owe you nothing. I don't owe you anything. We were married. We raised our child together. You do not get alimony from me.
And then you cheated too. So how could you get alimony anyway?
Well, that's one of those things that, it is what it is when it comes to that. That's why I think would happen with the whole Papoose Remy situation. But it's more so not necessarily alimony, but when you build something together, like people were all mad when Bezos had to pay his ex-wife millions of dollars and being like, oh, she only became one of the richest women because she got all that money. Well, she deserved that money because she helped build Amazon.
Yeah.
She was there when there was not an Amazon. So that's one of the things is, even though he cheated, which that's so messed up, these guys are cheating and breaking up the marriage, but the girls are having to pay because he contributed to the success. He helped building the show, helped building the radio, and that's what they're saying you owe him money for. But I'm all for acting crazy and not giving him no more money.
Ooh, yeah, okay. Turned up on their ass, okay. Said
right?
no.
I'm too incompetent. I cannot go back to work. I don't know what you gonna do.
Okay. They said she was crying at the graduation now. I said, oh, look at Wendy out here in the streets. Okay, we miss you, girl. Because I knew, okay. That show was
I ain't coming back until he died.
Okay.
Because I ain't giving him nothing.
He don't deserve
No,
anything.
I think she can start her own cooking show or something. Start a new show, Wendy. So you're not entitled to nothing. He ain't helping you build that. But it was the same thing with Mary J. Blige too. That's why she owed her ex-husband. Yeah.
I hated
and
that.
that's one thing I would say is do not make him a manager. Please don't make him a manager of you.
The fuck.
And not if he a cheater, because then you're gonna owe him money and then you're gonna want to OJ him. Don't do it.
Yeah, she got out of that gracefully though. I mean, not gracefully, but she went through it gracefully. I will say that, just even going through that.
Yeah, it was. But another thing of like a Mary J. Blige, you know you're gonna make it back. Like, hey, I gotta pay him millions of dollars for cheating on me, but at the end of the day, I'm still gonna be worth way, way more. Adele's husband took everything. That was crazy.
Yeah,
that black guy that she cheated. He took everything. Yeah, like I think they gave him like $100 million.
Ooh,
like everything she had made from one album.
Damn, that black guy that was her manager.
No. She with that black guy. That black guy is
this is the first husband?
It's the husband before him. Yeah, right before him. She had a husband that he was a manager too in the music industry or someone in the music industry. Yep, and she had to give him basically the whole album's proceeds.
100 million. Jeez.
Right.
That ain't all that to me, but carry on. You know what I'm saying? Y'all like it, I love it. You know, I ain't. You know, that ain't really my cup. I don't go over there and listen to that.
Yeah, I'm like, hey, I believe in prenups. Like, nah,
Get
that's
you one.
better get you one.
Better protect yourself, man, because marriage is nothing but a contract. Because even when it came out that meant that the she didn't go through with the wedding, it's like I think it was a smart decision. I mean, she went through with the wedding, but she ain't signed the paperwork. I think when you're looking at the situation, it was a smart decision. You know, I mean, I was shocked that you would parade around a wedding like that and not sign the papers. But then when you look at it in hindsight, because I was young back then watching that shit. But when you look at it in hindsight, it's like she got to protect herself. You know, he's in jail. You know,
Yeah,
like
that's her assets that would have been up for grabs. And she like, hell no.
Hell yeah, they was gonna come for that shit. And in New York, I think that you can. So
Oh, someone keeps saying drop the link in the chat.
Oh, all right. I mean, it's up to you, Dulcie. If you feel like entertaining someone, they can come on up. I mean,
We
just
can make it fast.
yeah.
I was just like,
Say,
they
I'm just
said
gonna
it
give y'all
twice.
about 2
I
more
tried to
minutes.
act like I didn't see it, but then I was
Me
like, oh,
too.
they
They
about to spam the chat.
okay. So come on, but we ain't trying to be up here for too much longer. The ladies is ready to get the beauty rest. Oh, that's like man. What's going on, like man?
What's going on?
Nothing much. Just up here chopping it up with Dulcie and Dots. Well, Dots might just be hanging, but stepped away. But she might have fell asleep. Shit. But yeah, we just up here vibing.
Yeah, I wanted to say when y'all was talking about that, forgot what y'all was talking about as far as that marriage thing, prenup. There's something called piercing the veil. And if a person chooses to pierce the veil, it actually bypasses the prenup. You know, so let's say if I sign a prenup and I don't want nobody to take half of my stuff, the judge or the lawyer can fight for piercing the veil, and it could actually bypass that and supersede the prenup. You heard me?
Doesn't there have to be like a reason, like cheating or something?
I'm pretty sure it does, but I had learned this by watching one of them lawyers that be on YouTube all the time, but they fight cases or whatever. Name is TLC, I believe his name is the something lawyer. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If you type
Yeah,
in
the lead
TLC,
attorney. Are you talking
the lead
about?
attorney, the lead attorney. That's correct. The lead attorney. Yeah, and he brought it up and showed everything or whatever. You know, so.
Oh yeah. That's it. And there's certain states like you got to be aware, like in North Carolina, where if you come into a marriage and you cheat with the married person, that married person is allowed to sue you now for breaking up their marriage, and they can be entitled to money.
Yeah. Like, okay, besides taxes and also besides you having like you could reserve your right to talk rule when you get married. Besides them two benefits of marriage, there's nothing outside of that contract that you can't do without involving the government in. You understand? So I don't see why everybody's so quick to go up into something like that. You know, like you could do all that stuff without the government being involved. You know, besides the taxes or withholding your right to talk. If the police knock on the door and say, "All right, yo, where's he at?" You can, as a wife or a husband, you can shut up. Be like, "Yo, I don't know where he at." You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's why I did informal, because I know people are like, oh, she's not really married, but she don't have a married license. But that's why I didn't do married license, for that reason, that I can file with him as long as we have our informal license and different things. And then anything else you can set up to have a trust or anything like that if you want any entitlements. But really, any kind of marriage license is just making the government a part of your marriage, to me.
Right. And they created marriage to tax two different people. You know, because they was like, all right, taxing one person just ain't enough. We're gonna put this other person to work, and we're gonna tax both of them. and we're gonna have Rockefeller fund the feminist movement, which actually stands from the womanist movement. And the womanist movement was created by so-called black women, right? But they did this for money, though. All of this is for money, and the so-called black community, they make the system filthy freaking rich with all the abortions, all the killings, all the divorce, all the people going to jail, all the people investing to the Switzerland banks by buying Louis Vuitton and things like that. Like, all of this is about money at the end of the day when you involve the government in your whole sex life or your relationship life. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, that's true. It's like when you don't have the proper things enforced when it comes to your last will and testament, how now all of a sudden you owe the government part of it. They gonna tax it. They gonna take all that they can take out of it unless you have the proper protections.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Back in the day, and them words right there is kind of a buzz phrase back in the day, right? Because we in modern times. But however, it is said that we got married way more in Jim Crow time than now, the any time, you feel me? And so in these days, a woman will look at a man, another man, and be like, okay, that's alpha, that's the beta, that's select, that's a non-select, that's a guy that's attractive, that's a guy that's not attractive. And these guys will stand far apart in her view, you know. But these days, for men, the the promiscuous woman will be standing real close to the traditional woman, and we can't tell them apart. Back in the day, a woman couldn't tell the so-called alpha or select man apart. They were standing so close to each other. So this is the views that people are dealing with today, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I understand that. I mean, with the women being close, and I can understand, like, some people say it's like, oh, how you dress or whatever, anything like that. But I think you can kind of tell, can't you tell once they have this adverse to cooking, or they think it'll kill them to cook something or anything like that? Can't you tell pretty fast if she's not traditional?
Mm, not necessarily, because you can have a real sweetheart, right? That's called submissive. You know. However, this may just need a cook right, but they be sweet and submissive in all other areas. See what I'm saying? But for the most part, you know, since this is just my theory, my thesis, the women got so many options these days that they don't have to follow no rules at all. They don't have to become wives. They don't have to, they can do OnlyFans. They can do whatever they want and get away with it because they're incentivized to do it. Just like people are incentivized to divorce, right? You're not incentivized to stay inside a marriage. You're incentivized to make money off of divorce. You feel me? You're incentivized to do OnlyFans. You're incentivized to be this type of person and get money off of it. So people are going to keep doing that, just like the drug dealers going to keep drug dealing, just like all the dudes that be doing all this negative stuff. They're going to keep doing that stuff because they getting power, they getting money off of it. You see what I'm saying? So people are not going to change their ways if they are incentivized. They are incentivized, so they're not going to change their ways. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think it's just about like the people that grow past it, or they're just like, this isn't the life for me, or they are family oriented or anything like that. And that's where I don't agree with. I get what you're saying, like how you're saying back in the day, because back in the day it would be appalling to be like living with someone before you're married and be like, oh, that should happen after marriage. But in these days, I would not recommend that. Like, I like definitely live with someone so you can know them first before you sign any kind of contracts.
There's certain places where if a girl stay with you, if I think for longer than 6 months, she can still take half of your stuff, but not the other way around. And back in the day, grandma or nana or whatever they want to call her, big mom or whatever, she stayed with big pop or whatever they want to call them. Even though he had family on the side in the city somewhere else, she knew about all of that, but she still stayed with him. Why? Because she didn't have as much options back in the day. Not to say that that's a good thing or not, but back in the day, the woman was held to a standard to dress a certain way, to act a certain way. The whole society would shame you back in the day if you acted a certain way as a woman. And they're not doing that no more. It's actually kind of the opposite. As a matter of fact, it's a girl named Cooking with Kaya. Y'all probably heard of her, right? So Cooking with
We were
Kaya
just talking
is,
about her.
yeah. So a lot of some women are going against her for doing these things. There's other women that's down like that. That's kind of traditional, whatever, and they get so much hate and rage against them because they're going against the system. They're taking away the power. Uh,
Well, one thing
so
I will say that I disagree with, but I agree with most stuff you're saying. I don't agree that grandma stayed because she didn't have options. Grandma has said all the options that granddad had. What the main thing I think of why they stayed is for family. And the main thing was if it didn't work out, because I have a grandma that remarried. I don't know how many other people have parents or anything like that remarried. But if it did not work out, then there was not this thought of being like, I can't go out and because I'm a good woman and get another man. So it was just about like keeping that family unit intact once they had built the family. But if it was like wasn't working, I don't think we just felt like we could go out and get another man because like I'm good, I'm traditional, I cook, I do all this other stuff. So grandma would either be like they love that man and they want that family unit to stay, or if it just was not working out for whatever reason, they knew they could go get remarried.
yeah, so grant like the women from back in the day, they had to earn a man's attention differently than what they do now. All you gotta do is take a picture, put it on social media, you're good. You're done. Your inboxes is flooded. And I know that could be exaggerated sometimes and be romanticized or dramatized sometimes the way people put that. But for the most part, you don't have to work as hard as the women back in the day had to work. And there's something called hoflation. So what this theory says is that men are working 30 billion times harder for women that are half the women of back in the day. And some women could argue that some of these men are not as what they used to be as back in the day because technology and stuff made it to the point where we don't need each other as much. I can put my clothes in the wash machine. I've got a robot to vacuum my floor. You feel me? I got so much things that can replace all the so-called duties that a woman could do for me. You feel me? At this point, it's kind of like a compliment if a woman do it, in a sense. Or if a man do something, it's kind of like a compliment.
Yeah, I feel you, but I think it's about where you place the values, right? So if your value is that you want to be able to post the picture and get 100,000 likes on it, then yeah, like that definitely is gonna happen today. But then what does that get you? Even saying, OnlyFans and you're making six figures off OnlyFans. And that can get you up so far into being like, now I can travel as much as I want. I can do as much as I want, but the main thing is that that's not what we really need. And that's where the hate for Cooking for Kaya comes in, or different things of being like the need is I need someone to cook and clean and fold my drawers, or I need the attention and being taken out on dates or anything like that. That's not truly what we need from each other. So when people are feeling like, oh, I'm getting whatever I need, I don't have to go get a man, or I'm getting whatever I need, I don't have to get a woman. A lot of the times they end up lonely because their values are not in the right place, or they don't have the great family structure for their children because their values are not in the right place. So I think we need to reevaluate what it is that our roles are properly and what we really need from each other, because we really don't need likes on Instagram, and we really don't need someone to vacuum for us. It goes deeper into what we really give each other than just the bare minimum duties that we talk about so much.
Right, like companionship and temporary love or some type of intimacy, right? things like
Right.
that.
That's why
Like
women
these.
today, they say they're like the most depressed of all the generations.
Yeah, yeah, and to be specific, when you dig into that article and the stat or whatever, it's really a woman over 40 with no kids, not married, and it'll tell you
Yes.
that's the specific person right there that's the most oppressed, and in that sense right there when you bring up that,
And
but
that's like 40% or 41% of the women in our community. People don't even know
well,
that, but yeah, it's pretty high. That's a high
well,
amount of women over 40, no children.
well, they choosing that though. See, like I said before, back in the day, the so-called average man had a wife, had a kids, all that stuff back in the day. Now that man is finito. He probably on a boat to some other foreign country to get a wife and some kids, just because he can't get it here. And the women are choosing. Like there's a girl. Her name is she's a Disney actress. Her name is
You talking
Sky
about Hallie?
Jackson.
Oh
No,
no,
Sky Jackson. It's a
Sky,
younger
yeah.
chick. I mean, younger woman, right? Sky Jackson, very pretty, slim little girl, whatever, right? I don't mean to say like little, like she's super young. But anyway, she recently got pregnant by a hood drug dealer dude, like, and she had millionaires to choose from, so many different people to choose from, but she chose him. And so, I know people hate to get into discussions with statistics and things like that, but there's actually statistics to prove that when a woman has a choice to pick between, guys that ain't living that certain type of life than guys that are, they still choose that type of guy. And let's just throw that all out, right? The point is that if we gonna do something, make a change, we gotta stop incentivizing the evil that's plaguing the so-called community or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We gotta stop supporting the BS. You could talk much as crap about rap music, but you're still gonna play it. You know? Like there's so much to go into this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
What were you gonna say, Sharice?
Now I was saying, good white man.
I
Ready to
would
light it
say,
up.
white man, too, that I mean, yes, there is, and I'm not absolving women from their accountability of that situation. But when we are getting to a point of saying like how things have changed from before, I do blame men and women when it comes to that, because before we had this whole impression of, you know, not feeling like we had to wait so long to find this person. You found someone that you liked, that was cool. Most of our grandparents were like marrying 17, 18, 19, and then they grew old together. Well, that kind of changed. Men were kind of playing the field of being like, yeah, I ain't ready to settle down yet. I want to sow my wild oats. I know a lot of men felt like women should kind of lay back and chill and wait. And then women were like, well, if men are doing this, we can do it too. And it just got to a point where we are now, that everyone's kind of doing their own thing, not accountable, and just being like, hey, like Sharice played that video of this girl being like, everybody just wants to do what they want.
Yeah. So Lyndon B. Johnson, he created that welfare thing, right? That thing where you say that a man can't live inside the house if you want housing, and if you want food and you want these things or whatever, the man can't live in that crib, right? At that point in time, right then and there, people had to make a choice, right? So who had to make the choice? Was it the man or was it the woman? Who did she decide to mate with, that she's going to choose that since he can't make enough money, that she has to choose houses and kids? She chose that man, both of her legs. Now, at this point, now we say, wait, we don't want to get into who did work, who did work. You look for the Democrats, which are
Like,
the family. Who voted for them? Huh? Who voted for them?
Well,
That's my question.
I have a
Who
question for
voted?
you. When you look at who are the highest recipients of welfare, it's actually white women. So white women are the highest recipients of welfare, yet their numbers and their percentages for marriage are higher than black women. What would you attribute to that, knowing that white women get welfare more?
Well, I'm gonna say this because my question wasn't answered, right? But I'm gonna say this to that question.
Like who vote? Well, your
So
question is who
not
voted for
only they
Lyndon B.
are
Johnson?
no, my question is who voted for Democrats like Biden? Who voted for Kamala? Who voted for Hillary Clinton? Who voted for all of these people that is clearly against the nuclear family? And who was for Black Lives Matter? Who was doing this the most? Who was doing this?
Yeah,
And
I can
when
admit
you
that
actually check
women
out who was
are they're a high percentage of the voting pool when it comes to all those Democratic pattern um people where and like the Democrats as a whole. I will say that black men have been really high on it in these generations as well, but obviously black women have outnumbered even them when it comes to voting Democratic.
All right, y'all. I was gonna say let's go ahead and land because it's 1:35 a.m. my time, and I'm ready to go and hit my situation and go on to bed. So, if anyone have any final thoughts, I'd love to hear them, and then I'm gonna just close the show on out.
I'll say this. Kevin Samuels, I'm not a big old what's it called consumer of this man because I knew him before he got big or whatever. I actually knew the person that actually made him big, which is Bill Lemire, right? And I say like this: he had Shiraz Ali on the show before, right? Kevin Samuels had Shiraz Ali on the show, and she actually what's it called agreed with everything. She actually backed up everything that he was doing, everything he said, right? So this woman that you were playing on your video actually was in agreement with Kevin Samuels, and by that extension, you can't then say I don't agree with Kevin Samuels, which all he was doing was promoting marriage, and he's promoting for women and men to understand each other better so that they can have healthier relationships. That's the thing about what's going on right now. Everybody's so selfish. Nobody care about how a person is really built, how a man is really built that you could support them. You know what I'm saying? How a woman is really built that you could support her. Everybody's selfish. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And everybody
I
goes.
was gonna play Kevin Samuels tonight actually, but I had changed my mind. I don't really got a problem with him because I feel like he got on men too. So
And that's
I just think
exactly what I
the
was
women's
gonna
been
say.
viral.
I was gonna say because Kevin Samuels actually he started on his mission because of Shahrazad Ali. He talked about it all the time as far as how that book and how it brought people to have conversations together is what started him, and that's what he wanted to do is start the conversations. And I think a main thing would be is and like with ending it, and I'll drop off after this is we have to stop with these preconceived notions. Like people need to start and ask and be like, instead, oh, y'all hated Kevin Samuels. Like, talk to the individual girl that you're talking to. Be like, did you hear Kevin Samuels? What you think about him and all this other stuff? Because right now we have a lot of preconceived notions. We're seeing comments on the internet. We're bringing all this thing that is trying to make us divide. The whole point is for us to be divided so they can conquer us. So the way we can actually come together is us talking, not having those preconceived notions, and us building together. And you would be surprised of how many people that you possibly can build with if you don't take those preconceived notions and come to them with all your past experience and all your past hurts and women ain't ish and men ain't ish and all this other stuff, and then you're just open and say, hey, this is what I've experienced, and let them talk about what they've experienced, and you guys come together. And I think that's what really stops us from coming together, because now we all, on both sides have these bitter experiences that we take against everybody that we talk to, and we're not taking the time to get to know people individually. And I think that will help with finding the right person as well.
Well, hey, Sharice, I was cut off. I just want to land. Can I land real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Look, the frequencies have changed since the beginning, right? we was more about love way back in the day, up until now, right? Y'all examined it, right? You had the R&B that transformed straight into sex music, right? We had different changes, and so now we wanna talk to people, but the people is not going to do anything. You need to talk to the people that's in charge of these policies that are affecting people's relationships. Because at the end of the day, it's policies that are throwing off this balance when it comes to people and their relationships. Boys can't read at a fourth grade level, right? And but yet there's still programs that are helping little girls get into schools for them to get way smarter and stuff like that. But there's no programs for the boys. Why wouldn't they focus on the boys if they got the issue? You see what I'm saying? These are the things that need to be taught. These are the things that is real effective in the neighborhood. As far as the music and everything go, it's over. It's over at this point. The birth rate is down, the marriage rate is down, the divorce rate is up, sexual promiscuity is through the roof, birth control is still at an all-time high, abortions at all-time. It's over. It's done for. The only thing that's going to change is a freaking apocalypse, maybe, which just very well might come. Who knows, you know? But I say that go for people that's traditional, that's in religions, maybe, because they might keep that. They might keep them traditional values. Don't look for nobody that's bugging out here, because they gonna do you dirty at the end of the day. You need to watch your back around here nowadays. People ain't playing no more. You know what? I'll land right there. I don't want to be too long-winded.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think that both parties, we got a lot of work to do, a lot of internal work, and we just got to keep working toward it. Like the more we're willing to be open and have the conversation, I think the better off we'll be. I would have liked to have had, more dialogue with other men too. Like OTK came up earlier. He's, spoke a little bit, but, I would love it if we all could just, continue to have these types of conversations, because I know we like to stay in the Indian paradigm and within that realm, but I do think like our families is a big part of this mission as well, and making sure that our families are together and, working towards building stronger family units and complete family units. So
yeah, can I say something to that too? Because I think a lot of times too, and this is not to say I disagree with what you're saying, like, man, but I think in comparison, because we were bringing it up to the times that we were stronger before as a family unit, and one of the main things is that we didn't seek all these policy changes. We didn't seek programs. We just did it. And I think we have to get back to that point. If we're seeing that our kids are struggling in some areas, our boys are struggling to read, we should take them out of these facilities that are and in these institutions that are causing that, and we should come together and we should build our own institutions, build our own bases to help the little boys read, help the little girls wherever they fall short. And that's the things that we did before. And now we're so prone to complaining about the system that we don't really do what is necessary to make the changes individually. So we do not need the system to make these changes. We can just make the changes ourselves when we come together and do it.
So you gonna respond to me when I landed my plane, Dulcinea? Like,
I'm sorry, Lion. That was my last.
Sharice trying to, Sharice trying to end it. But look, again, I'm the one that wrote in the chat that Shiraz Ali was set up by Sinetta, and she was cornered and destroyed on Sinetta's platform by Sinetta and 4 other women back in the day. He brought these old women on.
Harsh word.
Yeah, no, it's real. It's true. They brought her on there, embarrassed her, humiliated her, muted her mic on purpose, and they turned her mic down, and they gave her this evil look. And Sinetta knew what was going on, treated her dirty. The conscious community, the Indian community, all of these school of thoughts do not respect Shirazad Ali's thesis at all. 0%. Zero. They actually more for Priscilla Clark's thesis, which is men are evil, they should be destroyed and killed, and you should all be gay. You see what I'm saying? This is what's going on. But this platform has a smaller microphone than Sinetta platform. So when we having these type of talks, this is not as loud as the other ones. I'm not going to respond to what you said, Dulcinea. I'll respond to another time. I definitely got a rebuttal for that. But I don't want to keep holding Sharice. She try to get to. You said you got to get to a blunt. What you say you got to get to?
You funny, Dan. I ain't say no blunt.
Oh, I thought you said
that bed.
No, I wish I was getting to a blunt. No.
I ain't say that on this motherfucker. Hell no. Nah, but for real, I hope that I mean, like I said, I didn't know anything about that. That's news to me. You know, you said the video not available no more. I definitely was looking around for it. But maybe I'll come across something. Maybe somebody got a screenshot somewhere or something.
Yeah, he took a lot of them videos down or whatever, certain videos and stuff. But I mean,
Yeah.
that is just that's what you sign up for at HOK. Like, man, like I ain't saying sign that in the right or nothing or whatever happened, but people know when they go over there and stuff and what's gonna happen. And actually, I'm someone that went up there to talk to Miss Priscilla when she was up there, and she doesn't like me because what I said to her, but a lot of people gave me praise about what I was saying to her because how the crazy thing she was saying. But it is what it is. There is going to be that divide. There's going to be people that we're never going to be able to get to, but it ain't about them. It's about us that we can change, and then we can help younger generations, you know?
That's right. And it's all about a certain type of thought, you know, and wanting to expand it any way that you can, like by gaining the knowledge and doing the work. And, you know, I think that it's about being open. You know, we always say we're about the information, you know, and then soon as somebody come with an opposing view, we ready to shut it down. That's why I try to welcome opposing views and just kind of talk through it because, you know, then maybe we could understand each other a little bit better. Like everything don't got to be rah, 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 you know, but it's like that around here. And it's like that. And I mean, I'm sure, you know, within your respective spaces, sometimes, you know, like people just don't have an open mind. And I hope that they can get to a place where they can be open and understanding, you know, beyond what they would normally believe, like even flat earth, different things, you know, I mean, all of this stuff, I'm still trying to understand myself. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with it. I'm just trying to understand it, you know, and that's what it's about. So, you know, it's not about right or wrong.
Sharice, do you understand that what I was saying is considered terroristic? That I could be targeted by FBI? Everything I said. Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying be careful, white man. Is all.
No. Everything that I said today on this platform is considered literally terroristic, and terroristic and a threat to the humanity, and the FBI targets this. Everything I said on this panel. And Shirazad Ali, everything that she says is terroristic and considered a threat by the FBI. Why do they consider it a threat and terroristic to the FBI? Because it bankrupts the system. The way that people are doing things now, they having all this debauchery is making the system completely filthy rich. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because when you have single mother households, what do they produce? More likely chance for the kids to end up in jail, messed up, all types of on drugs, anything that make the system rich, right? But what I just said right there is considered terroristic and a threat to humanity. You see what I'm saying? Think about that. And wait, let me. When you go to the so-called black community or any so-called black space, whatever, you say what I just said, they will target you and try to kill you or fight you, shut you down or silence you immediately because you're not supposed to talk like that. Shout out to my boy AP. AP knew when he went. Oh, no, I'm not going to speak on certain things. You got it, Sharice.
Yeah. Yeah, I said I gotta watch. What's that movie called? 688. I'm gonna let y'all know what I think about it.
What is that? That's a movie?
Yeah, it's called. It's about the women in World War II who had to get all the mail delivered to everybody, or something like that. About the old women.
What's it on?
Netflix. They say they're streaming this weekend. I think Curry Washington in it. It's this lady from my city. She actually in the movie too. So I actually just looked at her Facebook, you know, and she was promoting that she got a little small part in the movie. So I'm like, yeah, look at that. Shoot, people don't be playing. Shoot, some people out there chasing them dreams.
Yeah, that's dope. That's definitely dope. And like, man, we understand the CIA is the what's behind all this. So we definitely understand.
Ooh, like, man, I don't got time. I don't want them on me. They shoot. They already know where I'm at in the world. I ain't got time.
They not gonna be on you unless you like real popular and all that type of stuff. You feel me? So you good. There's a guy. His name is Destiny. Destiny probably know who Destiny is. Destiny seems like she's in tune with all this stuff. Destiny is a big debater. He was paid by the CIA and FBI as a shield. It's called a shield, like SHILL, shield. Basically, you're being paid off by the government to do an agenda. Another girl named Jessica Rabbit. Jessica Rabbit. I think her name, not Jessica Rabbit. Some other chick, and a couple other another girl named Pixie. There's a lot of people being paid off by the government to shut down the talking points that I just said. Literally, anybody talking that stuff, them people are hired to come and try to shut that down immediately or scope them out and exploit them. So how do we expect to make any change when the government is literally hiring people to silence you? You're censored. You can't say certain things right now. You know, I don't know if Trump gonna change that or not, but it's too much going on, right? We want things to be right.
You can be flagged. You're probably flagged even if you're not that big. You know, you get flagged for saying certain things. You on FBI's radar when you say certain things, no matter how big you are. But the main thing is then that we have to take it out of FBI's range. We can start having community builds with each other. We can start having forums again. We can start meeting together, but we just have to get to that point where we're building with each other, and that's how we combat it. And the more of us, the more people, the more powerful you are. One person isn't more powerful than a million.
Dosey, you like Usher? Y'all like Usher? Not Usher. If there's a man that y'all like I go to a concert and he, you know what I'm saying, oh, y'all fan out or whatever, do y'all give that same energy to y'all mans that you haven't been in relationships with or married with? Do y'all give them that same energy?
In a way, I mean, I don't scream and everything.
I was gonna say,
I definitely am excited to see my
like
man.
when I was a little girl, that was different. Like as a grown,
it's different, but it's the same kind of admiration, I would say.
Y'all know y'all mans want that energy, right? They don't want nothing less than that type of energy. You feel me? The men know that other girls are going to service them a certain ways. You feel me? Some girls gonna service this dude differently and better. Some girls gonna serve this dude differently and worse. They want the best of the best, the cream of the crop, and they know how things getting down. You feel me? I'm just giving y'all some game. Give that same energy that you think you would give to your favorite star if you seen him, like if you was ever attracted to some type of man that you was feeding over or whatever. Give that type of energy to your man, even if you gotta fake it or whatever. That'll do something. You feel me? There's blind spots in these dating games that's messing up men and women from getting with each other. You know what I'm saying? Damn, I wish you wasn't getting off, Sharice. But it's all good though. It's all good. Maybe for another day. And Sharice, if you keep doing these panels, you're gonna have a whole bunch of WWE. It's gonna be banging. Everybody gonna get slammed left and right on your platform, banging it out with debates. People gonna be cursing at each other, and then your platform is gonna turn into something else. So you can try to do these conversations you want to, but it'll get real. It's gonna get bloody.
I think she'll be okay. We've been having this kind of conversation on Unscrambled Minds for a while, and it built us. It built us for the year up. So it's going to be okay as far as having this conversation. And you just got to know what your man like. Know what your man wants and stuff like that. Just like a man needs to know what his woman wants and what she likes. And cater to your man and cater to your woman.
Period. Oh, and it don't got to be so hard. It don't. I mean, it do, but yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up, family. I had a good time, but I gotta get it ready to wrap it up. It's been 7 hours and 17 minutes exactly. So y'all be good. Love you guys.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.